Chapter 1. You're looking well, Mrs. Merritt. I look like hell. Vanessa Merritt did indeed look like hell, but Barrie was embarrassed for having been caught paying an insincere compliment. She tried to recover gracefully. After what you've been through, you're entitled to look a little frazzled. Any other woman, myself included, myself particularly, would settle for looking like you even at your worst. Thank you. She gave her cappuccino a desultory stir. If nerves conveyed sound, Vanessa Merritt's would have clattered like her spoon when she shakily returned it to the saucer. God, for just one cigarette, I'd let you pull out all my fingernails with pliers. She'd certainly never been seen smoking in public, so Barrie was surprised to learn that she was a smoker, although a nicotine addiction might explain why she was so fidgety. Her hands were never still. She twirled her strand of pearls, played with the discreet diamond studs in her ear, 2 Sandra Brown lobes, and repeatedly adjusted the Ray-Bans that almost concealed the dark, puffy circles around her eyes. Those spectacular eyes were largely responsible for her beauty. Until today. Today, those remarkable baby blues reflected pain and disillusionment. Today, they looked like the eyes of an angel who just had her first horrifying glimpse of hell. I'm fresh out of pliers, Barrie said. But I have these. From her large leather satchel, she withdrew an unopened pack of cigarettes and slid it across the table. It was obvious that Mrs. Merritt was tempted. Her haunted eyes nervously scanned the outdoor terrace of the restaurant. Only one other table was occupied by several men, and one obsequious waiter hovered nearby. Even so, she declined the cigarette. I'd better not, but feel free. I don't smoke. I only carry them in case I need to relax someone I'm interviewing. Before you come in for the kill. Barrie laughed. I only wish I were that dangerous. Actually, you're better at human interest stories. It came as a pleasant surprise that Mrs. Merritt was even aware of her work. Thank you. Some of your reports have been quite exceptional, like the one on the AIDS patient and the one you did on the homeless single mother of 4. That was nominated for an industry award. Barrie saw no reason to volunteer that she had entered the piece herself. It made me cry, Mrs. Merritt said. Me too. In fact, you're so good, I've often wondered why you're not affiliated with a network. I've had some tough breaks. Vanessa Merritt's smooth brow wrinkled. Wasn't there an issue over Justice Green, that too exclusive 3? Yes, there was that, Barrie interrupted. This wasn't a conversation in which she wanted her failures itemized. Why did you contact me, Mrs. Merritt? I'm delighted but curious. Vanessa Merritt's smile gradually faded. In a low, serious tone, she said, I made myself clear, didn't I? This is not an interview. I understand. She didn't. Barrie Travis didn't have a clue as to why Mrs. Merritt had phoned her out of the blue and invited her to have coffee. They'd been nodding acquaintances for the last few years, certainly not friends. Even the choice of today's meeting place was curious. The restaurant was one of several along the shore of the channel that connected the Potomac with the tidal basin. After dark, the clubs and eateries along Water Street were filled with people. Mostly tourists. Some did a respectable lunch trade, but in the middle of the afternoon on a work day, the restaurants were virtually deserted. Maybe this place had been chosen precisely for its seclusion. Barrie dropped a sugar cube into her cappuccino, then idly stirred it as she stared out over the iron railing of the terrace. It was a gloomy, overcast day. The channel was choppy. Houseboats and sailboats moored in the marina bobbed in the gray water. The canvas umbrella above their table snapped and popped in the gusty wind that carried the scent of rain and fish. Why were they sitting outside on such a blustery day? Mrs. Merritt stirred the foamy milk in her cappuccino and finally took a sip. It's cold now? Would you like another? Barrie asked. I'll signal the waiter. 4 Sandra Brown. No, thanks. Dee didn't really want that one. Having coffee was just, She shrugged a shoulder that had once been stylishly slender but was now downright bony. It was just an excuse? Barrie prodded. Vanessa Merritt raised her head. Through the sunglasses, Barrie saw bleak honesty in the woman's eyes. I needed to talk to someone, and you thought of me? Well, yes, because a couple of my stories made you cry. That, and because of the sympathy note you sent, it touched me deeply. I'm glad it gave you some comfort. I don't have many close friends. You and I are about the same age. I thought you'd be a good sounding board." She lowered her head. A mane of chestnut hair tumbled forward, partially concealing her classic cheekbones and aristocratic chin. In a quiet voice, Barrie said, "My note couldn't convey how very sorry am for what happened. Actually, it did. Thank you." Vanessa Merritt removed a tissue from her handbag and slipped it beneath the sunglasses to blot her eyes. "I don't know where they come from," she said, of the tears being soaked up by the tissue. "I should be dehydrated by now. Is that what you want to talk about?" Barrie asked gently. "The baby," Robert Rushton Merritt. She blurted forcefully. "Why does everyone avoid saying his name? He had a name, for heaven's sake. For 3 months he was a person, and he had a name." I guess she didn't give Barrie time to respond. "Rushton was my mother's maiden name," Mrs. Merritt explained. She exclusive 5 would have liked having her first grandchild named after her family. Staring out over the turbulent waters of the channel, she continued talking in a faraway voice. "And I've always fancied the name Robert. It's a straightforward, no-bullshit name." The vulgarity surprised Barrie. It was such a departure from Vanessa Merritt's Southern lady persona. In her whole life, Barrie had never felt so bereft of something to say. Under the circumstances, what would be appropriate? What could she say to a woman who had recently buried her baby? Nice funeral? Suddenly, Mrs. Merritt asked, "What do you know about it?" Barrie was caught off guard. Was she being challenged? "What do you know about losing a child? What do you really know about anything? Are you referring to, do you mean the baby's? I mean Robert's death." "Yes. What do you know about it?" "Nobody really knows about SIDS, do they?" Barrie asked, groping for the meaning behind the question. Obviously changing her mind about the cigarette, Mrs. Merritt tore open the pack. Her motions were like those of a marionette, jerky and disjointed. The fingers that held the cigarette to her lips were trembling. Barrie quickly fished a lighter from her satchel. Vanessa Merritt didn't continue speaking until she deeply inhaled several times. The tobacco didn't calm her. Instead, she became increasingly agitated. Robert was sleeping on his side with one of those little pillows propping him up the way I'd been shown to position him. It happened so fast, how could... Her voice cracked. "6! Sandra Brown! Are you blaming yourself? Listen!" Barrie reached across the table, took the cigarette from Mrs. Merritt and ground it out in the ashtray. Then she pressed the woman's cold hands between hers. The impulsive gesture was noticed by the men at the other table. Robert died of crib death. Losing a baby to SIDS happens to thousands of mothers and fathers every year, and there's not a single one of them who doesn't second-guess their parenting skills. It's human nature to assign blame to a tragedy. So people lay a guilt trip on themselves. Don't fall into that trap. If you start thinking you were responsible for your baby's death, you might never recover. Mrs. Merritt was vigorously shaking her head. "You don't understand. It was my fault." Behind her sunglasses, her eyes darted about. She withdrew her hands from Barrie's, moved them from cheek to tabletop to lap to spoon to neck in a restless search for peace. The last few months of my pregnancy were intolerable. For several moments, she covered her mouth with her hand as though the last trimester had been unspeakably painful. Then Robert was born. But instead of getting better, as I'd hoped, it only got worse. I couldn't. Couldn't what? Cope? All new mothers experience postpartum and feel overwhelmed, Barrie assured her. She kneaded her forehead with her fingertips. "You don't understand," she repeated in a strained whisper. "Nobody does. There's no one I can tell, not even my father. Oh, God, I don't know what to do." Her emotional unraveling was so obvious that the men at the next table had turned to stare. The waiter approached, looking anxious. Barrie spoke quickly beneath her breath. "Vanessa, please get a grip. Everybody's watching." Whether it was because Barrie had addressed her by her exclusive 7 first name or for some other reason, the emotional collapse immediately reversed itself. Her nervously active hands fell still. Her tears dried instantly. She downed the cold cappuccino she had claimed moments earlier not to want, then finished by daintily blotting her colorless lips with her napkin. Barrie watched the transformation with amazement. Wholly restored in a cool, composed voice, she said, "This conversation was strictly off the record, right?" "Absolutely," Barrie replied. "You made that understood when you called me. Considering your position and mine, I see now that it was a mistake to arrange this meeting. I haven't been myself since Robert died. I thought I needed to talk about it, but I was wrong. Talking about it only makes me more distraught. You've lost your baby. You're entitled to unravel." Barrie laid her hand on the other woman's arm. "Be kinder to yourself. SIDS just happens." She removed her sunglasses and looked directly into Barry's eyes. "Does it?" Then Vanessa Armbruster Merritt, First Lady of the United States, replaced the Ray-Bans, slipped the strap of her handbag onto her shoulder, and stood up. The Secret Service agents at the next table came hastily to their feet. They were joined by 3 others who'd been standing post along the iron railing, out of sight. As a group, they closed ranks around the First Lady and escorted her from the terrace of the restaurant to a waiting limousine. Chapter 2. Barrie dug into her satchel in search of coins for the cold drink machine. "Anybody got a couple of quarters I can borrow?" "Not for you, Sweet Cheeks," replied a videotape editor who was walking past. "You've already stiffed me 75 cents. I'll pay you back tomorrow, swear. Forget it, sugar buns." "You ever heard of sexual harassment in the workplace?" she called after him. "Sure, I voted for it," he retorted over his shoulder. Barrie gave up on retrieving any coins from the bottom of her bag, deciding that a diet drink was hardly worth the effort of the search. She wove her way through the TV station's newsroom, working the maze of cubicles until she reached her own. One look at the surface of her desk would have made an obsessive-compulsive take a razor to his wrists. Barrie slung her satchel onto the desk, knocking 3 magazines to the floor in the process. Exclusive 9. "Do you ever read any of those?" The familiar voice caused Barrie to groan. Howie Fripp was the news department's assignments editor, her immediate supervisor, and an all-around pain in the butt. "Of course I read them," she lied. Cover to cover. She subscribed to a number of periodicals. The magazines arrived regularly, creating skyscrapers on her desk until she was forced to throw them away. More often than not, unread. She faithfully read her monthly horoscope and Cosmopolitan. That was about the extent of the time she spent with the magazines. But on principle alone, she wouldn't let her subscriptions lapse. All good broadcast journalists were news junkies, reading everything they could get their hands on. And she was a good broadcast journalist. She was. Doesn't it bother your conscience to know that thousands of trees give up their lives just to keep you in reading matter that you don't read? Howie, you're what bothers me. Besides, you're one to preach environmental awareness when the smoke from your 4-packs a day pollutes the atmosphere. Not to mention my farts. She despised that evil little grin of his, almost as much as she despised the small minds that managed WWE, a low-budget, substandard, independent TV station struggling to survive among the monolithic news operations in Washington, D.C. She'd had to beg for the budget to produce the feature stories that had won the First Lady's praise. She had ideas for many others, but the station's management, including Howie, weren't of a similar mind. Her ideas were blocked by men who lacked vision, talent, and energy. She didn't belong here. Isn't that the belief clung to by prison inmates? 10 Sandra Brown. Thank you, Howie, for not mentioning your farts. She plopped down in her desk chair and dug tunnels through her hair with her fingers, holding it off her face. Her coiffure hadn't been much to brag about, but the damp wind on the restaurant terrace had played havoc with it. Strange choice of meeting places. Even stranger was the meeting itself. What purpose did it serve? On the drive back to the station, Barrie had reviewed each word that was said during her visit with the First Lady. She'd analyzed every inflection in Vanessa Merritt's voice, gauged each hand gesture, assessed her body language, reviewed that disturbing final question that had served as her goodbye, but she still couldn't pinpoint exactly what had happened. Or exactly what hadn't. "Checked your email?" Howie asked, interrupting her thoughts. "Not yet." That tiger that escaped from the traveling carnival, they found him. He hadn't escaped after all. Ergo, no story? Oh no, she said dramatically, and I was so looking forward to covering that. Hey, it could have been big news. The cat could have eaten a kid or something. He looked genuinely forlorn over the missed opportunity. It was a crap assignment, Howie. You always stick me with the crap assignments. Is it because you don't like me or because I'm a woman? Geez, not that feminist routine again. You PMs or what? She sighed. Howie, you're hopeless, hopeless. That was it. Vanessa Merritt had seemed hopeless, impatient to explore that avenue of thought. Barrie Exclusive 11 said, Look, Howie, unless there's something specific that's brought you by, I've got a lot to do here, as you can see. Howie backed up to the partition separating her stall as she thought of the cramped cubicle from the neighboring one. Regardless of the season, he wore short-sleeved white shirts, always with black trousers that were always shiny. His neckties were clip-on. Today's selection was particularly ugly and had a stain on its fraying tip, which reached only the center of his barrel chest, which was far out of proportion to his non-existent butt and spindly, bowed legs. Crossing his arms and ankles simultaneously, he said, A story would be nice, Barrie. You know, a story, what you're paid to produce, more or less on a daily basis. How about one for this evening's news? I was working on one that didn't pan out, she muttered as she booted up her computer. What was it? Since it didn't pan out, what's the point of discussing it? Vanessa Merritt had said that the months leading up to her baby's birth had been intolerable. Even without the strong descriptive word, her demeanor alone had made it clear that she'd had a very rough time. Following the child's birth, intolerable had gotten worse. But what had been so intolerable, and why tell me? Howie rambled on, unaware that she was only half listening. I'm not asking for live coverage of somebody getting his head blown off or man's first steps on Mars or some extremist from the Nation of Islam holding the Pope hostage in the Vatican. A nice, simple little story would do. Something, anything. 60 seconds of fill between the second and third commercial breaks. That's all I'm asking for. How short-sighted of you, Howie, Barrie remarked. If that's the best motivational speech you can give, no 12 Sandra Brown wonder. You get such unsatisfactory results from your underlings. He uncrossed his limbs and drew himself up to his full height of 5 feet 6 inches, and that was with elevators in his scuffed wingtips. You know what your problem is? You've got stars in your eyes. You want to be Diane Sawyer. Well, here's a news flash for you. You aren't. And you aren't ever going to be married to a famous movie director or have your own news magazine show. You aren't ever going to have respect and credibility in this business because you're a screw-up and everybody in the industry knows it. So stop waiting for the bag story and settle for something that you and your limited talent can handle. Something I can put on the air, okay? Barrie had tuned him out just after the stars in your eyes statement. The first time she'd heard this speech was the day he hired her, out of the goodness of his heart, he'd said. Besides, he'd added. Management had been after him to hire another skirt, and Barrie was okay looking. She'd heard the same speech almost every workday since. 3 years of them. There were a few messages on her email, but nothing that couldn't be handled later. She turned off her computer and came to her feet. It's too late to do anything for tonight, Howie? But I'll have a story for you tomorrow, promise. Grabbing her satchel, she slung it back onto her shoulder. Hey, where are you going? He shouted after her as she brushed past him. To the library. What for? Research? Howie? As she passed the cold drink machine, she banged it with her fist. A Diet Coke rolled out of the chute. She took that as a good omen. Exclusive 13 juggling her satchel, an armload of library books and her keys. Barrie unlocked the back door of her townhouse and stumbled inside. The moment she crossed the threshold, she was subjected to an ardent, wet kiss on the lips. Thanks, Cronkite. She wiped the slobber from her face. I love you too. Cronkite and the rest of his litter had been destined for euthanasia at the pound on the day that Barrie decided she needed a four-legged companion after a two-legged one announced he needed space and walked out of her life forever. She'd had a difficult time choosing which pup to spare, but she'd never regretted her choice. Cronkite was large and long-haired with definite ripples of golden retriever in his gene pool. Big brown eyes adored her worshipfully now, while his tail beat a happy tattoo against her calf. "Go do your thing," she told him, nodding toward her patch of backyard. "Use your doggy door," he whined. Barrie sighed. "Okay, I'll wait. But hurry. These books are heavy." He watered several shrubs happily, then dashed inside ahead of Barrie. "Let's see if there's anything interesting in the mail," she said, as she made her way to the entry where her mail lay in a heap beneath the slot in the front door. Bill, overdue bill, invitation to dinner at the White House. She looked at the dog, who tilted his head inquisitively. "Just checking to see if you were paying attention." Cronkite followed her upstairs to her bedroom, where she exchanged her dress and heels for a Redskins jersey that came almost to her knees and a pair of gym socks. After running a brush through her hair, she pulled it into a ponytail. Regarding her reflection in the mirror, she mumbled, "Stunning," then put her appearance out of her mind and focused on work. 14 Sandra Brown. Array around over the years, she had cultivated numerous sources clerks, secretaries, illicit lovers, chambermaids, cops, a handful of people in key positions who occasionally provided her with valuable information and reliable leads. One was a young woman named Anna Chen, who worked in the administration office of D.C. General Hospital. The juicy scuttlebutt Anna Chen picked up through the hospital grapevine frequently led to good stories. She was one of Barrie's most reliable sources. Hoping it wasn't too late to catch her at the office, Barrie looked up her number in her home Rolodex and dialed. The hospital operator put her right through. "Hi, Anna. This is Barrie Travis. Glad I caught you. I was on my way out. What's up? What would be my chances of getting a copy of the Merritt baby's autopsy report? Is this a joke? That's slim? Nigh to impossible, Barrie?" "Sorry. I thought so, but it never hurts to ask." "Why do you want it?" She did some verbal acrobatics as to her reason, which seemed to pacify her source. "Thanks anyway, Anna." Disappointed, Barrie hung up. An autopsy report would have been a good starting point, although she was still unclear as to exactly what she was starting. "What do you want for dinner, Cronkite?" she asked, as she loped downstairs to the kitchen. She opened the pantry and recited the menu selections. "Tonight's specialties include kibbles and bits, Alpo chicken and liver, or gravy train," he whined with disappointment. Taking pity, she said, Luigi's out came his long, pink tongue, and he began panting like a pervert at a peep show. Her conscience told her to have a lean cuisine for din-exclusive 15 ner, but what the hell? When you spent your evenings at home in a football jersey and gym socks, conversing with a mongrel and having nothing to look forward to except hours of research, what difference did a few hundred fat grams make? While she was on the telephone ordering 2 pizzas, Cronkite began whining to go outside. She covered the telephone mouthpiece. "If it's that urgent, use your doggy door." Cronkite glanced disdainfully at the opening cut in the back door. It was large enough to accommodate Cronkite, but not so large that she worried about intruders. As she was reiterating her pizza order, she jabbed her index finger toward the doggy door. Looking humiliated, Cronkite crawled through it. She was off the phone by the time he was ready to come back inside, so she opened the back door for him. "The pizzas are guaranteed in 25 minutes or we get them free." While waiting for the delivery, she poured a glass of Merlot and carried it up to the 3rd floor, which she had converted into a home office. She had cashed in a trust fund to purchase the townhouse located in the fashionable DuPont Circle district. The building was quaint and had character and was also convenient to everything in the city. Initially, she had leased out the top floor, which was a self-contained apartment. But when her renter moved to Europe with 6 months left on her lease, Barrie used the extra money to convert the 3 cramped rooms into one large studio office. One entire wall of the room was now devoted to videotape storage. She had shelves upon shelves of them. She saved all her own reports, newscasts of historical significance, and every news magazine show. The tapes were alphabetized according to subject. She went straight to the tape she wanted, loaded it into the VCR, and watched it while slowly sipping her wine. 16 Sandra Brown, the death and funeral of Robert Rushton Merritt, had been thoroughly documented. The tragedy seemed doubly unfair since it had happened to the Merritts, whose marriage was considered the epitome of perfection. President David Malcolm Merritt could have been a poster boy for any young American male who aspired to hold the office. He was classically handsome, athletic, attractive, and charismatic to men and women alike. Vanessa Merritt was the perfect arm piece for her husband. She was gorgeous. Her beauty and southern-bred charm somehow made up for any shortcomings, such as wit and wisdom. She wasn't considered a dynamo in the brains department, but nobody seemed to care. The public had wanted a first lady with whom to fall in love, and Vanessa Armbruster Merritt had easily fulfilled that need. David's parents were long deceased. He had no living relatives. Vanessa's father, however, more than compensated for this lack. Cletus Armbruster had been the senior senator from Mississippi for as long as anyone could remember. He'd survived more presidents than most Americans remembered voting for. Together, they formed a photogenic triumvirate as famous as any royal family. Not since the Kennedy administration had an American president. His wife and their personal life attracted so much public attention and adoration nationwide and around the world. Everything they did, everywhere they went, singly or together, created a stir. Consequently, America went positively gaga when it was announced that the First Lady was pregnant with the couple's first child. The baby would make perfection even more perfect. The baby's birth was given more press than Desert Storm or the ethnic cleansing in Bosnia. Barrie remembered exclusive 17 watching from a newsroom monitor the umpteenth story on the Merritt baby's arrival at the White House. Howie had sourly remarked, "Should we be on the lookout for a bright star in the East?" The only event to receive as much news coverage was that same baby's death 3 months later. The world was plunged into shock and grief. No one wanted to believe it. No one could believe it, America mourned. Barrie finished her wine, rewound the videotape for the third time, and watched again as the funeral scene sadly unfolded. Looking pale and tragically beautiful in her mourning suit, Vanessa Merritt was unable to stand without assistance. It was obvious to all that her heart was broken. It had taken years for her to conceive a child, another personal aspect of her life that had been explored and exploited in great detail by the media. To lose the child she'd struggled to bear made her a truly tragic heroine. The president looked courageously stoic as tears streaked his lean cheeks and ran into the attractive furrows on either side of his mouth. Pundits commented on his attentiveness to his wife. On that day, David Merritt was seen primarily as a husband and father who happened also to be the chief executive. Senator Armbruster wept unashamedly into a white handkerchief. His contribution to his grandson's small coffin was a tiny Mississippi state flag, sticking up among the white roses and baby's breath. Had Barrie been in the First Lady's situation, she would have wanted to grieve privately. She would have resented the cameras and commentators, even though she knew her colleagues were only doing their jobs. Indeed, Barrie herself had been in the thick of it. The funeral had been a Pub 18 Sandra Brown lick spectacle shared via satellite with the entire world. How had Vanessa Merritt held up even as well as she had? Barrie's doorbell rang. She glanced at the clock. Damn. 24 minutes, 39 seconds. "You know, Cronkite," she said as they went down the stairs. "I think they do that on purpose, just to build our hopes up." Luigi himself delivered. He was a short, rotund Italian with a rosy, sweating face, fleshy cherub lips, and a mop of curly black hair on his chest. His head was completely bald. "Miss Travis," he said, tisking as he took in her attire. "I was hoping the extra pizza tonight was for a lover. Nope. The meatball one's for Cronkite. Hope you didn't go too heavy on the garlic. It gives him gas." "How much?" "I put it on your bill." "Thanks." She reached for the 2 boxes whose aroma was causing Cronkite to do an ecstatic do-si-do around her feet. Cronkite's circles, the merlot and hunger were making her dizzy. Luigi, however, wasn't going to relinquish the pizzas without the lecture that came as a standing side order. You're a movie star, I'm on TV news. Same thing, he argued. I say to the missus, Miss Travis is a good customer, 2-3 nights a week. She calls us good for us but bad for her. She's alone too much. And the missus says that maybe Miss Travis prefers being alone. No, she says that you don't meet men because all the time you work. I meet men, Luigi. But all the good ones are taken. The ones I meet are either married, gay, creepy, or otherwise out of the question. But I appreciate your concern again. She reached for the pizzas. Again, they were withheld. Exclusive 19. You're pretty, Miss Travis. I don't stop traffic. You got nice hair, nice reddish color, good skin too, and very unusual green eyes. Very ordinary hazel. Not spectacular at all, not like, say, Vanessa Merritt's limpid sapphire pools, kinda small up here. Luigi's eyes moved to her breasts. Barrie knew from long experience that if she allowed it, he would now begin an evaluation of her figure. But not too small, he reassured her hastily. You're slim all over, and getting slimmer. She snatched the pizza boxes. Thanks, Luigi. Add a good tip for yourself to my bill, and give my regards to your wife. She closed the door before he could launch into another lament on her lacking love life. Cronkite was whipping himself into a frenzy, so she served him his pizza, box and all then. She sat down at the kitchen table with her pizza, another glass of wine, and the library book she'd checked out that afternoon. The pizza, as always, was scrumptious. The second glass of wine went down even smoother than the first. The research on SIDS was fascinating. Of the three, the research was the one she finished completely, craving more. Chapter 3. Frowning skeptically, Howie Fripp dug into his ear canal with the jagged tip of his car key. I don't know. Barrie had a primal urge to leap across his desk and tear out his throat with her teeth. No one else unleashed this feral aspect of her personality. Only Howie. It wasn't only his disgusting personal habits and his flagrant chauvinism that aroused such savage instincts. It was his whining gutlessness and lack of vision. What don't you like about it? It's depressing, he replied, executing a shiver for effect. Babies dying in their beds. Who wants to watch a series about that? New parents, prospective parents, parents to whom it's happened. Anyone who wants to be informed and enlightened, which I hope includes at least a portion of our viewing audience. You live in a dream world, Barrie. Our audience watches because Cheers reruns. Come on after the news. Barrie tried to keep the impatience out of her voice. If he knew she was getting riled, he would become even more exclusive 21 obtuse. Because of the subject matter, the series won't be jolly. But it doesn't have to be maudlin either. I've contacted a couple who lost a child to SIDS 2 years ago. They've since had another baby, and they're willing to do an on-camera interview about how they've coped. Coming to her feet, she tried to close the sale. The thrust will be light at the end of the tunnel, victory over adversity. It could be very uplifting. You already lined up an interview? Subject to your approval, of course, she said, giving him a stroke. I wanted to get my ducks in a row before I came to you. Howie, I've been researching this for a week, talking to pediatricians and psychologists. It's a timely topic, especially since the death of the Merritt baby. Everybody's sick of hearing about that. But I'm approaching it from several unique angles. This wasn't just part of the sales pitch. The more she'd researched sudden infant death syndrome, the more fascinated she'd become by spin-off subjects that were just as interesting and worthy of exploration as the core. As she'd studied, she'd come to realize that a single 90-second piece wouldn't begin to cover them. Only Howie stood in her way. I don't know, he repeated. The ignition key was doing a roto-rooter on his other ear as he reread her outline. It was detailed but brief. Surely someone of even his limited mental capacity could comprehend it. She'd asked for 3 segments to air on consecutive nights during the 2 evening newscasts. Each would focus on a different element of SIDS. She'd proposed that they be heavily promoted well in advance. Ultimately, of course, this wasn't in the proposal. A news producer in the viewing audience would appreciate her work and offer to hire her away from the leper colony of 22 Sandra Brown, broadcast journalism, otherwise known as the WVUA News Department. Howie belched. The key had produced a glob of brown wax which he wiped on the top sheet of her outline. I'm not convinced. I've got an interview with Mrs. Merritt. He dropped the gooey key. Huh. It was a lie, of course. But desperate times. We recently had coffee together, you and the First Lady. That's right, at her invitation. During the course of our conversation, I mentioned doing a series. She endorsed the idea and agreed to share her thoughts on camera. Barrie had a sudden vision of Vanessa Merritt trying to hide behind her Ray-Bans, holding a forbidden cigarette with shaking hands, a vision of the woman as an emotional wreck. Of course on camera, she said, rolling her eyes. You don't say anything about the First Lady in your outline. I was saving her as a surprise. Okay, I'm surprised, he said dryly. She'd never been a good liar, but then Howie wasn't an exceptionally good judge of character, so she thought she was safe. He leaned forward across his desk. If Mrs. Merritt consents to an interview. She will. You still got to turn out one regular story each day. With that, he sat back and scratched his crotch. She weighed the condition, then shook her head firmly. This deserves my full attention, Howie. I'd really like to devote all my time to it. Exclusive 23. And I'd really like to fuck Sharon Stone. But we don't always get what we want, do we? Barrie reconsidered. Okay, provision accepted. Barrie Travis. Who? The First Lady cleared her throat before repeating the name. Barrie Travis? She's a reporter for WVUE. Oh yeah, sort of a breathy voice. David Merritt, President of the United States, affixed a cufflink bearing the presidential seal. I called on her at a recent press conference. Her reports on the White House are usually favorable, aren't they? Very. So what about her? Vanessa, already dressed and seated on a chaise, took a swallow of white wine. She's doing a series on SIDS and wants to include an interview with me. Merritt slipped on his tuxedo jacket and checked his reflection in the mirror. When he took office, he had decided against having a personal valet. Not even the most experienced haberdasher knew how to take advantage of his physique better than he himself. The cut of his jacket accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist. He kept his hair well trimmed but never lacquered into place. Secretly, he preferred it rakishly windblown. He wore formal clothes with elegance and grace in blue jeans. He was the boy next door. Liking what he saw in the mirror, he turned to his wife, Aide, and she'll be at the reception tonight. Dalton has promised her an answer. Dalton Neely was the White House press secretary. He, 24, Sandra Brown, had been handpicked and well-trained by Merritt and his top advisor, Spencer Martin. Actually, the formal request came through Dalton's office. Vanessa shook out a Valium from the prescription bottle in her beaded evening bag. Barrie Travis has been calling my office for several days. I haven't taken her calls, but she's very persistent. Reporters make their living by being persistent. Well, her persistence has put me on the spot. Dalton approached me this afternoon with her request. Both want an answer from me tonight. Quickly closing the distance between them, the president grasped her hand and took the small yellow tablet from her palm. He removed the prescription bottle from her evening bag and dropped the pill back into it, then pocketed the bottle. I need that, David. No, you don't. No more of this either. He took the wine glass from her and set it aside. It counteracts your medication. That's only my second glass. It's your third. You're lying to me, Vanessa. Okay, so I lost count. Big deal. Not about the wine, about this reporter. She didn't put you in a spot. You did that yourself. She didn't start calling your office until your outing with her a couple of weeks ago. Isn't that the way it happened? He'd been informed of their meeting the day it occurred, so he wasn't surprised by Barrie Travis's request for an interview. What bothered him was that, without his consent, Vanessa had initiated a conversation with a member of the media. Vanessa and a reporter, especially one reputed to be less than reliable, was a dangerous combination. Did you have me spied on? she fired, exclusive 25. Why'd you make that date with her, Vanessa? I needed someone to talk to. Is that a crime? You chose a reporter to confide in? He laughed skeptically. She wrote me a touching note. I thought she'd be nice to talk to. Next time, try a priest. You're making a big deal out of nothing, David. If it wasn't a big deal, then why didn't you tell me about it? It wasn't important until she asked for this on-camera interview. Before our visit wasn't worth mentioning. She promised that anything I said that afternoon was off the record. I needed someone, a woman, to talk to. About what? What do you think? She shouted. She jumped off the chaise, grabbed the glass of wine, and defiantly drained it. He struggled to rein in his temper. You're not yourself, Vanessa. You're damn right. I'm not. So you'll be much better off going without me tonight. The reception, honoring a goodwill delegation from the Scandinavian countries, was to be her first official function since Robert Rushton's tragic death. The small formal gathering seemed well suited for Vanessa's re-emergence into public life. She'd retreated from it following the baby's death. 3 months was enough time. The voting public needed to see her back in action. Of course you're coming, the president said. You'll be the belle of the ball. You always are. But, no buts. I'm tired of making excuses for you. We have to work through this. Vanessa, it's been 12 weeks, 26 Sandra Brown. Is there a time limit on grief? He ignored the sting in her voice. Tonight you'll come through like the thoroughbred you are. Just be your charming, smiling self and everything will be fine. I hate all those people, looking at me with pity and remorse and not knowing what to say. And when someone does say something, it's so trite, I want to scream. Just thank them for the sentiment and leave it at that. God, she cried, her voice cracking. How can you just resume? Because I have to, damn it, and so do you. He glared at her with such force that she fell back onto the chaise. Stricken, she stared up at him. He turned away, and when again he spoke, his anger was contained. I like your evening dress. Is it new? Her shoulders slumped. She lowered her head, watching her in the mirror. He recognized these reflexive gestures as concessions of defeat. I've lost weight, she mumbled. Nothing in my closet fits anymore. There was a tap on the door. He crossed the room and opened it. Hey, Spence. Are they ready for us? Spencer Martin glanced over David's shoulder and surveyed the room. Spotting Vanessa and the empty wine glass on the end table, he reversed David's question. Are you ready for them? The president purposefully disregarded his advisor's concern. Vanessa's got a mild case of stage fright, but as you know, she always comes through. Maybe we're rushing her. If she doesn't feel up to it, too, nonsense. She's up to it. He turned toward his wife, Aide, extended his arm. Ready, darling? She came to her feet and slowly walked toward them, not looking directly at either man. Exclusive 27, one of David's personality traits was to ignore things he didn't want to acknowledge, such as the dislike between his wife and his top advisor. To fill the awkward silence, he said, Doesn't she look beautiful tonight, Spence? Indeed, Mr. President. Thank you, Vanessa replied stiffly. As they stepped into the hallway, she took her husband's arm and asked, What should Dalton tell Barrie Travis? Barrie Travis, the reporter, Spence cut in. Tell her about what? He looked quizzically at the president. She's asked Dalton for an interview with Vanessa. About anything in particular? Sid's, the president replied. Barrie was positively giddy. Her words gushed out like water from a broken fire plug. I was going through the receiving line with my date. Don't get excited. He's a gay friend who's still in the closet. We scratched each other's back, so to speak. He had an invitation to the reception and needed a female date, and I had an opportunity to speak directly to the president and first lady. Anyhow, I'm gliding along the receiving line, acting real cool and blasé, and when I get to the president, he clasps my hand between his, swear to God, and says, Miss Travis, thank you so much for coming. It's always a pleasure to have you at the White House. You look radiant tonight. Actually, I don't remember his exact words, but suffice it to say that I wasn't treated like a stranger or a passing acquaintance or even an ordinary reporter. Barbara Waiters couldn't have been more warmly greeted. Cronkite yawned and made himself more comfortable in the center of her bed. 28, Sandra Brown. Am I boring you? Barrie asked, pausing for breath. You don't seem to realize the importance of my getting the first exclusive interview with the First Lady since the death of her child. Actually, the president mentioned it before I did. He said Mrs. Merritt had informed him of my Sid series. He thinks it's an excellent idea and said that he urged the First Lady to participate. He commended me for raising public awareness on this heartbreaking phenomenon. Then he said that he and Mrs. Merritt would extend me their full cooperation. Well, let me put it this way. If it had been sex, I would have been having multiple orgasms. She climbed in with Cronkite, who took up 2/3 of the bed and wouldn't budge an inch. Balancing on the edge of the mattress, she added, I only wish Howie had been there to see it. Chapter 4. She was aware that the TV was on, but it was only background noise until he heard the familiar voice. It brought his head up out of the bathroom sink where he'd been sluicing cold water over his face. Grabbing a hand towel, he stepped around the corner into the bedroom, which, unfortunately, you and President Merritt share with thousands of other couples. He didn't recognize the reporter. She was 30-ish, maybe older, shoulder-length auburn hair, wide eyes, and bee-stung lips that promised a good time, although both eyes and lips were unsmiling now. Distinctive, husky voice, unusual for a broadcast journalist. Most of them sounded as though they'd graduated from the same school of sterile diction. Her name was superimposed at the bottom of the TV screen. Barrie Travis. It rang no bells. The president and I were astounded to learn the number of families who experienced this tragedy. Vanessa Merritt was saying 5,000 annually in our country alone. This face and voice Gray Bondurant recognized, and 30 Sandra Brown knew well, even though it was instantly apparent to him that she'd been coached on how to conduct herself during the interview. She held her hands demurely in her lap, no gestures allowed, facial expressions carefully schooled. The interviewer segued into a soundbite from Dr. George Allen, the Merritts' personal physician, who'd had the unpleasant task of pronouncing Robert Rushton Merritt dead in the White House nursery. Dr. Allen explained that medical science is still trying to isolate causes and preventatives of sudden infant death syndrome. Then the interview became more personal. Mrs. Merritt, we all witnessed your and President Merritt's grief during your son's funeral. Scenes from the funeral were edited in. You've had 3 months distance from it. The wounds must surely still be tender, but I know our viewers would be interested in hearing any reflections you might wish to express. Vanessa took a moment. My father has a saying, adversity is a great opportunity in disguise. As always, Daddy's right, she said with a fleeting smile. David and I feel that we become stronger as a couple and as individuals because we've been tested to the limit of our endurance and we've survived. Bullshit. He balled up the hand towel and hurled it across the bedroom, then picked up the remote control, unwilling to listen to any more, but he paused. Vanessa was saying, the president and I hope that others who experience a similar tragedy can draw courage and comfort from survivors like us. Life does go on. Swearing, Bondurant hit the off button, scripted responses signed, sealed, and delivered to Vanessa to memorize and parrot. Words composed by Dalton Neely, maybe her father Clete Armbruster, possibly even the president, with final approval by Spencer Martin. Exclusive 31. However, they'd been rehearsed and revised in advance of the interview. They weren't Vanessa's words. She had spoken them, but not spontaneously and not from her heart. He doubted that the reporter with the sexy voice was aware that she'd been duped. Vanessa had been as well programmed as a talking doll with a computer chip in her head. Revealing her inner feelings wouldn't be seemly. It damn sure wouldn't be politic. Feeling that the walls of the bedroom were closing in on him, Bondurant stalked to the kitchen to get a beer, then went out onto his front porch. 10 feet deep and shaded by an overhang, the porch extended the width of the house. He flung himself into his rush-seated rocking chair and tipped the beer to his mouth. The muscles of his tanned throat worked as he drank half the can in one long swallow. He looked like a beer commercial. Pictures of him drinking it bare-chested in these rustic surroundings could have sold millions of cans of any brand name brew, but he didn't realize that or care. He knew he made an impact on people, but he had never bothered to analyze why. Vanity wasn't in his nature, certainly not during the past year, when weeks would pass without his seeing another living soul. If he drove into Jackson Hole, he might shave, or he might not. He was as he was, take him or leave him. That was and always had been his attitude, and he silently communicated it to everyone he met, which was one of the reasons why he hadn't blended in well with the Washington scene. He was glad to be out of it. A certain amount of conformity was required of presidential confidants. Gray Bondurant was a nonconformist. His blue eyes as hard and cold as a glacier, he stared at the jagged snow-capped peaks of the Tetons. Actually, miles away, they looked close enough to touch. Purple Mountain's majesty in his front yard, imagine that. 32 Sandra Brown. He crushed the empty beer can as though it were a foil gum wrapper. He wished he could take back the last 10 minutes. Why hadn't he stayed outside a little longer before going in to wash up? What quirk of fate had made him tune his TV to that particular channel at that particular time? He wished he'd never seen the interview. Thank you so much, Barrie Travis, whoever the hell you are. For days now, he would be haunted by thoughts of David and Vanessa and the baby who had died in the White House nursery. What galled him most was that the interview might spark a renewed public interest in him. People would begin thinking, supposing, connecting the dots, and then the shit would start flying all over again. David Merritt paced in front of his desk in the Oval Office. His shirt sleeves were rolled to his elbows. His hands were deep in his pockets. Beneath an errant lock of hair, his brow was furrowed. I've never heard of it before. What the hell is it? It's called Munchausen syndrome by proxy, named after a German count who got off by inflicting pain on himself. I thought that was masochism, Spencer Martin remarked. Dr. George Allen shrugged and poured himself another scotch from the president's private stock. It's a little out of my area, and I haven't thoroughly researched it. Barrie Travis did. Merritt made it sound like a rebuke, and the doctor took it as such. Looking abashed, he said TB proxy kicks in if the pain is inflicted on someone else, typically a child. What's it got to do with SIDS? Merritt asked. Why'd Barrie Travis go into it so deeply? Dr. Allen took a quick sip of his scotch. Because exclusive 33 adults afflicted with the disorder sometimes take it to the extreme. They injure their children, sometimes even kill them in an attempt to get attention and sympathy for themselves. Some mysterious infant deaths previously attributed to SIDS are now being reinvestigated as possible murders. Muttering a curse, Merritt sat down behind his desk. Why couldn't that Travis broad have stuck to the subject without bringing all those horror stories into it? Pour me one of those, will you? The doctor did as asked. Thanks. Merritt thoughtfully sipped his drink for a few moments, then looked over at Spence. He didn't like what he saw. Spence was in his thinking mode, and the matter under consideration was troublesome. Maybe I shouldn't have encouraged Vanessa to grant the interview, Merritt ventured. I disagree. What possible harm's been done? The doctor asked. For God's sake, George, you better than anyone should know, Merritt said testily. This goddamn series has got her bouncing off the walls again. People are noticing, Spence remarked quietly. Merritt gave him a sharp glance that demanded names. Staff, sir, people have noticed the First Lady's mood swings, and they're concerned about her. In another implied rebuke, Merritt turned to the physician. I can't control her mood swings with medication when she's drinking as much as she is, Dr. Allen said. Merritt dug his fists into his eye sockets. Cleet's on my ass about that. I keep reminding him that she's lost her baby. That, coupled with her condition, how can he expect her not to be a little unstable? Everybody responds to tragedy differently. The Doc 34, Sandra Brown, said, trying to be helpful. Some people pitch themselves into their work, hoping to exhaust themselves so they don't have the energy to dwell on it. Some people find God, light candles, and pray. Some. I get it, Merritt snapped. My father-in-law doesn't. I'll talk to him if you'd like, Spence offered. The president barked a mirthless laugh. Cleet doesn't like you, Spence. You're the last person he'd want commenting on Vanessa's emotional health. She's not too crazy about you either. He turned back to the doctor. But you, George, maybe if you spoke with him, explained. I'll call him tomorrow and say that you told me about his concerns. I'll reassure him that she's being carefully monitored. Thanks. Merritt smiled as though the matter were closed. It's not just Cleet we've got to worry about, Spence said. Next year is an election year. This administration needs its first lady. We need Vanessa. We need her soon, and we need her well-adjusted and ready to campaign. He turned to the doctor. Can you deliver? Of course. There's no alternative. There's always an alternative. Spence's rejoinder moved like a chill wind through the room. Jesus, Spence, Merritt said. You sound about as cheerful as a death knell. Forget, Mr. Gloom and doom over there, George, he said, coming to his feet to shake hands with the physician. Vanessa's in your good hands, so I'm not going to worry. And thanks for explaining this Munchausen thing, although it was irrelevant to Robert's death. Peering deeply into the doctor's eyes, he added, Robert stopped breathing in his crib. Explanation exclusive 35 unknown. That was your official ruling, and you're standing by it. Correct? Absolutely, Sids. Dr. Allen finished his drink, then said his goodbyes. He'd better come through. Silence remarked when he and the president were alone. Have no fear, he will. But will Vanessa? She always has, hasn't she? Before, yes. Now, I'm not so sure she can pull herself together. Only Spencer Martin could have spoken this frankly to the president about the First Lady. While Merritt appreciated his top advisor's concern, he thought it was disproportionate to the problem. I stand by my decision. The public needed to see Vanessa do that interview. Silence, she looked great, sounded great. Silence was still frowning. Then why do I wish we'd never consented to it? I'm getting bad vibes. It bothers me that she made the initial contact with the reporter, not the other way around. That bothered me, too, at first, Merritt admitted, but it turned out all right. It was good PR for her and for us. As George said, no harm was done. When Silence failed to reply, the president looked at him sharply. Well, we'll see, Silence said in his foreboding way. E-165. All right? Who is he? Who? Barrie didn't even look up. In her lap was a pile of phone messages, cards, and letters from viewers, all relating to her SIDS series. In her most optimistic dreams, she'd never expected so great a response. You're a sly one, Barrie, hiding this one from us. 36. Sandra Brown. Finally, she raised her head. Oh, my God. The newsroom receptionist was completely hidden behind the enormous floral arrangement she had carried into Barrie's cubicle. Where do you want it? As always, the top of her desk was a hazard zone. The floor, I guess. After depositing the arrangement, the receptionist straightened up. Whoever he is, even if he looks like a toad, to lay out this many bucks for flowers, I say he's a keeper. Barrie had opened the card attached to the bouquet and was smiling. I'd say so too, but he's married. All the good ones are. Barrie passed the card to the woman whose eyes bugged when she read the familiar signature following the handwritten message. Her shriek brought several newsroom staffers crowding into the cubicle. Barrie reclaimed the card and fanned herself with it. Just a little token of appreciation from the president, extolling my talent and insight, praising me for the excellence of my series, and thanking me for the patriotic service I've performed. One more word and I'm going to puke. Howie had joined the group. Barrie laughed and replaced the card in its envelope. It would be something to show her grandchildren. You're just jealous because you're not a personal friend of the Merritts. Howie and her other coworkers ambled out, a few grousing about the luck of some people. When she was alone, Barrie placed a telephone call. Speaking softly, she asked, Are you free tonight? Are you serious? What have you got in your freezer? 2 steaks. I'll bring the wine. She glanced at the bouquet. And flowers. I'll be there in half an hour. Chapter 5. You call that half an hour? Stop bitching and give me a hand. Barrie, carrying the president's bouquet, 2 bottles of wine, and a grocery sack, wedged her way through the front door of Daly Welsh's house. You rob a new grave, or what? He asked. Read the card, smart-ass. He plucked the card from the floral arrangement and gave a low whistle. Pretty impressive. She smiled cheekily. All in a day's work. What are you going to do for an encore? Any other time, I'd offer a scathing comeback about your unfailing talent of throwing a wet blanket over everything good. but I'm tired, so I'll just let it pass and open the wine instead. That gets my vote. Together they went into the kitchen, which was the most appealing room by default. It was a singularly ugly house. Daly arm wrestled a stuck drawer to get the corkscrew. 38 Sandra Brown. "How are you?" she asked, showing her concern. "I'm not dead yet." But Ted Welsh, or Daly, as he was known to friends, looked like the next labored breath might be his last. He developed emphysema from smoking countless cigarettes during the countless days he had worked to provide the public with news. Fresh out of high school, he had begun working as a gopher on a daily newspaper, hence his nickname. He'd worked his way up the ranks and through several journalistic media to become news chief at a network affiliate TV station in Richmond, from which he'd taken an early retirement due to the rapid progression of his disease. Not yet old enough to receive Social Security, and probably never would. He lived on a modest pension. The steaks thawing on the countertop were actually ground meat patties. Fearing as much, Barrie had picked up 2 T-bones when she stopped to buy the wine. Daly sipped the Sonoma County vintage while she prepared their dinner. As he rolled his portable oxygen tank closer to his chair and out of her way, he said Cronkite will get a hard-on when he gets a whiff of those bones. Unlikely. He's been neutered. Oh, I forgot. You castrated even him. She slammed a jar of meat marinade onto the counter and turned to him. "Don't start that. But it's true. You deball every guy you meet. It's your way of rejecting a man before he can reject you. I haven't rejected you." "I don't count," he said on a wheezing laugh. "I'm too old and sick to get it up anyhow. I pose no threat. Which brings me to another point. You shouldn't waste your evenings coming to see me. If I'm the best you can do in the way of male companionship, your life's pretty pathetic. Exclusive 39. But I love you, Daly." She closed the distance between them and kissed his cheek. "Cut it out." He pushed her away. "And don't overcook those steaks. I want mine bloody." Barrie wasn't deceived by his gruffness. Her affection for him was reciprocated. Their friendship had gotten off to a rocky start, but it was now unshakable. They had reached a comfort level where deprecations were almost equivalent to endearments. "I'd take 20 years off my life for a cigarette," he remarked as they were enjoying after-dinner coffee in his living room. "You already have." "Oh, right." He was seated in his threadbare recliner, his breathing apparatus at the side of the chair. Plastic tubing fed oxygen from the portable tank directly into his nostrils. Across the room, Barrie was relaxing on the sofa. She pulled her feet up beneath her and hugged a throw pillow to her chest. "I was with someone else recently who was having a nicotine fit, someone you would never expect." "Who? It's confidential. Who am I going to tell?" "Nobody comes here but you." "You could have other friends over. You don't invite anyone. I can't stand their pity." "Then you should join a support group." "Who wants to spend time with a bunch of sickies, sucking wind?" "Literally. We've had this conversation before," she said in a sing-song voice. "Let's not do it again tonight." "Fine with me," he growled. "Who's the mystery smoker?" She hesitated. "Our First Lady, 40, Sandra Brown." His eyebrows lifted with interest. "No shit? Pre-interview jitters?" "No." "That day we met for coffee." "Now that you've interviewed her one-on-one, do you still think she's a dimwit?" "I never thought that." He gave her a look. "You've called her that a dozen times, sitting right where you are now. Mississippi Belle. Isn't that your nickname for her? You've described her as one of those women who never have an original thought or pretend not to. All her opinions are formed by men she fawns over, namely her father and her husband. She's vacuous and vapid. Have I left out anything?" "No, that about covers it." Sighing, Barrie absently traced the rim of her coffee cup with her finger. "That's still my opinion, but I also feel sorry for her. I mean, losing your baby, Lord." "So?" Barrie didn't realize that she'd lapsed into a thoughtful silence until Daly's question nudged her out of it. "So what? You're gnawing your inner cheek, a sure sign that something's on your mind. I've been waiting all evening for you to unload it, whatever it is." She could hide her feelings from everyone else, including herself, but never from Daly when she was puzzled or troubled or otherwise stressed. He homed in on it with the inner radar that had made him an excellent newsman. I don't know what it is, she told him honestly. It's just this itch at the back of your neck. Something like that. Probably means you're onto something, but you don't know what. Exclusive 41 Daly leaned forward in his chair, his eyes shining as brightly as those of a firehouse dog at the first clang of the bell. There was color in his cheeks, making him look healthier than he had in weeks, rejuvenated by the scent of a hot lead. His keen interest made Barrie feel guilty for having broached the subject. She was setting him up for a big disappointment. There probably was no story here. On the other hand, what harm could come from sharing a few thoughts? Maybe he could make sense of them, either that or he could tell her there was no life in her sketchy ideas. The Sid series has generated a lot of interest, she began. Did I tell you I got it on the bird? Her series had been fed to a satellite, allowing it national coverage. It's certainly given your career a kick in the butt, Daly said, which is what you wanted, isn't it? So what's the problem? She stared into her cup, swirling the coffee that had grown too cool to drink. When I first met with her, she was having understandable guilt feelings. So I reminded her that no one can be blamed for a crib death, that it just happens. Curiously, she said, does it? It was that question and the way she asked it that prompted me to research SIDS. Then I ran across a bizarre story of a woman who'd had 4 babies die of the syndrome, which later proved not to be the case. She had that Munchausen syndrome by proxy Barrie supplied. Some crib deaths are now coming under suspicion. Mothers are being charged with killing their own babies to get attention. Well, she took a deep breath and held it, raised her head, and gave him a puissant look. He held her stare for a noticeable length of time. Finally, he said, maybe I should adjust my oxygen level. I'm either 42 Sandra Brown, not getting enough, or I'm getting too much. For a minute there, I thought you were suggesting that the First Lady of the United States killed her own baby. Barrie set her cup on the coffee table and came to her feet. I did no such thing. Sounded like it. That's not what I'm suggesting, Daly, I swear. Then why all this cheek gnawing? I don't know, but something's not right. She dropped back onto the edge of the sofa and held her head between her hands. I've been with Vanessa Merritt twice in the last few weeks. The first time, she was as strung out as a junkie. On the second day of detox, a woman clearly on the verge of emotional collapse. The day of the interview, she was another person, entirely superior, cool, controlled, correct, and about as human as that coffee table. It was a good interview. It was passionless, Daly, and you know it. She shot back. His wince told her that he agreed. The interview with Mrs. Merritt should have been the highlight of the series. Instead, it was the low point. She was plastic. If she'd been like that the first time, I probably wouldn't have noticed. But the contrast between the first Vanessa Merritt and the second was dramatic. So she popped a couple of Valiums before she went on camera. Daly said, shrugging, probably. I'm sure she was medicated the night I saw her at that reception, either that or she was drunk. Gorgeous as ever, but vague, almost, afraid. The president covered. And that's another thing, she said, interrupting herself and launching into another tangent. He greeted me as though he and I were old chums. Naturally, I was flattered by his attention, but I thought it was odd. He was enthusiastic, exclusive 43 about the series before and after it was produced. I mean, look at those flowers. What they cost would have made a substantial dent in the national debt. Then that shoots your theory all to hell, doesn't it? He wouldn't feel that way toward you and your series if it had shed an unfavorable light on his wife. I'm just surprised by the palsy-walsy treatment. I've been covering the White House beat for a long time. Why all of a sudden are the president and I good friends? Barrie, you're a journalist. He's an incumbent facing re-election next year. He's got to schmooze all journalists, win the press, win the election. She had to concede the validity of Daly's explanation. David Merritt had, from his first term in Congress, known how to court the media. The love affair had lasted through his campaign for the presidency. The guilt was beginning to wear off the romance, although his media coverage remained largely favorable. But Barrie Travis was a small-time reporter who wielded zero influence. Why was he schmoozing her? Her mind darted from one puzzle to another as it had ever since her first meeting with Vanessa Merritt. She didn't stay with any one thought too long because she feared all of them were booby-trapped. I could probably shrug off the inconsistencies and still sleep nights, except for one thing, she told Daly. And I think this is the real kicker. When we completed the interview, she hugged me, Daly, continued playing devil's advocate. It was good, Parnot. It was an excuse. For what? To get close enough to whisper something in my ear that couldn't be overheard? She said, Battle, please help me. Don't you know what I'm trying to tell you? 44 Sandra Brown. Damn. My sentiments exactly Daily. That was the first and only time she displayed any honest emotion. She sounded desperate. What do you think she meant? How the hell should I know? It could mean, help me get my husband reelected, or help me generate public awareness of SIDS, or help me recover from my grief. It could mean anything or nothing. If it's nothing, Barrie said. But if it's something, the implications are explosive. He shook his head. I still don't buy it. Why would she kill her baby after trying so hard to have one? I thought we'd established that. Munchausen syndrome. She doesn't fit the profile, he argued. Women afflicted with the disorder are usually looking for sympathy and attention. Vanessa Merritt has outdistanced Princess Di in terms of press. She gets more attention than any other woman in the world, but does she get it from the one who really counts? The president? You think she's a neglected wife? And she did this to rattle his cage? It's a possibility. A slim one, but possible. Barrie stressed, look at the public sympathy Jackie Kennedy received when little Patrick died. She became an icon, for many more reasons than losing a newborn. But that tragedy contributed to the legend she became. Maybe this First Lady wants to create a similar aura for herself. Next theory, Daly said with a dismissive gesture. HIV, what if one of them is carrying the virus? The child could test positive. Mrs. Merritt couldn't risk the exclusive 45 humiliation of the world finding out about her or her husband's SEAL history. Another very slim possibility, Daly said. If either of them was HIV positive, it would have come out before now say when she got pregnant. The president gets routine physical checkups. A secret like that wouldn't remain a secret for very long. I suppose you're right, she thought about it for another moment. Maybe we're overlooking the obvious. What if her motive was plain of everyday spite? She impresses me as a woman accustomed to getting her way, a woman who wouldn't tolerate rejection. What's your point? She killed their son to punish the president for his affairs. Rumored affairs? Come on, Daly. Barrie groaned. Everybody knows he's a womanizer. He just hasn't been caught with a naked lady in bed with him yet, and until he is, and the 60 Minutes crew is there to tape it, and Mike Wallace gets his confession on video, his escapades remain a rumor. Mrs. Merritt must know. Of course she knows. But she'll smile and pretend that she doesn't, just like every wife of every horny public official has done throughout the history of elected office. I still think the woman-scorned motivation is a damn strong one. Daly tugged thoughtfully on his lower lip. Barrie, this story has won you industry attention. Positive attention this time. My moment in the limelight has nothing to do with this. You sure this series was so good? It's temporarily 46 Sandra Brown overshadowed the Justice Green debacle and proved your critics wrong. You deserve the accolades, but beware of getting greedy. You sure that you're not exploiting your sudden attention by inventing another story? Could you be using all this hype as a ticket out of professional purgatory? She was about to answer a firm and unarguable no, but she paused to re-examine her motives. Was she shaping the facts to suit her own purposes? Was she letting ambition color her objectivity? Worse, was she falling back into her habit of jumping to the wrong conclusion in order to create a much more dramatic story? Honestly, no. I've looked at this objectively and from every possible angle. The woman lost her child. For that, she has my heartfelt sympathy. But isn't it possible that instead of being a victim of cruel fate, she's the victim of unfathomable malice, which drove her to commit the worst crime imaginable? That's the question that's got its hooks into me. From the start, it smelled fishy. Why'd she call and invite me to meet her? She's never done that before, not with any reporter I know of. And while we were talking, it was as though she was trying to communicate something without coming right out and saying it. What if that something was a confession? If she were anyone other than the First Lady, I wouldn't have waited this long to investigate her story. I think I owe it to myself to dig a little deeper, and at the risk of sounding incredibly corny, I think I owe it to our nation. Okay, Daly said, let me ask you just one more thing. Shoot. What the hell are you hanging around here for? Chapter 6. After a week of zealously following leads that led nowhere, Barrie's ardor began to cool. All she had to show for the time she'd spent pursuing the story of Robert Rushton Merritt's death was frustration. She'd explored every angle that she and Daly had discussed, but none had panned out. She was trapped in a catch-22. The story called for a full-fledged investigation, which couldn't be conducted without revealing the story. To make matters worse, Howie's prostate was acting up again, of course. He had regaled her with all the disgusting details, so he'd been grumpier than usual. Jealous over the success of her series, he was assigning her the stories that other reporters refused to do, the ones placed last in the broadcast lineup. She covered them without complaint and as quickly as possible so she could spend more time on the story that consumed her. Even to consider that the First Lady might have smothered her baby son was treasonous. What was the penalty for treason these days? Public hanging? Firing squad? 48, Sandra Brown, Barrie had come to fear that she, not Vanessa Merritt, was suffering a mental breakdown. She was hearing voice inflections that weren't really there, reading hidden meanings into offhand remarks. She should give up this ridiculous notion and concentrate her efforts on the stories Howie doled out to her, rather than hitch her future to a star that would probably explode and form a black hole around her and her career. But she couldn't give it up. What if, after a few setbacks, Bernstein and Woodward had given up the Watergate story? She was in her cubicle, studying her notes in search of another new slant when the director of the evening news interrupted her concentration. "Yo, Barrie, the intro on the story you did for tonight, what about it?" There was a hum in the mic. "Howie says you should do an intro live from the set." She glanced at the clock on her desk. They were 8 minutes from airtime. In case you haven't noticed, I got soaked this afternoon just as we finished shooting the story. My hair's still wet. And your eye makeup is all. The hand gestures he made over his own face were discouraging. But it's either that or ditch the story. Howie says this is your big chance at stardom. I'm not holding my breath, she sighed, but to keep the peace, I'll do it. She grabbed her satchel. If anybody's looking for me, I'll be in the ladies' room. I'll be out here praying for a miracle. The director called after her. After the newscast, Barrie returned to her desk and checked her messages. One was from a crank who'd been calling her for years, claiming that the makers of a popular exclusive 49 laxative had put a voodoo hex on him that caused chronic constipation. One was from a newly acquired crank identifying herself as Charlene and reviling Barrie for being dense and just plain stupid. And one was from Anna Chen, her source at DC General. Anna, hi. Anna Chen's voice was hushed and cautious, and Barrie noticed that she hadn't addressed her by name. Although she obviously recognized her voice, Barrie automatically reached for a pad and pencil. "The matter we discussed a few days ago?" The hospital clerk began. "Yes, there's no copy available. I see." Barrie waited, sensing that the woman had more to say. "The procedure was never performed." Barrie swallowed hard. "Never performed, is it? An elective procedure? Under the unusual circumstances, wasn't it mandatory? Ordinarily, yes, but in this instance, the attending doctor determined that it wasn't necessary. He ordered that the procedure be waived, and it was Dr. George Allen, the president's personal physician, had ordered the coroner not to perform an autopsy. Barrie bore down so hard on her pencil that the lead broke. "Are you certain?" "I've got to go. Just a few more questions. I'm sorry." Anna Chen hung up. Barrie stuffed her notes into her satchel, grabbed her raincoat and umbrella, and rushed from the newsroom. 50 Sandra Brown. She hadn't actually expected Anna Chen to be waiting for her in her office at the hospital. Nevertheless, she was disappointed to end the office locked and dark. Back in her car, she used her cellular phone. "Do you have a telephone directory?" she asked Daly the moment he answered. "Good evening to you, too. No time for civilities." Responding to her urgency, he asked, "Metro DC, start there. Look up a residence listing for Anna Chen. Chen. Who's she? I can't say. Oh, a source. What's up?" Too long to tell over the phone. "Saw you on the news tonight," he said. Barrie heard pages flipping in the background. "How'd I look? I've seen worse. That bad? How are you coming on the Chens? No, Anna, but there's an A Chen. Give me that one, phone number and address, please." The hospital clerk lived in a recently remodeled building in Adams Morgan, a funky, ethnically rich neighborhood. The building's restoration hadn't included an elevator, so Barrie was short of breath by the time she reached the third-floor apartment. Not wanting to give Anna Chen an opportunity to avoid her, she hadn't called ahead. She was relieved to hear a TV through the door. She rang the bell. The TV was muted immediately. She sensed that she was being viewed through the peephole, and exclusive 51 the door. "Please, Anna, I must speak with you." After what seemed a long time, bolts were unlatched. Then a chain lock allowed the door to be opened a few inches. Through the crack, Barrie saw only half of Anna Chen's pretty face. "What are you doing here? You shouldn't have come as long as I did. May I come in?" "What do you want? What do I want? Isn't that obvious?" "I want to ask why an autopsy wasn't done on." "I'm closing the door now. Please don't disturb me again." Anna Barrie wedged her foot in the door. "I don't understand. You can't just call and dump something like that on me and then not, I don't know what you're talking about." Barrie was incredulous. "Anna, what's going on? I don't get it." And then she did. The woman's beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with terror. Lowering her voice to a whisper, Barrie said, "Have you been instructed not to speak to me? Please, just go." "Did someone warn you against talking to me? Were you threatened? By whom, Anna? Your superiors at the hospital? Someone in the medical examiner's office? Dr. Allen?" Still keeping her voice low, she said urgently, "You won't be named as my source. I swear it. Just nod if I'm right." "Dr. George Allen ordered the coroner's office not to perform an autopsy." "Did that mandate come from the president himself?" Again, the frightened young woman tried to close the door, which now felt like a vice on Barrie's instep. "Anna, please tell me what you know." "I don't know anything. Go away. Leave me alone." 52 Sandra Brown, the Asian woman, threw all 95 of her pounds against the door. Barrie wisely removed her foot. She was left standing in the hallway, staring at the brass figures on the door designating the apartment as 3C and wondering just who the hell had muzzled Anna Chen and why Vanessa Merritt switched off the TV in her private chambers. She'd been channel surfing when she happened to catch Barrie Travis on the WVUE news set. How could the girl be so stupid? Why hadn't she picked up the hint? But then, in some respects, Vanessa was relieved that she hadn't. She didn't really want her secret exposed, but she didn't know how long she could stand keeping it to herself. Either way, she was afraid it would kill her. She poured herself another glass of forbidden wine. To hell with the reprimands from her doctor, her father, and her husband. How could they possibly know what she needed or didn't need? They couldn't possibly understand how she had suffered. They were teamed up against her. They. The thought drifted away before it was completed. That was happening frequently. She couldn't seem to hold a thought for more than a few seconds before it slipped away. What had she been thinking about? The baby? Yes, always. But there was something else. When her eyes strayed back to the TV, she remembered Barrie Travis. The dumb bitch. Did she have to be hit by a 2x4 before she caught on? Why hadn't she gotten it, or had she, but was too afraid to act on it? Was she stupid, or was she a coward? Whatever, the result was the same. No help could be expected from that quarter. Vanessa had thought herself clever to use the reporter as a vessel. The idea had hatched when she'd spotted Barrie, exclusive 53, at a recent press conference on the East Lawn. Wasn't she the one who'd broken the story of Supreme Court Justice Greene's death? Wasn't it she who'd asked an incredibly dumb question at a press conference that had caused a spontaneous burst of laughter? Barrie Travis's poor credibility had made her a perfect choice for Vanessa's purposes, which was to drop a few hints to an irresponsible reporter. Someone who would get the ball rolling would begin asking questions that seemed outlandish at first, but to which the important players eventually would seek answers. If Vanessa had planted the seeds of her story with one of the network heavyweights, she would have been dangerously exposed. This way it would get out, but not directly through her. So she had hoped. Obviously, Barrie Travis had been a poor choice. She wasn't only reckless, she was brainless. So where could she turn next? Out of habit, Vanessa reached for her telephone. "Hi, Daddy." "Hello," the senator said. "I was going to call you later. How are you doing?" "Fine. Quiet evening at home." "David's making a speech to some labor union convention. I forget where. Want me to come over and keep you company?" "No, but thanks." "She couldn't drink as much when her father was around. You shouldn't be alone, sweetheart." "David's coming back tonight. It'll be late, but he promised to wake me." After a pause during which she could envision her father's steep frown, he said, "Maybe you should go back to 54 Sandra Brown, your gynecologist. See if he can give you some hormones or something." He attributed all female ailments to a hormonal imbalance. That would hurt George's feelings. "Screw George and his feelings," the senator boomed. "We're talking about your health here. George is a nice guy, and I assume he's a competent physician for routine stuff, like bellyaches and flu shots. But you need a specialist. You need a psychiatrist." "No, Daddy. No, I don't. Everything is under control. Losing little Robert has thrown your whole system out of kilter." Vanessa took a sip of wine to deaden the sharp pain of remorse that his words sent through her. David wouldn't approve. The First Lady can't have a shrink. It can be handled confidentially. Besides, who'd think badly of you for getting some help when you need it most? I'll talk to David about it. "No, baby. Please, Daddy. Don't worry him. I'll get through it. It's just going to take me a little more time than we thought." She had learned at the knee of the master, Senator Cletus Armbruster, how to practice politics. By the time they said goodnight, she had his promise not to confront David about her health. To calm herself, she washed down another Valium with her wine, then floated into the bathroom and changed into a nightgown and robe. Propped up in bed, she tried to attend to some personal correspondence, but she couldn't control her fountain pen. She tried to read the new bestseller that had everybody talking, but she found it difficult to focus her eyes and make sense of the words. She was about to give up and turn out the lamp when someone exclusive 55 knocked on her door. She got out of bed and crossed the room. "Vanessa?" She opened the door. "Hello, Spence. Were you asleep?" "I was reading." Spence never failed to rattle her. She ran her fingers through her hair. "What do you want? The president asked me to check on you." "Really?" she said sarcastically. "He regretted having to leave you alone tonight. Why should tonight be any different?" Spencer Martin's eyes didn't even flicker. It took a lot more than impertinence to provoke him. Even when provoked, he didn't show it. That had been part of his training. The Nixon administration had had Gordon Liddy, who bore a scar in the center of his palm from holding it over a candle flame until the flesh melted. Liddy had nothing over Spencer Martin. He was scary in his own right, and invaluable to the president. "Can I get you anything?" he asked with aloof courtesy. "Like what?" "Anything. Don't trouble yourself." "It's no trouble, I assure you. How are you feeling?" "Fucking great. How are you feeling?" "You're upset. Let me call Dr. Allen to come over." "I don't need him," she shouted. "What I need—" She paused to gather stamina. "What I need is for somebody around here to acknowledge that I had a son and that he's dead. It's been acknowledged, Vanessa. Why dwell on it? What's the point in belaboring the fact that your son— say his name, you bastard?" She lunged forward and grabbed the lapels of his perfectly tailored jacket. "It's hard for 56 Sandra Brown, you and David, to call him by name, isn't it? Your consciences won't let you." "Say it," she shouted. "Say it right now." A Secret Service agent rushed into the room. "Mr. Martin, is something wrong? The First Lady isn't well," he said. "Call Dr. Allen to come immediately." Spence backed her into her room and closed the door. "Going to lock me in my room, Spence." "Not at all. If you want to make a spectacle of yourself in front of the staff, be my guest," he said smoothly, gesturing toward the door. Vanessa lapsed into sullen silence, but defiantly poured herself another glass of wine. By the time the doctor arrived, she had finished that one and was having another. "She's drunk, George," Spence announced. She fought off Dr. Allen when he tried to examine her. "Vanessa, your medication doesn't allow you to drink this much," Spence then ordered him to give her something to shut her up. "I really shouldn't. I have to increase the dosage to make it effective. I don't care what you have to do," said the man of steel. Vanessa bared her arm. "Give me the goddamn drug? The only time I know any peace is when I'm asleep. And as Spence pointed out, I'm not sleepy, I'm drunk." As the drug cruised through her system, David came striding into the room. He was obviously furious over the scene she'd created while he was away. "Too damn back, Mr. President," she thought, although she was too relaxed now to articulate the words. He and Spence and Dr. Allen conducted a tense, hushed conversation at the foot of her bed. At the conclusion of it, she heard Spence say, "We can't let this go on any longer." Exclusive 57. What precisely did that mean? She had wished for sweet oblivion, but now she struggled to fight it off. She was in a deep sleep when they came for her just before dawn. Chapter 7. J. Resident Merritt concluded his telephone conversation with Barrie Travis and turned to his advisor. "What do you think?" Spencer Martin had heard every word over the speakerphone. "She was fishing, but you handled it well," he replied. "You declined her request, but you did it graciously. Did her call go through Dalton?" "Yes." "She played it by the book. Then it was even more gracious of you to turn her down personally. I guess she thought there was no harm in asking for an exclusive with you to discuss your campaign strategy. Apparently she's now on a first-name basis with Vanessa, and you sent her those flowers. It's natural for her to think she has an inside track to the Oval Office." David Merritt stared through the windows overlooking the carefully tended grounds of the White House. Visitors were queued up along the iron picket fence waiting to take the standard tour, during which they'd gawk at the dinnerware of former presidents. Privately, he scorned the American public, but he loved Exclusive 59 being their president, and he was going to hate relinquishing this address, even after his second term. He never considered that there wouldn't be a second. Being reelected was a foregone conclusion. It was in the program he'd set for himself back in that trailer park in Biloxi. With very few deviations, everything had gone according to his master plan. Nothing would be allowed to interfere with the future that David Malcolm Merritt had outlined for himself. Nothing. As though reading his mind, Spence said, "Wonder why she threw in that last question about Vanessa. My wife's well-being is on everybody's mind these days. It would have been more suspicious if she hadn't mentioned her." "I suppose," Spence said. His lack of conviction brought Merritt around, a question in his expression. Spence shrugged. "It's just that several weeks ago, Barrie Travis appeared out of nowhere. Now every time we turn around, she pops up," he swore beneath his breath. "What was Vanessa thinking when she pulled that stunt, and why is this reporter still hungry? I can understand her snooping around DC General before her Sid series, but why after?" "That bothered me too," Merritt admitted. "But her source was made to see the error of her ways. I think Miss Travis will find it very hard to cultivate another source at that hospital. Barrie Travis might think her sources were secret, but Spence's were more so. The president hadn't asked in what manner or by whom Anna Chen had been confronted about leaking confidential information to the press. He'd merely been assured by Spence that the matter had been handled, and if that's what Spence said, it was safe to etch it in stone. Spence was good that way. If a problem arose, he took 60 Sandra Brown care of it. No explanation required, no rationalization, no argument. Spence was hassle-free, unlike their friend Gray Bondurant, who had insisted on knowing the why and wherefore of every damn executive request. When action was called for, David Merritt wanted action without having to justify it. He wanted expediency and didn't give a damn about the integrity of the deed. Gray did. Integrity was a big thing to Gray. I think Barrie Travis is just an overzealous reporter. She had her 15 minutes, and that's stretching it, and now she's trying to maximize her brush with fame. Unfortunately, she's become a nuisance." The president chuckled. "She's a screw-up and everybody knows it. Relax. She's not smart enough to do any serious damage." "I don't know, David," Spence said worriedly. "I think she's smarter than she's given credit for. If not for that one well-publicized gaffe, she could have been a media force to contend with. Her damned tenacity speaks volumes about her character, or her recklessness and blind ambition. Either way, if she stays on this, it could hurt us." Merritt looked at his advisor. Words between them were often unnecessary. Like guerrilla fighters picking their way through an enemy-infested jungle, they could communicate without words, their eyes alone warning each other of possible hazards. This was one of those times. If you'd feel better about it, Spence, stay on top of it. I'd feel better about it. Barrie stared thoughtfully at her shorthand transcript of her telephone conversation with President Merritt. She could find no fault with anything he'd said or how he'd said it. It had been a friendly little chat. He'd been firm but polite, exclusive 61 when refusing her request for an exclusive interview. But that hadn't disappointed or even surprised her. Asking for one had only been a pretext. The purpose of the call had been to inquire about the First Lady. Since that windy, cloudy day when she'd met Vanessa Merritt for cappuccino, Barrie had been looking for drama beneath every brick in Washington. There was none to be found. Sources had turned mute. The pager she wore 24 hours a day, the number of which only her sources and Daily knew, hadn't beeped once, so she'd broken the rules and phoned them. Nobody knew a thing. She'd been ready to concede that her imagination had run away with her, and not for the first time. Then the mysterious incident with Anna Chen had jump-started her sputtering conviction. The very next morning, Dalton Neely had called a press conference to announce that Mrs. Merritt was going into seclusion for an unspecified period of time. Following that shocking opener, he'd read a brief statement from the president. "Senator Armbruster and I believe that Vanessa's responsibilities as First Lady haven't allowed her time to wholly recover from the tragic demise of our son. We've impressed upon her how valuable she is to us as an individual and as a patriot. She owes it to her family and to her country to be fully restored physically and emotionally before resuming the grueling schedule she imposes upon herself. For that purpose, she's taking an extended rest." Questions from the floor had been entertained. This recuperative rest would be under Dr. George Allen's supervision. Neely had said in response to one he had flatly denied that any alcohol or other substance abuse was involved. Barrie herself had shouted above her colleagues to ask when the First Lady might return. She'd been told it was too soon to speculate. 62 Sandra Brown. Since then, Neely had given the news-starred media periodic updates on Mrs. Merritt's condition. According to Dr. Allen, she was responding favorably to the rest and relaxation. This morning, when Barrie had spoken to the president, he had thanked her for asking after his wife and promised to pass along her regards. She was improving rapidly, doing exceptionally well. He couldn't be more pleased by her progress. Everything was just so peachy fucking keen. "Like hell it is," Barrie muttered. The back of her neck was itching again. Something wasn't right. She reached for her telephone. "DC General? How may I direct your call?" "Anna Chen, please." "Ms. Chen no longer works here." "Excuse me? Ms. Chen no longer works here. Can someone else help you?" No, thanks." Barrie hung up quickly and tried Anna Chan's home number. A pleasant, computer-generated voice told her the number was no longer in service. In less than 5 minutes, Barrie was in her car, speeding to Anna Chan's apartment building. She jogged up the 3 flights of stairs and pressed the bell on the door of 3C. After ringing it several times, it became apparent that the apartment was empty. Frustrated, she rang the doorbell of the neighbor across the hall. Pressing her ear to the door, she heard motion inside and a whispered conversation. "Hello," she called out, knocking on the door. "I'm looking for Ms. Chen." The neighbor was a young executive type with a sleek ponytail and a monogrammed shirt open to the waistband of his slacks, which obviously had been hastily zipped. A corner of his shirt tail was caught in the fly, looking beyond exclusive 63. His shoulder, Barrie saw that he was entertaining a young lady. They were having a picnic lunch on the living room floor. "I'm sorry to disturb. If you're looking for Anna, she moved," he said, obviously in a hurry to return to lunch, or whatever. "When?" "Sometime last week." "Friday, Thursday maybe, before the weekend, because the super had the apartment cleaned on Saturday. There were workmen in and out all day. Do you have any idea where she moved?" "No, but she works at DC General. Not any longer, she doesn't." "Huh, then I'm clueless." "Thanks for coming." Daily, Barrie entered her house through the back door. The kitchen was filled with aromatic steam. How could I resist such a gracious invitation? Be there at 7, start dinner. Daly was at the stove stirring a pot of spaghetti sauce, a Christmas apron tied around his waist. She vaguely remembered getting the apron as a gift a couple of years ago and hadn't seen it since. She wondered where Daly had found it. "Smells delicious." She batted down Cronkite, who was in a frenzy over her arrival. "Have you fed him?" A raw meatball, which he swallowed whole. Daly set aside his spoon and turned to her. "How come I had to get out at the corner, walk down the alley and come in through the back door? Are we playing spy or what?" After dinner, 64 Sandra Brown. He held her to that promise. As soon as the dishes were cleared, they made themselves comfortable in her living room. At least Daly was comfortable, seated in an overstuffed armchair, Cronkite's large head resting in his lap. Barrie moved about the room restlessly. Twice she checked the front door to see that it was locked and bolted. She closed the window blinds, making it impossible for anyone outside to see in. "What in hell is going on?" Daly asked. She held her finger vertically against her lips and turned on the TV. She set the volume at an ear-splitting level, then moved an ottoman close to Daly's chair. "You'll probably think I'm over-dramatizing," she said, "but I think I'm being watched. I had my cell phone disconnected this afternoon. From here on, I don't want any phone records. When we talk, we have to be very careful about what we say, especially about Vanessa Merritt." He nodded toward the blaring TV set. "You think the house has been bugged? Nothing would surprise me." She filled him in on Anna Chen's disappearance, adding, "I talked to the super of the building. She gave no notice, just paid out her lease, packed up and took off. She could have a dozen reasons for leaving. Another job, another apartment. She left no forwarding address either at the hospital or with the super. That's odd for someone who's just relocating. Maybe she's trying to shake a bad-tempered boyfriend. She was frightened, but not of a violent ex-boyfriend. She was afraid of being seen talking to me. Somebody knew she'd leaked information to me, and she'd been spooked into shutting up." Exclusive 65 Daly tugged at his lower lip, saying nothing. "Why wasn't an autopsy performed on that baby?" Barrie continued. "Dr. Allen wasn't present when he died. In an accidental death, law mandates an autopsy to determine the cause. We're talking about the President and First Lady of the United States, Barrie. The law can be bent. If your child had suddenly died for no apparent reason, wouldn't you want to know exactly why? Why would the Merritts object to an autopsy if they had nothing to hide? Lots of people object to autopsies." Daly waved his hand in dismissal. Next argument. "I keep going back to Vanessa's strange messages to me. Could they have been implied confessions? If she murdered her baby, why would she confess? Deep down, she wants her crime to be exposed. She wants to be punished. You know, the more you talk, the sicker she gets, and where is she?" Barrie asked impatiently while still keeping her voice low. "At High Point?" The Merritt's private getaway on the Shenandoah River was a couple of hours' drive southwest of Washington. "That would stand to reason," Daly said, "although the official word is that she's resting in an undisclosed location. If she's only resting and is otherwise healthy, why all the secrecy?" If his daughter was seriously ill, Clete Armbruster would be right in the middle of it, Daly said. He'd have her in the best medical facility in the country, undergoing every kind of test they've got. Have you talked to anyone in his office? I've tried. Neely's statements have become his staff's mantra. 66 Sandra Brown. If her health was at risk, the senator wouldn't be satisfied with an extended rest. He'd fight hell or high water to get the best treatment available. Likewise, if the senator knew that she had committed murder, he would fight equally hard to cover it up and protect her. Shit, Daly said. I walked right into that one. You keep placing these obstacles in my path, she said crossly. You don't want me to be right. I don't want you to be wrong. I don't want you to go out on a limb with a chainsaw in your hand like you did with the Justice Green story and others. This bears no resemblance to those. None at all. And I don't want it to. After a series of fiascos, you're just now regaining some credibility. Can you imagine the shit storm these theories of yours will create if they get leaked? Can you imagine how far and fast my career will soar if my theories prove to be right? Before you start fantasizing about your own magazine show, you'd better acknowledge what you've got. A hunch, Barrie, that's it. A hunch, which in journalism amounts to zero. No, it doesn't, she argued emphatically. Unless you're actually there when somebody jumps off a ledge, or an airplane crashes, or a killer is caught standing over the body with a smoking gun in his hand. Every good story begins with a hunch, a gut instinct that tells you there's more to the situation than meets the eye. You probably won't believe this daily, but my motives aren't purely selfish. I'm concerned for Vanessa. She was stretched about as thin as I've ever seen anyone stretched. Say I'm way off base and the baby died of SIDS, as reported. Maybe grief has driven her insane. If she's becoming an embarrassment to the White House, isn't it? Exclusive 67. Possible that they shuttled her off somewhere to keep her out of the public eye. You think the president is holding her against her will? Put that way, her hypothesis sounded ludicrous. That would be totally implausible, wouldn't it? No more implausible than anything else we've tossed around. He thought about it for a moment. Then again, power has its own unique psychology. History has shown that to some presidents, any means justified the end. I guess that could extend to the sequestering of an emotionally unbalanced first lady who might stand in the way of re-election. Barrie shuddered. God, our theories only get worse. They're still just theories, Barrie. Stop reminding me, she muttered. That's my job. You're no longer my boss. True, I'm just your friend. Look, Barrie. He paused to take a few wheezing breaths. You've got the world's approval now. For once, go easy on yourself. She resented his tone. Psychology time, daily time to open up Barrie's head and see what makes her tick. I already know what makes you tick. More importantly, you know too. Then why discuss it? She said angrily. Can you look me in the eye and tell me that your motivation for pushing forward with this dangerous story has nothing to do with winning the approval of two people who, yes, I can look you in the eye and tell you that. Besides, no matter what my motivation is, it's a story that needs to be told. Agreed? If the story is indeed there, yes, he answered grudgingly. 68 Sandra Brown. Okay, so stop bringing up my scar-inflicting childhood and help me. How? Who would talk to me? Senator Armbruster. Daly shook his head. No matter what he believed in his heart, he'd take the company line and defend it with his dying breath. He's a politician down to his toenails. He wouldn't malign anybody his party placed in the White House, even if it was Jack the Ripper. And certainly not his son-in-law. Almost single-handedly, he put David Merritt in office. Okay, so who else knows the Merritts that intimately? If there was someone close to them who'd had a falling out, someone who, suddenly a fresh thought yanked her up straight. That soldier who rescued the hostages, Bondurant. Bondurant, yes, Gray Bondurant. Gray. Right, Gray. He was thick as thieves with the Merritts. Maybe he'd talk to me? It hurt Barrie to hear the rasp, gasp, rattle in Daly's laugh. You'd have better luck getting an interview with one of the faces on Mount Rushmore. They're a lot friendlier and more talkative than Bondurant. He's about as approachable as a cobra. What's his story? Where'd he come from? Daly shrugged. Your guess is as good as anybody's. He didn't just materialize when Merritt appointed him as advisor, she said with frustration. But it looks that way, Daly remarked. Spencer Martin is just as secretive. What's known about them before the Merritt administration wouldn't fill a thimble. My opinion, they cultivate that mysterious aura. What for? Exclusive 69 effect, I imagine. What did Bondurant do before the rescue mission? Planned it, I guess. The three of them, Martin, Bondurant, and Merritt, had Marine recon training. Of the three, the president is the most polished, the natural politician. Spencer Martin is a devious sneak. He fits his role in the administration to a T. And Bondurant, he's the most complex of the trio. Want to know something? The guy always scared the shit out of me. Truth be known, I think he scared the shit out of the president too. I thought Merritt fired him because he had become a little too attached to Vanessa, Daly grunted. How come you're so rusty on this? Where were you when this was going on? It wasn't that long ago. Howie was mad at me for something or other, so he had me covering alleged misconduct in professional wrestling. I missed out on Bondurant's return and then his split from Washington. Actually, there wasn't much to miss. Bondurant had every reporter in Washington frustrated. He dodged cameras and granted no interviews. The tabloids printed their usual tripe, but of course they didn't give the true story. What was the true story? I don't know. But if Merritt had thought that Bondurant was humping the First Lady, why would he have picked him to lead that rescue mission? He made Bondurant a national hero. That doesn't sound like the act of a jealous husband, does it? Daly wagged his index finger at her. And there's another fact you've got wrong. The president didn't fire him. Following the mission, he asked Bondurant to resume his position at the White House. Bondurant said, "Thank you, but no." 70. Sandra Brown. How do you know all this? You're not the only one with sources, Missy. I may have one foot in the grave, but the other one is still welcome in several camps in Washington. If you're so in the know, where is Bondurant now? He moved someplace out west, to one of those square states. Chapter 8. She went so far as to invite him to lunch. They went to his favorite deli. She even let him eat before pleading her case. "Please, Howie, give me the green light. A few days should do it." He mopped up the juice from his meatball sandwich with the last scrap of bread and stuffed it into his mouth. Chewing, he said, "Travel's expensive, you know. We've got no budget for it. I'll pay as I go with my own money. I'll keep receipts. The station can reimburse me later, but only if I produce the story." She hoped this self-sacrifice would win him over. It also heightened her incentive to produce an exclusive that would electrify the nation, which she believed she was on the brink of doing. Only a story of this magnitude would have compelled her to break bread with Howie Fripp. He ruminated on a raw onion in her request. "Where are you going?" "I can't say." 72 Sandra Brown. You expect me to give you the go-ahead when you won't tell me where you're going or what the story is. It's explosive. Secrecy is the key to breaking it. She lowered her voice to a hush and leaned in closer, although the onion and garlic fumes emanating from his mouth caused her eyes to tear. If word got out that I was working on this, it could be dangerous for anyone who knew. "Gimme a break," he moaned. "Why don't you try selling that crock of shit over at NBC? Some schmuck over there might actually buy it." "Thanks, Howie. I was hoping you'd say that." She reached for her satchel. At first taken aback, Howie narrowed his eyes shrewdly. "How come you're not sore?" "Because now I can go to Jenkins with a clear conscience. I didn't want to jump the chain of command, so I asked you first. Since you've denied my request, I'm clear to go to the GM. The mention of WVU's general manager struck terror in Howie Fripp's heart. "Jenkins will back my decision," he said, feigning confidence. "He'll laugh himself sick, because you had the gall to ask for travel time." "I don't think so," Barrie said cheerfully. "Didn't I tell you about the memo he wrote me?" Howie narrowed his eyes again. "It was a glowing review of my Sid series. He wants me to do more special reports like that. He says my talent is being squandered on crap stories. He'd also like me to do some public service programming, maybe some outside PR, too, like personal appearances, speeches, things like that." She frowned. "I thought he would have mentioned it to you by now. No, well, I guess he's just so busy, he hasn't gotten around to it yet." Exclusive 73. She was making it up as she went along, but he was swallowing it. "I'll think about it," he grumbled. "No need, really. Forget it. I'll just take it up with Jenkins." "Wait, hold it. Give me a minute, for Chrissike. You sprang this on me without giving me any warning." While mulling it over, he nibbled on his kosher dill spear. "Do you swear the story is that big?" "Huge, gargantuan." He ogled a young woman jogging past the window, took another bite of pickle, scratched his armpit. Okay, you can take a few days, but you'd better not be jerking me off. She shuddered at the thought. Welcome to the Ponderosa, Barrie said to herself as she drove through the open gate and up the gravel drive to Gray Bondurant's house, traveling under an assumed name, using a fake ID made for her by an ex-con, one of Daly's more unsavory sources, and paying with cash so as not to leave a paper trail. Barrie arrived at her destination in the late afternoon. She hoped her safety precautions were overkill, but she was taking no chances. Even by northwestern Wyoming standards, Bondurant's property was off the beaten path. The single-story ranch house was set against a grove of aspens that were just taking on their spectacular autumn color. In order to reach the house, she'd driven across a stream where clear water gurgled over a stone creek bed. The house was constructed of log and stone. A covered porch ran the width of it. 3 horses were grazing in a paddock. Toward the back were a barn that looked older than the '74 Sandra brown house and a detached garage that stood open and empty except for a snowmobile. Several cords of firewood were stacked against the exterior wall of the garage. Other than the horses, there was no sign of life. Now that she was here, Barrie suffered a severe case of tummy butterflies. The surrounding terrain was rugged and intimidating. The mountain range made her feel small and insignificant, as no doubt Gray Bondurant would consider her. Alighting from the rental car, she wondered exactly what she would say to him by way of introduction. From what little she'd heard and read about him, she knew chances weren't good that he would welcome her with open arms. Her flutters were for naught. He wasn't at home. She realized it after several minutes of ringing the doorbell and knocking. Damn, she was mentally pumped up for the encounter with the former Marine. She'd gone to too much trouble and personal expense to retreat this soon. Even an immediate drive back to Jackson Hole held no appeal. Deciding to wait for Bondurant's return, she sat in the rush-seated rocking chair on the front porch. The view of the Tetons was breathtaking, so she was content to sit and rock while contemplating this marvel of nature. However, it wasn't long before she became aware of another of nature's phenomenons, this one biological. She needed a bathroom. After another 15 minutes, she left her satchel in the chair and returned to the front door. Since the garage had been left open, there was a good chance that the house had been left unlocked. It was. The door opened directly into a living area. Exposed beams supported the high ceiling. An enormous fireplace dominated the stone wall at the far end of the room. The decor was thoroughly masculine. Large pieces of furniture were upholstered in forest green suede. The windows were unadorned woven wool rugs looking like large saddle bland exclusive 75 cats dotted the hardwood floor. The silence was absolute, without so much as a clock ticking. The room smelled faintly of wood smoke and man, the male essence was so strong, so pervasive that Barrie turned her head quickly, almost expecting to see Bondurant materialize out of thin air. Chiding herself for acting foolish, she walked quickly through the central room and found her way to a large bedroom. Here again the surfaces were hard with the exception of the unmade bed, which she purposefully avoided looking at. She went into the adjoining bathroom. A single toothbrush hung from the rack above the sink. Towels were folded on a shelf. A shirt hung on a brass hook on the back of the door. She couldn't resist the impulse to touch it. Cotton, unstarched, comfy. The bathroom was basically neat, although she noticed that the cap on a bottle of cologne was dusty from disuse. She was tempted to open the mirrored medicine cabinet and take a peek inside, but decided that would be a gross invasion of privacy. After using the toilet, she rinsed her hands and dried them on a towel hanging from a chrome ring mounted in the wall. The towel was slightly damp. Not too long ago, he'd dried his face or hands on it. She found that slightly disconcerting and experienced a queer sensation in her midsection. Again, she was powerfully aware of the house's occupant as though he were there, just invisible. The quiet and seclusion were making her weird. Barrie decided. She retraced her steps through the bedroom, promising her absent host that as soon as she got a drink of water, she'd be out of there. She located the kitchen with no problem. There was a 6-pack of beer in his fridge, no bottled water, no soft drinks. 76 Sandra Brown. She settled on water from the tap, adding several ice cubes taken from a freezer stocked with cuts of beef and little else. Holding to her promise, she returned to the porch to continue her wait. Surely he would be back before dark. He wouldn't have left his house unlocked if he planned to be away for any significant length of time. An orange sunset segued into a purple dusk. Stars came out, more stars than she'd ever seen, having lived in a city all her life. The Milky Way cut a ghostly swath directly overhead. With the onset of darkness, the temperature dropped. For warmth, she wrapped her arms around herself. In spite of the cold, she kept falling asleep, her chin hitting her chest whenever her head dropped forward. Her body was 2 hours ahead of mountain time, and her alarm clock had gone off at 5 that morning. "This is nuts," she said, teeth chattering. Before she could talk herself out of it, she went back into the house and lay down on the long suede sofa. Seconds after laying her head on the cushion, she fell asleep. Chapter 9, 7, he billiard balls clacked, and Howie Fripp emitted an obnoxious snort when his shot sank one into the pocket. "My game? How many's that?" "3. Wooey. $15 unless you want to make it the best 5 of 7. "No thanks. You'd clean me out." Howie reached for the 3 $5 bills his opponent extended toward him. He stuffed the money into his pocket and would have made another cocky comment about his extraordinary win when something in the other man's eyes warned him that gloating might not be a good idea. "The least you can do is buy me a drink." The loser of the tournament was smiling, but thinly. "A drink?" Sure, Howie said. "What do you have?" He asked for vodka on the rocks. Howie went to the bar and placed the order. He carried the vodka and a beer for himself back to the table where the man had chosen to sit. "I can't stay out too late," Howie said as he rejoined him. Actually, he was ready to leave now. The guy had 78. Sandra Brown ordered the vodka by brand. A round or two of drinks with him could liquidate Howie's winnings. "I gotta be at work early." The man took a sip of his drink. "What line of work are you in?" "Broadcast journalism." Howie boasted, shaking salt into his beer. "Voo. You're on TV?" "Nah, I don't do that on-air shit. That's a job for idiots, talking heads. No. I assign news stories to the reporters, so you're more or less responsible for what gets on the air." "I'm entirely responsible for what gets on the air," basking in the man's interest. Howie elaborated and embroidered. "It's up to me which reporter covers which story, which stories get canned and which get airtime and how much airtime they get. On any given day, I got to make a million decisions. That's a very responsible position. I thrive on pressure," he said expansively. The man seated across from Howie was the man Howie Fripp wanted to see in his own shaving mirror. Sometimes he even deluded himself into believing that he made the kind of impact on other people that this man had made on him. His new friend was a smooth talker. No matter what the situation, he would keep his cool. He hadn't even lost his temper when he was soundly defeated in 3 straight games of pool. He was the kind of guy who inspired uncontrollable lust in women and fearful respect in men. "You must be on top of everything going on," the man remarked. "You get the news before anybody?" "That's right. So, what's cooking?" Howie searched his mind for something that would exclusive 79 impress this impressive individual. Well, let's see. I had a reporter at the scene of that triple shooting the other night, minutes after it happened. Got video of the bodies before they were covered up." The man gave a half smile and glanced down at his wristwatch. "And let's see. Well, I enjoyed our game. I'd better be going. But the biggest thing we've done lately was that series on SIDS, crib death," Howie said, hoping to regain the man's attention. "Yeah, bingo. It was my idea to do it. Sort of a follow-up to The President's Kid, tragic thing. We got an interview with the First Lady. That was a real coup. She doesn't grant that many interviews, does she? It was a WVUE exclusive. How'd you swing it? You know how it is. I made some calls, cashed in a few favors." He shrugged in a way that said dealing with the White House was no big deal. "You want another drink?" "No, thanks. If I get drunk, I might agree to let you whip me in another round." The man grinned. Howie grinned back. He didn't have any friends to speak of. Maybe he was making a friend. The thought of it made him practically giddy. "I saw that interview with the First Lady," the man remarked. "Very incisive. What was the reporter's name?" "Barrie Travis." Howie told his new friend how he had come to hire her. At the time, she couldn't buy herself a job. I thought, what the fuck? Give her a chance and win some. Aide Sandra Brown points with the FCC in the bargain. "And she's pretty good looking." His new friend chuckled. "If we're forced to work with them, why not hire the pretty ones, right?" Howie leered. His new friend talked his language. "You got that right, buddy." He winked. "Barrie and me had a thing going for a while, but it got sticky, working with her and all, so I had to break it off. She was okay with it. Didn't cause me any grief like some of them do. Turned out to be a pretty good little reporter," she hustles. "Maybe a little too ambitious for her own good." "Really? How so?" Because of the success of her series, which I actually produced. She's got her head in the clouds and stars in her eyes. She's driving me nuts about this hot story she's on to." "Really?" His companion was no longer glancing at his wristwatch. He was leaning back comfortably in his chair, swirling the ice in his glass. "What's the story? Beats me? She won't say. Come on, who am I going to tell?" "I swear I don't know." "But she says if the story pans out the way she thinks, it'll make Watergate look like Mickey Mouse." The man's smile slipped a notch. Then it must be hot. Hot enough for her to take a few days off to do some research out of town. "Where?" The man's voice took on an edge that arrested Howie's fist halfway between the bowl of peanuts on the table and his mouth. Suddenly he felt that maybe he was being indiscreet, that maybe he shouldn't be blabbing so much about Barry's story. She wouldn't tell me. The man's smile returned. "Not even a hint?" Exclusive 81, none. "Your girl's full of secrets. She's a skirt. What can I say? Who can ever figure out a broad?" Howie reached for his beer to wash down the peanuts. "Well, it's late, and you've got to be at work early. Thanks for the drink." Howie scrambled up from his chair when his new friend rose. "I enjoyed it. You should have, you son of a gun. You're going home $15 richer." "Maybe we can do it again sometime," Howie said, hoping he didn't sound over-eager. He didn't want the guy to mistake him for a fag. "I'm here a couple of nights a week, whenever I don't have other plans. Just knocking back with the guys, Then I'll probably see you around." They shook hands. Howie watched him go, envying and admiring the man's confident air and knowing almost for certain that he would never see him again. For reasons that remained a mystery to him, Howie just didn't seem to make friends easily. C510 Iet. Spencer Martin had driven 2 blocks before he happened to catch a glimpse of himself in his rearview mirror. Laughing, he reached up to remove the baseball cap that had long, curly hair sewn into the back of it. He also peeled off the fake mustache. It would take a little more effort to get rid of the stench of tobacco smoke and stale beer from the neighborhood dive he'd followed Howie Fripp into. What an insect, Spence thought as he headed back to the White House. But he'd learned from Fripp what he and David needed 82 Sandra Brown to know Barrie. Travis was still on the trail of a story she considered hot. Did that story relate to the president or Mrs. Merritt or the death of Robert Rushton Merritt? He was convinced that Fripp didn't know. Otherwise, he would have bragged about it. At this point, Spence didn't know either. But finding out was his top priority. "Well, I'm glad you're glad, Mrs. Gaston." "No, I'm certain Mrs. Merritt will be pleased with my choice." "Good. Now, as to the arrangements for tomorrow, a car will come for you at 6:30. I know it's early, but okay, very good. I'll look forward to seeing you then. Good night, Dr. George Allen's hand was still on the telephone receiver, and he was staring at it thoughtfully, when his wife came in carrying 2 steaming cups of coffee. She set one in front of him on the desk and took the other with her to the leather chair facing the desk. Who was that? His home office was on the 2nd floor of their stylish yet comfortable residence just off the section of Massachusetts Avenue known as Embassy Row. George Allen sampled his coffee. "Boys in bed?" "In bed, but I gave them an extra 10 minutes before lights out." Who was that? Amanda asked again, indicating the telephone. A private nurse I hired for Vanessa. To say that Mrs. Gaston is excited over her new patient would be a gross understatement. She can't believe she's going to look after the First Lady. Vanessa needs continuous care. The Allens had known the Merritts as struggling newlyweds. Only as a precaution, George replied. David thinks she should have a medically trained person with her at all times. Exclusive 83. I thought she was just resting. She is. If she requires constant medical care, shouldn't she be in the hospital? Stop interrogating me, Amanda. George came out of his desk chair so fast it rolled backward on its casters and bumped into the wall. He went to the liquor cabinet for a decanter of brandy and poured some into his coffee. I wasn't interrogating you, she said softly. Like hell you weren't. Every conversation we have these days evolves into a cross-examination. That's because you're so defensive, Amanda shot back. Even the most innocent question strikes a nerve. Your questions are never innocent, Amanda. They're probing and suspicious. And you're paranoid, she shouted. What is David holding over you that makes you afraid of everything, even me? You don't know what you're talking about. I know that since you accepted this job, you've become a different person. You're wrong, Amanda, Dad. George whipped around to see his two young sons standing in the doorway. They looked extremely sweet and vulnerable in their pajamas, their faces scrubbed shiny. At the sight of them, his anger evaporated. Hey, guys, come in. They hesitated on the threshold until the older one took the first bold step into the hostile arena. His younger brother tagged behind him. George returned to his chair, pulled each of them onto a knee, and hugged them close. They smelled of soap and toothpaste and shampoo. They smelled like cleanliness. He'd almost forgotten how 84 Sandra Brown good, clean smelled. He hadn't smelled it on himself in a long time. I got an A on my math paper, the older one told him proudly. The teacher called on me to read out loud today. I knew all the words. The younger chimed in. That's great. You both deserve a reward. How about this weekend? A movie or an arcade? Something special. Mom, too? George glanced at Amanda. Sure, Mom, too, if she wants to come along. Do you, Mom? She smiled at her sons. What I want right now is for you two to get into bed. Following another round of hugs and other delay tactics, she shooed them from the office and down the hallway to their bedroom. Amanda was in the master bathroom when George caught up with her a half hour later. She was brushing her hair, which she still wore in the same sleek, chin-length bob she'd had when he met her. Like her eyes, her hair was the color of rich chocolate. She was ready for bed, wearing only panties and a soft tank top. George stood in the doorway for a moment and watched her. He'd fallen into instant lust with her when they were introduced at a 4th of July party. They began dating, but it took him 6 months to work up enough courage to ask her to sleep with him. She'd said yes and wanted to know why he had waited so long. They were married before the next 4th of July. She had never resented the demands his profession placed upon them. She was accomplished in her own right and had her own interests. In addition to making a lovely home for their family, she taught art history at Georgetown exclusive 85 University. She was a volunteer counselor at a battered women's shelter. On the tennis court, she was capable and competitive. She hosted great parties and had a fair command of several languages. She knew how to dress tastefully and how to comport herself in any situation. He loved her. God, how he loved her. He watched the graceful movements of her slender arms as she continued brushing her hair. 100 strokes a night, as she'd been taught by her Virginian mother. It was an endearing habit. The rise and fall of her breasts entranced him. Her nipples made small impressions against the soft cotton of the tank. I'm sorry I lost my temper, he began in a quiet, contrite voice. Amanda's dark eyes swung up to meet his in the mirror. I don't want an apology, George. She turned to face him. I want my husband. He came to her, placed his arms around her, drew her close. You have me. Even though she clung to him, she shook her head no. David has you. He's taken you away from me and from the boys. He set her away and slid his fingers up through her glossy hair. That's not true, Amanda. Yes, it is. I'm afraid I'll never get you back. I'm not going anywhere, he whispered against her lips. You and the boys mean more than life to me. I couldn't bear to lose you. She peered intently into his eyes. You are losing us, George. Every day you slip farther and farther away. No matter how hard I try, I can't seem to reach you anymore. You keep secrets. You're becoming a stranger. Her voice cracked and tears formed in her eyes. Please don't cry. Don't. He kissed her prominent 86 Sandra Brown cheekbones. Then her trembling lips. Everything is all right. He was lying. Furthermore, he knew that she knew he was lying. He could tell by the way she clutched him to her. Her kiss was more than ardent. It was desperate. She brought that desperation to their bed, responding to his lovemaking with unbridled passion, as though fierce sex might conquer David Merritt's influence over him. By the time he entered her, each was delirious with need. Then, sexually replete, naked and damp, they held each other close and whispered professions of eternal love and devotion. But both knew that George's devotion to the president was just as absolute and far more demanding. Chapter 10. Zeri came awake to find the barrel of a rifle pressed against the underside of her left breast. Curbing the impulse to jump and run, she moved nothing except her eyes. They followed the length of the rifle up to a pair of eyes that were colder, bluer, and more unyielding than the steel gun barrel. It had better be good. She tried to swallow, but was literally scared spitless. What? Your reason for being inside my house? He nudged her breast, lifting it slightly with the rifle. Well, I arrived last evening. You weren't here, so I waited for hours on your porch. It got dark and cold. I was sleepy. The door was unlocked. I didn't think you'd mind. Well, I do. My name is Barrie Travis. His eyes narrowed fractionally. She would have sworn that he recognized her name, although he didn't acknowledge it. I came all the way from Washington, D.C. to see you. Then you've wasted a trip. He swung the rifle up to 88 Sandra Brown, his shoulder. Since you know where the door is, you can see yourself out. He moved aside so she could stand up. Barrie slowly uncoiled and came meekly to her feet. Then she hauled off and slapped his cheek hard. How dare you point a gun at me? Are you crazy? You could have killed me. His jaw knotted. Lady, if I'd wanted to kill you, you'd be dead, and I wouldn't have made a mess on my couch in the process. In one smooth motion, he bent down and picked her satchel off the floor and flung it at her. Get out and take your lousy reading material with you. Before leaving Washington, she had compiled a library of all the tabloids carrying banner headlines about his rumored affair with the First Lady. They were junk, but it made her angry that he'd helped himself to the contents of her satchel. You went through my bag? You're the trespasser, not me. That's not my reading material of choice, Mr. Bondurant. It's research. I'm a reporter. All the more reason for you to get out. Assuming she would do as he'd ordered, he turned and went into the bedroom. Barrie welcomed a moment to collect herself. She'd had some pretty harrowing experiences in her lifetime, but she'd never before been held at gunpoint. Certainly not at point-blank range. Gray Bondurant was as frightening as she'd been led to believe, although she didn't think he would have shot her. It had been a scare tactic, nothing more. He'd hoped to frighten her into leaving. Well, she wasn't yet ready to wave the white flag. She smoothed her hair, straightened her clothing, and cleared her throat. Mr. Bondurant? His failure to respond, exclusive 89, didn't discourage her. She stepped into the open bedroom doorway. He had removed his shirt. Body fat, 0. Everything else, 10. A definite 10. Hair grew in a V shape across his chest and down his tapering torso. There was a nasty but intriguing scar on one of his ribs. All the tabloids had printed the same grainy snapshot of him. Apparently, the only picture that was available, his dark aviator sunglasses, had comprised most of it. A granite chin and jaw, a narrow slash of a mouth, wind-blown hair off a high forehead, and the sunglasses. That was it. Those two-dimensional features in the photograph were quite something else when seen in the flesh. She tried not to stare. Mr. Bondurant, I've waited hours to see you. That's your problem. The least you could do. I don't owe you anything. Stalling, she asked. What time is it? Around 4. He tugged off one boot and sock and let them fall where he stood. In the morning? Did you come all the way from D.C. to ask me the time, Miss Travis? Off came the second boot and sock. No, I came all the way from D.C. to talk to you about Vanessa Merritt. That arrested him. He fixed a hard as diamonds glare on her. You've come a long way for nothing. It's vitally important that we talk. He unbuckled his belt, unfastened his jeans, and when he stepped out of them, he was naked. Obviously, he expected her to scream and run. Barrie refused to show any reaction, although she definitely experienced one. You can't shock me, Mr. Bondurant? 90, Sandra Brown. Oh, I bet I can, he said softly. He moved past her toward the bathroom. Then he turned suddenly and pulled her against him. Either the sudden contact with his chest or profound astonishment knocked the breath out of her and rendered her speechless and unable to move. His eyes held her spellbound as his hands groped beneath her sweater. The sleeves of it were wide enough for him to push the straps of her camisole off her shoulders. Even then, she didn't move. Not until she felt his rough palms on her breasts did she move, and that was to stagger backward into the wall, dragging him with her. As his mouth descended on her breast, she arched up to meet it, shamelessly eager to feel his lips, his tongue on her flesh. She felt as though every cell in her body were awakening to a blaring reveille. Surging through her was a rush of passion, of life that could not be contained or even disciplined. She had never experienced anything like it, this assault of carnality, this all-encompassing, overwhelming, primal, unconscionable instinct to mate soon, quickly, now. Together they stumbled blindly toward the bed. She drew her sweater over her head, in the process ripping one of the straps of her camisole and exposing her breast. They fell laterally across the rumpled bed where caressing became a wrestling match with no rules or boundaries. Reaching beneath her skirt, he removed her panties. Then he touched her, deeply, inside. His touch was like a lightning bolt, all sizzle and heat. Moaning with pleasure, she readjusted her hips to accommodate his caresses. His lips moved against her stomach, kissing it lightly. Flicking her skin with his tongue, he nibbled his way back up to her breasts. She laid her hand against exclusive 91, his hard cheek, and was delighted by the sandpapery texture of it against her palm. His caressing fingers were so erotic and suggestive and so well placed that the orgasm was upon her almost before she realized it. Too enraptured to be embarrassed, she flattened her hand over his, pressing it deeper into her, grinding her body against it, squeezing it hard between her thighs. When the waves receded, she lay like a victim of a shipwrecked damp, spent, eyes closed, stomach rapidly rising and falling. When she finally opened her eyes, he was gazing directly into them. He took her hand and guided it to his sex. "Tell me now," he said thickly. "Is there anything you won't do?" Her lips parted on a startled breath. She swallowed dryly. "What do you have in mind?" Placing a hand on each of her knees, he slowly pushed them apart again. When he lowered his face into her, her initial cry of surprise dissolved into a moan of pure animal pleasure. He wasn't timid. He wasn't shy about sliding his hands beneath her hips and tilting them up to him. Tentatively, her fingertips explored his hard length. Her thumb glanced the smooth tip. Then she turned and sought him with her lips. He groaned a rich curse when she took him into her mouth. But even those minutes of absolute blind sensation couldn't prepare her for the first thrust of his penis into her, nor for the tempered savagery of his strokes. No slow, warm, rippling tide of sensation, this climax. No, it was a meteoric burst of energy and fire that was upon her, suddenly snuffing out everything else, leaving in its wake an airless, soundless, sightless void. When she finally recovered and opened her eyes, he was standing beside the bed. His skin was dewy with perspiration, which had caused some of his chest hairs to curl. His 92 Sandra Brown face was set and tense. At his side, his fists were reflexively clenching and relaxing. "Don't think you've changed my mind. When I get out of the shower, you'd better be gone." He turned and went into the bathroom, slamming the door behind him. Barrie closed her eyes and lay perfectly still. It was one of those times when she pretended that she was dreaming. The game was a carryover from childhood. When things became intolerable at home, when her parents' fights got out of control, she would get into her bed and shut her eyes tightly and make believe that her waking world was the nightmare, and that she would soon awaken in another world, one of enchantment and love and peace, a world where everything was pleasant and the people in it found joy in one another. The trick had never worked when she was a child, and it was no different now. When she opened her eyes, she was still in the bedroom of Gray Bondurant, on his bed, and her clothing, what little she still had on, was in disarray. As was everything else, she gathered her wits enough to get up and dress. The water in the shower was still running when she left the bedroom. Her satchel was where she'd left it on the sofa. She picked it up, stuffed her ripped camisole into it, and went to the front door, but there she paused. If she left now, she would have gained nothing except an embarrassment so severe that she could never have fathomed it before. There was no explanation for her behavior, so she didn't insult her conscience with any attempt to justify or rationalize. It had happened. She had let it happen. Correction, she had actively, avariciously participated in making it happen. It was a fait accompli. She couldn't change history. The experience had cost her dearly. All she could do now was live with the consequences of her actions, make the exclusive 93 best of a disastrous situation, and hope to recapture at least a shred of her dignity. In the process, maybe she could learn something from having come here. When he entered the kitchen 10 minutes later, she was waiting for him, her back to the countertop, on the defensive. "Just for the record, Mr. Bondurant, I don't know what happened in there." "Just for the record, Miss Travis, I do." Casually, he took a mug from the cabinet and poured himself a cup of coffee from the pot she had taken upon herself to brew. "Get out your notepad. You might want to write this down." Then he turned to her. "It's called fucking." Inwardly, she flinched. Outwardly, she kept a stiff upper lip. "You're hoping that if you're horrible enough, I'll leave. It won't work. What will talk to me?" "No way in hell," he said angrily. "Part of the reason I left Washington was to get away from reporters. Most of you would sell your souls for a story, and if there isn't a story, you make one up." He gave her a derisive once-over. "Although you're in a league of your own, Miss Travis. You didn't even sell anything. You gave it away." She nodded beyond him toward the bedroom. "That was an accident." "I don't think so. My cock knew exactly where it was going." Barrie rolled her lips inward to keep from saying anything. She was also trying to keep from crying, which she had sworn she would not do. "Please, Mr. Bondurant, I'm trying to salvage what's left of my professional integrity." "I didn't know you had any." Spreading her arms at her side, she asked, "Do I look like I came to your house with seduction in mind?" 94. Sandra Brown, he took in her dishabille. "Not particularly. But when the situation presented itself, I didn't hear any objections from your side of the bed." She felt her face color at the memory of the sounds he had heard from her side of the bed. "I came here only to ask you a few questions about the merits. How many times do I have to say it? I'm not telling you a damn thing. Not even that the tabloid stories are lies. They are. You didn't have an affair with Vanessa Merritt. None of your goddamn business. Was it you who made her so unhappy? If she's unhappy, it might be because her kid just died. Are you sure? Am I sure? Are you sure he died? Or was Robert Rushton Merritt murdered? Exclusive. 95 Ray turned his back on her, silently swearing. This one went for the jugular. She interviewed with as much ferocity as she screwed. Even before waking her, he'd recognized her as the reporter who had interviewed Vanessa several weeks ago. Apparently, she hadn't gotten all she wanted from that interview. He'd been halfway expecting her, or someone of her ilk, to show up and start dredging him through the shit again. For weeks, he'd been stockpiling his resentment against the imminent intrusion, so he felt no guilt whatsoever over what had happened. He'd been surly and in need of getting laid. She'd been consensual, and that was putting it mildly. Set a stage like that, and naturally something's going to happen. Actually, he doubted that seduction had been her original plan. Her long skirt, sweater, and boots were not designed to inspire sexual fantasies. Her eyes were still puffy from sleep, and her mascara had flaked off onto her cheekbones. Her lipstick had worn off long ago, and her hair was a mess. 96 Sandra Brown. Her voice, however, was incredible. Her voice was a wet dream. It didn't just promise unbelievable sex, It delivered. But if she thought a good roll in the hay was going to weaken his position, she couldn't be more wrong. He now resented her invasion of his home and his privacy even more than he had before. She had earned his scorn, draining his coffee cup. He reached for a skillet and a saucepan and set them on the stove. He took a can of chili from the pantry, opened it, and dumped the contents into the saucepan, then began cracking eggs into a bowl. After beating them to a froth, he poured himself another cup of coffee and sipped it while the chili simmered. "May I?" She held up an empty mug. "Go ahead, you made it." "I don't want to be responsible for you falling asleep at the wheel when you leave." He noticed that she cradled the large mug between two very small hands. Feeling his gaze, she looked up at him. "I apologize for slapping you. I've never struck anyone in my life. You're a very provoking individual, Mr. Bondurant." "So I've been told," he stirred the chili. "How'd you find me?" "Mostly through sources in D.C. Don't worry, I was discreet." "I never worry, Miss Travis. It is Miss? Or have you just committed adultery?" That remark, more than the deed itself or any previous insults, set her off. Her eyes sparkled with anger. "No, I haven't committed adultery. I defer to your far greater experience on that subject. And Barrie will be fine, thank you." Gray turned back to the stove, dropped a teaspoon of butter into the skillet, and turned on the burner beneath it. As he watched the butter melt, he considered how to get rid of her without bodily throwing her out. With very little cerebral effort, he could list a dozen ways to kill a man silently, exclusive 97 instantly and painlessly, but the thought of physically hurting a woman made him queasy. "You have a beautiful place," she remarked, drawing him out of his thoughts. "Thanks." "How many acres? 50, give or take. You're here alone?" "Until this morning. I'm sure you know that there's a town named Bondurant not too far from here." "Is that—" "No, that's a coincidence. Do you keep livestock other than the horses in the corral? I've got a small herd of beef cattle. So that's where all the meat in your freezer came from." Gray turned and looked at her pointedly. "I got a drink of water and borrowed a few ice cubes," she said, setting her chin defiantly. "What else did you find while you were snooping around?" "I wasn't snooping." He turned back to the stove, spread the melted butter around the bottom of the skillet, then poured in the eggs. He fed 2 slices of bread into a toaster, took a plate from the cabinet, then scrambled the eggs with a spatula until they were to his liking. He scraped them into the center of the plate. Over the eggs, he ladled the bubbling chili, then topped it off with a liberal sprinkling of Tabasco. The toast popped up as though on cue. He added both slices to the plate along with a fork and carried it to the table and sat down, straddling the seat of his chair. From the corner of his eye, he watched her approach. 98 Sandra Brown. She sat down across from him, ignoring her. He shoveled several bites into his mouth. Not until he paused to take a drink of coffee did he ask, "Hungry? Sort of. Want some?" She looked dubiously at his plate. "I'm not sure." He shrugged. "It's on the stove." She left the table and returned a few moments later with a smaller portion of his breakfast. He watched her take a tentative bite. She chewed, swallowed, then began to eat heartily. "This is a remote area?" she remarked between bites. "Don't you get lonely?" "No. Bored?" "Never before your retirement? You led a very adventurous life." "Don't you miss the excitement of Washington?" "If I did, I'd go back." "How do you pass the time?" "Any damn way I please. How do you earn a living?" "It's rude to discuss finances." "Well then, we're safe, because you've already established that reporters are rude." She raised her brows inquisitively. "I ranch." The simple answer seemed to surprise her. "Cattle?" He nodded. "Really? You know how to do that. I learned as a kid. Where? On my dad's place." "That doesn't tell me much." "That's the idea, Miss Travis." Frustrated, she sighed. "You've proven yourself COPPA exclusive 99able in covert military operations, and you've been a presidential advisor. There's definitely no excitement factor to cattle ranching. It's hard for me to accept that you find this new career stimulating and challenging. I don't care what you accept. You just stay out here and ride horses all day?" He didn't bother to answer that one. You just tend your cattle like a good little cowpuncher. Yeah, when they need tending. Is that where you were yesterday? Out tending your cattle? No, yesterday I went to Jackson Hole. I came from there. We must have passed each other on the road. She pushed her empty plate aside. Breakfast was good, thanks, he laughed. If it had been a cow patty, you'd have eaten it and said it was delicious. Why would I do that? Because you want something from me. Since sex didn't get it for you, you thought you'd try being friendly. Isn't all this chit-chat just another attempt to disarm me? Frankly, Miss Travis, I enjoyed your first approach better. It wasn't an approach. I told you. It was. An accident. Tell me, do you hop into bed with every man you meet? Listen. Didn't your daddy love you? She dropped her gaze to the tabletop, then almost immediately brought it back up to him. I guess I can't blame you for forming such a low opinion of me. Ah, now we move from pal to penitent. Damn you, she shouted, smacking the tabletop hard as she came to her feet. I'm being honest. 100. Sandra Brown. He too stood up. No, Miss Travis, you're either being brave or stupid. I can't figure out which, but either way, I'm not going to talk to you about myself or the Merritts, and I'm not interested in anything you have to say about them either. Didn't you hear what I said earlier about the death of their baby? I heard it. I ignored it. I'll continue to. He stacked her plate on top of his, then carried both to the sink and ran water over them. Why are you ignoring it? Because it's the kind of comment you reporters throw out, hoping that some sucker will bite. Do you think I'd make such a serious statement just for the hell of it? He turned off the water and faced her. Yeah. In the short time that we've known each other, I have reason to think that you'd do just about anything to get a gig on 2020. Instead of messing with me, why don't you sleep with a network producer? Because none of the network producers I know were Vanessa Merritt's lover. His surge of rage frightened him before he could act on it. He sidestepped her and headed to the back of the house. He could hear her coming after him. She moved so fast that suddenly she was in front of him, her hands on the center of his chest. She was breathing hard. You think I came here to swap sex for a juicy story? I didn't. In fact, I'm mortified for the way I compromised myself and my profession. You don't know me. So you'll have to take my word for it when I tell you how badly I wanted to skulk out that front door and how hard it is for me even to look you in the face. Something in her voice caused him to wait and listen. She removed her hands from his sternum and smoothed exclusive 101 them down the sides of her skirt. That I'm still here should give you some indication of how important this story is, Mr. Bondurant. Not just to me and my career, to everyone. Please hear me out. Then, if you order me to leave, I will. No argument, 5 minutes, okay? It was a very good act, he thought, but not good enough. His innate caution had been heightened by his recon training, which had taught him never to accept the surface appearance of anything or anyone. Experience had taught him that journalists were vicious scavengers. They would pick your bones clean without the least bit of remorse, then leave you exposed and vulnerable as they moved on to the next victim. However, despite his statements to the contrary, he was growing interested in what Barrie Travis knew or had surmised about the Sid's death of Vanessa's child. Knowing it was a bad idea and hoping that he wouldn't later regret it too much, he agreed to 5 minutes. Outside, he took the rocking chair. She sat on the top step, her arms wrapped around her shins. She was probably cold, but he didn't offer her anything to ward off the morning chill. Now that he had granted her an ear, she seemed reluctant to begin, although she had her notepad ready. It's so beautiful here this morning. The valley was shrouded in fog. The mountains were obscured by it, but the imminent sunrise had made the mist as pink as cotton candy. The air was cool and crisp. The barn looks older than the house and garage. Pretty observant. It was here when I bought the place. It had been built over the original home site. I just did some refurbishing. The horses were playing a frisky game of chase in the corral. What are their names? She asked. 102 Sandra Brown. They don't have names, he saw her surprise. Your horses don't have names? How sad. Why not? Is this the interview, Miss Travis? She gave a puzzled shake of her head. I've never met anyone who didn't name his pets. Part of Cronkite's personality is his name. As she told him about her dog, her face turned soft and animated. He's a big, floppy, affectionate, spoiled baby. You should have a dog, she said. It would be good company for you. I like my solitude. You've made that abundantly clear. Time's ticking. She let him have it then, with both barrels. I think Vanessa Merritt killed her own baby. Gray clenched his teeth to keep from saying anything. She talked nonstop for the next several minutes. He lost track of how many, but certainly more than 5. She talked him through several motives for why the First Lady might destroy her child, then detailed for him the steps she'd taken in making inquiries and the roadblocks she'd encountered. Now Mrs. Merritt has gone onto seclusion. Don't you think that's odd? No, he lied. When she retreated from public life after the child's death, that was understandable. Jackie Kennedy did the same when she lost her baby, but it was for a specified time, and we're past that. If she's only resting, as insiders insist, then why isn't she staying with her father, or why hasn't she gone to their home in Mississippi? How do you know she hasn't? I don't, she admitted with a frown, but it's been announced that she's in Dr. Allen's care, and he's still in Washington. I don't get what the big secret is all about. Exclusive 103. There is no big secret. Then, how do you account for Anna Chen's strange behavior? She was always a reliable source willing to cooperate. You pissed her off? I don't know her well enough to make her angry. I don't know you at all, and you've made me angry. She was scared, Barrie said stubbornly. I recognize fear when I see it. Okay, maybe she was scared, he said impatiently. Maybe she'd just seen a mouse, and maybe Vanessa's behavior is a little unusual, but doesn't she deserve privacy to do her grieving? This Barrie Travis, this reporter with the sexy voice, was bringing up the ambiguities he himself had entertained. His gut in a knot, he stood and walked to the edge of the porch. Christ, what she must be going through. He plowed his fingers through his hair, squeezed his eyes shut, and tried forcibly to keep his own demons at bay. Several moments passed before he remembered that she was there. He caught her staring up at him, a strange expression on her face. It wasn't just an affair. You truly loved her, didn't you? She said in a hushed voice. You still do, cursing himself for consenting even to 5 minutes with her. He bent down and, for the second time that morning, picked up her big leather bag and pushed it into her arms. Time's up. His hand encircled her biceps as he pulled her to her feet. To steady herself, she gripped one of the posts supporting the porch roof. After everything I've told you, is that all you have to say? You're on a single track going nowhere, Miss Travis. All these inconsistencies are distortions of the facts, pieced 104 Sandra Brown, together by your warped imagination and ambitious little mind to create an ugly but sensational story. For whatever it's worth, I advise you to drop this thing before you upset somebody in the administration who could really hurt you. Forget about that baby and how he died. I can't just forget it. Something about his death doesn't ring true. Suit yourself, but whatever else you do, forget about me. He went inside and locked the front door. Exclusive 105. When Howie received the summons to the general manager's office, his bowels turned to water. Leaving the men's room, he went directly to the carpeted office on the second floor. An aloof secretary told him that they were waiting for him and to go right in. Jenkins was seated behind his desk. Another man was standing in front of the window, while another occupied an armchair. Come in, Howie, Jenkins said, rubber-kneed. He advanced into the office. Typically, an unscheduled meeting like this meant bad news, like a drastic drop in ratings, a major cutback in budget, or a comprehensive ass-chewing. Good morning, Mr. Jenkins, he said, trying to appear calm. He purposely kept his eyes on his boss and not on the 2 austere men who were looking him over like he was in a lineup. What can I do for you? These men are from the FBI. Howie's sphincter clenched. The goddamn IRS. He hadn't filed a tax return for the last 3 years. They want to ask you some questions about Barrie Travis. 106, Sandra Brown. Howie nearly laughed with relief. Cold sweat had trickled from his armpits and collected around his waist. What about her? Did you send her on an assignment? Jenkins asked. LJ. H, that was a tricky question, and Howie needed time to weigh his answer. If he answered yes, and Barrie was in deep shit, he'd be jumping into the shit right along with her. If he answered no, and her instincts about a top-secret hot story proved correct, then he would be sacrificing his share of the credit. He glanced at the FBI agent standing silhouetted against the window. The guy looked all business, and so did his partner. No, Howie replied. She asked my permission to take a few days to investigate a story, but I didn't assign it to her. What story? Asked the agent by the window. I don't know, something she cooked up on her own. She didn't discuss it with you? The second agent asked. Not specifically, not the subject matter. All she told me was that it was hot stuff. You don't have a glimmer? The new buddy he'd made in the bar the other night had asked him these same questions. No, sir, I find that hard to believe. It's the truth, Howie averred. I tried to pry some information out of her, but she said she didn't want to elaborate until she had something concrete to back up her hunch. You're her immediate supervisor, right? Yes, sir. And you have no idea what story your reporter is pursuing? Exclusive 107. Howie felt himself weakening, so he immediately turned defensive. Well, you got to understand my philosophy of personnel management, which is to let my subordinates take some initiative. When a reporter thinks he's onto a hot story, I cut him some slack. But it's understood that in exchange for my generosity, I expect a damn good piece in return. Jenkins wasn't impressed. He practically stepped on Howie's last few words. But Miss Travis is away this week? That's right, she left. Let's see. Day before yesterday said she'd probably be out the rest of the week. One of the agents asked, where'd she go? She wouldn't tell me. The agents exchanged a meaningful glance. Howie wished he knew what that meaning was. Is the station covering her expenses? This from Jenkins, whose perpetual scowl had deepened during the last few minutes. Only if she produces a story. He explained the deal he'd struck with Barrie. I didn't want her squandering company funds on a wild goose chase. That ought to win him some points. What about her politics? Howie turned his head to the agent at the window. Politics. Her political inclinations. Does she generally lean to the left or the right? Howie thought for a moment. I guess you'd say she's liberal. She's always taken up for the underdog. Women, fags, foreigners, people like that. She voted for President Merritt. He smiled all around at the unsmiling group. The president sent her flowers recently. She got a kick over that. No comment on that from either agent. The one in the 108 Sandra Brown chair asked, is Ms. Travis a member of any organizations? Any activist groups, religious sects, or cults? Yeah, Howie said, nodding enthusiastically. She's a Methodist. One of the agents rolled his eyes. The other said, you wouldn't call her a religious fanatic? No, she's not opposed to letting fly with a four-letter word or anything like that. Does she sympathize with any particular splinter group or radical organization? Not that I know of, but she's participated in some protests. Against what? Banning books? Destroying the rainforest, eating porpoises instead of tuna fish, stuff like that. Nothing subversive? No. What about her personal life? She doesn't talk about it much. Boyfriends? Nobody regular. Roommate? She lives alone. Close friends? He shook his head. I've never heard her mention any. She's one of those women who's, married to her career. What about her parents? Dead. Do you know their names? Where they lived? Sorry. They died before she started working here. In his eagerness to appear important and be informative, Howie had almost forgotten that they were discussing Barrie and not a hardened criminal. He experienced a twinge exclusive 109 of conscience. Barrie could be a pain in the butt, but he felt bad about discussing her so freely with feds. Is she in trouble? Has she done something wrong? Just a routine check. The seated agent came to his feet. She's called routinely to inquire after the First Lady's health, showing what appears to be an inordinate amount of interest in Mrs. Merritt and her whereabouts. Howie relaxed. Oh, hell, she's calling as a friend. They got pretty close when Barrie interviewed her. The second agent said the White House tends to get suspicious when someone starts asking nosy questions about the president or members of his family. The pair thanked Jenkins and Howie for their time and left. Howie didn't make as clean a getaway. Jenkins's glower was as good as shackles around his ankles. "Do you know something you're not telling?" he demanded. "No, sir." "What's her hot story?" "Just like I told them, Mr. Jenkins, I swear to God I don't know, but Barrie said it would make chicken feed of Watergate. So it is political?" She didn't say, just that it was big. Jenkins aimed an imperative index finger at him. "I won't have some radical lunatic working at my TV station." "Barrie's not a lunatic, sir. She's a good reporter. You told her so yourself in your memo." "I never sent her any memo." "What the fuck are you talking about, Fripp?" "George." Vanessa wasn't sure she'd made herself heard, but the 110 Sandra Brown. Doctor glanced down at her and smiled. "Glad to see you awake. How you feeling?" "Not good." She was nauseated, and it was difficult to focus on his multiple wavering images. She vaguely remembered a nasty scene. George had given her a shot to sedate her. It seemed like a very long time ago. "What's wrong with me? Where's David?" "The president and I agreed that you needed absolute bed rest, so we moved you here." He patted her arm, but she probably wouldn't have felt his touch if she hadn't been looking at her hand where an IV needle was dripping a clear solution into her veins. Motion on the other side of the bed drew her attention. A nurse was smiling down at her. "I'm Jane Gaston," she said. She was 55 or thereabouts, with a wide, pleasant face and short salt and pepper hair. "Mrs. Gaston's been staying with you round the clock," George said. "She's taking excellent care of you, and so far you've been an ideal patient." Vanessa was confused and disoriented. The room looked vaguely familiar, but she couldn't remember where she'd seen it before. "Why have I got an IV?" "To ensure that you don't dehydrate," the doctor explained. "You couldn't keep down any liquids." The nurse was taking her blood pressure. "Am I sick?" she asked, suddenly seized by panic. What weren't they telling her? Had she been in an accident and lost a limb? Did she have terminal cancer? Had she been shot? Those frightening possibilities were instantly replaced by the terrifying reality. David had put her here. "Where's David?" "I want to talk to him. The president is out on the West Coast today," George told her, pleasant smile in place. "But I believe he's returning tonight." "Maybe you can talk to him later." Exclusive 111. "Why do I need a nurse? Am I dying?" "Of course not, Mrs. Merritt." "Lie back," George said, pressing her shoulder gently when she tried to sit up. He looked across at Jane Gaston. "We'd better bring her down some more." "But Dr. Allen?" "Please, Mrs. Gaston?" "Certainly, doctor." She left the room. "Where's my father?" Vanessa asked, her voice sounding distant and feeble even to her own ears. "I want to see Daddy. Call him. Tell him to come get me." "I'm afraid I can't do that, Vanessa. Not without getting David's approval first." The nurse returned with a syringe. She gave Vanessa an injection in her thigh. "You'll get better faster if you relax and let us take care of you," George told her gently. "What's wrong with me? Has the baby come yet?" Jane Gaston looked across to Dr. Allen. "Poor thing. She thinks she's still pregnant." George nodded grimly. "My baby," Vanessa sobbed. "Have you got my baby?" "Let's leave so she'll rest now." "No, please," Vanessa rasped. "Don't leave me. You all hate me. I know you do. What aren't you telling me? My baby's dead, isn't he?" Dr. Allen signaled the nurse to follow him from the room. Mrs. Gaston quietly closed the door behind them. Vanessa struggled to remember something. It was important, but she couldn't quite grasp it. She had to think, had to remember. There was something she should remember. What was it? Then a moan spiraled up from deep within her. She remembered the lifeless body she'd lifted from the crib. She, 112 Sandra Brown, heard echoes of her own screams exactly as they'd reverberated down the hallways of the White House that night. "My baby," she sobbed. "My baby. Oh, God, I'm sorry." Rather than debilitate her, the anguish galvanized her. She was unclear as to her goal, but she knew that she couldn't lie here helplessly any longer. Unaware of the pain, she ripped off the tape securing the IV needle to the back of her hand. Once it was out of the way, she swallowed her nausea and pulled the small catheter from her vein. When she tried to sit up, she felt as if an anvil were on her chest, anchoring her to the bed. Calling upon every ounce of reserve strength she had, she finally willed herself into a sitting position. The room tilted. The trees she saw through the window appeared to be growing out of the ground at a 45-degree angle. She retched, but dryly. Her brain seemed incapable of telegraphing messages to her legs. It took her 5 minutes and an incredible amount of effort to drag them over the side of the bed. Then her feet dangled above the floor while she staved off nausea and incessant waves of dizziness. Eventually, she worked up enough courage and stamina to slide down the edge of the mattress and place her feet on the floor. Her legs didn't support her. She collapsed in a heap beside the bed, then lay there sobbing, breathing heavily, too weak to stand, too weak even to call out for help. She wished for death. No, she'd be damned if she would make it that easy for them. Determined, she inched along the floor like a crude life form, using a hand, a foot, a shoulder, a heel like a pseudopod, propelling her forward in minute increments. When she finally reached the door, she was bathed in sweat. Her hair and nightgown were plastered to her skin. Exclusive 113. She curled into the fetal position and rested, shivering now as her perspiration cooled. At last, she raised her head and looked up at the doorknob. It appeared as unreachable as the moon. She tried pounding on the door, but her hands made only weak slaps against it, so she pressed her palms against the cool wood and crawled up the door, straining the muscles of her arms and chest until she could get one leg beneath her, then the other until she was on her knees. Then she seized the doorknob with both hands and managed to turn it, at the same time slumping against the door. It burst open, and she fell out into the hallway, landing hard on her shoulder and sending rockets of pain down her arm. "Mrs. Merritt! Oh my God, Dr. Allen!" Shouting voices, running footsteps, hands cupping her armpits, lifting her. Limp, spent, she swayed between two Secret Service agents as they carried her back to the bed. George Allen elbowed the agents aside. "Thanks, gentlemen. Should I call for an ambulance, Dr. Allen?" one of them asked. "That won't be necessary." He listened to her heart through a stethoscope. "Mrs. Gaston, will you get another IV line going, please?" The other agent asked if he should call the president or Mr. Martin. The doctor said he would make the call himself as soon as Mrs. Merritt was stabilized. The two agents withdrew. "Let's put some restraints on her," George told the nurse. "Arms and legs, isn't that excessive? We can't risk her getting out of bed and falling again, Mrs. Gaston." 1114 Sandra Brown. "I'd be happy to assist her if she wants to get up, Dr. Allen. In fact, it might do her good to get out of bed. I think she's overly sedated." "I appreciate your input," George said, his tone belying his words, "but I know what's best for my patient. Please follow my orders, which are also those of the President of the United States. Are we clear on that?" "Yes, Dr. Allen." Vanessa's eyes were closed, but she had followed most of their conversation, although some of the words were difficult to assign meanings to. Why couldn't she get up if she wanted? Where was David? Where was her father? Where was she? Hell, maybe? No, hell for sure. Where? Wyoming. Shit. Having delivered his bad news to the president, Spence fell silent as he jogged along beside him. The verbal rampage that followed was colorful and then some. Merritt resorted to the language he'd learned from his father, who had worked in Biloxi's shipyard. Merritt's roots had been exposed during his first campaign for a congressional seat. By the time he ran for president, it was well known by the voting public that he hadn't lived a life of wealth and privilege. His mother had worked as a cook for the public school system, but the dual-income family had rarely been solvent. They had never owned a home. David Merritt's childhood had been spent in a rented unit in a second-rate trailer park. Exclusive 115, rather than try to hide his humble beginnings. The campaign committee had touted him as the embodiment of the American dream. He was the 21st century's Abraham Lincoln. He'd overcome incredible odds to hold the highest office in the world. Senator Armbruster's tutelage had been of tremendous help, but it was Merritt's own intelligence and determination that had brought him to Armbruster's attention in the first place. What wasn't publicized was the ignobility of young Merritt's poverty. It wasn't commonly known that both his parents had been alcoholics. He had been more or less responsible for himself long before his parents had conveniently drunk themselves to death. The one and only time he had allowed himself to become intoxicated was the day he buried his father. He got drunk to celebrate his freedom from two people he had disdained and despised for as long as he could remember. Spence glanced at the president now. As usual, his outburst hadn't lasted long. He'd fallen silent, except for his aerobic breathing. Spence had chosen this time to break the disturbing news because it was a matter of personal importance and required complete privacy. On the jogging path, it was unlikely that they could be overheard even by the Secret Service agents who tagged along a few yards behind. They knew better than to get too close when the president was in conversation with Spence. Everything between them was strictly classified. "How do you know Barrie Travis went to Wyoming?" the president huffed. "She hasn't been home in 2 days. Her dog's boarded at a kennel." "I didn't ask if she was out of town," Merritt snapped. "I asked how you know she went to Wyoming." Spence didn't let the dressing down ruffle him. He conned 116 Sandra Brown's cidered temper, a weakness even in presidents, especially in presidents. "While you were in California, I talked to that bozo she works with. He told Merritt about meeting Howie Fripp in a neighborhood bar. The guy's a moron. But even so, I don't think he knows where Travis went because he gave 2 FBI agents the same story yesterday morning at the TV station. They said his fear stunk. If he'd known something, he would have told." "Was her house searched, officially?" "No," Spence said. "We have no warrant or viable reason to obtain one." "What about unofficially?" "Unofficially. It was gone over by the best man in the business," Spence reported with a cold grin. It looked to him like she was trying to cover her tracks. He didn't find a single note or scrap of paper or receipt, anything to indicate that she was leaving or why she was going. What he did find were several overdue books from the library, all relating to women's psychological disorders and SIDS. Merritt wiped his perspiring forehead. "She's still on it." "That's my guess." "We located her car in a parking lot at National Airport, then started going through the passenger logs of all flights out of there over the last several days. She didn't travel under her own name, and there were no credit card charges on any of her accounts." The president stopped running. Spence stopped, too. The Secret Service agents halted but kept their distance. "She's being awfully paranoid," Merritt said, "right? When her name didn't appear on any of the logs, we checked airline agents until we found the one who sold her the ticket. Travis was traveling under an alias and paid for her ticket to Jackson Hole with cash. The airline employee identified her from a picture. She went to see Gray, exclusive 117. She went to see Gray." Spence's expression was as somber as the president's. "At least that's what we must assume." Merritt stared into space, thinking it over. "He hates reporters. I don't think he would talk to her. Are you willing to take that chance?" "Damn." Merritt flicked a bead of sweat off the tip of his nose. "What if we're too late? If she's talked to Gray, if he's told her anything, then we have a potential problem," Spence said. "Prior to an election year, we can't afford even a potential problem." "I agree." Spence locked gazes with Merritt. "I think we have to guarantee this reporter's silence." The president nodded, then resumed jogging. "Do whatever you deem necessary." Spence fell into step with him. "I'll see to it immediately." Chapter 13. "Are you shitting me? The FBI? That's what Howie said." Barrie was watching herself in the mirror as she talked long distance to Daly from her motel room in Jackson Hole. Was it the poor lighting in the room or her increasing apprehension that made her look so pale? "2 agents went to WVUE and questioned him about me." She recounted for Daly everything she could remember that Howie had related to her. "They scared him shitless. Literally, he went into details that don't bear repeating about distress in his lower bowel. This is no laughing matter, Barrie." Another defense mechanism she'd developed during childhood was a sardonic sense of humor. This time her wit did nothing to alleviate the grave situation. She had hoped that Daly would dismiss her concerns. Instead, he was underscoring them. What do you think it means? I think it means that you've made people nervous. What people? Maybe just Dalton Neely? Your repeated calls have exclusive 119 annoyed the White House press secretary. They insinuate that he's being less than truthful about the First Lady's well-being. His way of telling you to back off is to sick the feds on you. Or, he sighed, it could go all the way up to the Oval Office. Did Howie have any theories? He and Jenkins were told that the inquiry was strictly routine. Then Howie told them that my interest in Vanessa was a friendly outgrowth of the recent interview. Did they buy that? They seemed to. That probably capped it, probably. After a moment, she said, Daly, we're agreeing on a point that neither of us believes. They were quiet for a while, the only sound on the line being Daly's wheezing breath. Finally, he asked, I almost forgot how was Bondurant. Her heart executed a flawless swan dive. How was Bondurant, in or out of bed? In bed, he was bloody fabulous. Out about what I expected. Hostile, taciturn. Didn't greet you with open arms, huh? In a manner of speaking, he had, well, not exactly. Did he shed any light on the topic? Not a ray. Not on purpose, anyway. I'm convinced that there were some strong feelings between him and Vanessa. At least from his side. You think they did the nasty thing? Consummated or not, he's still emotionally attached. In an unguarded moment, he lamented the hell she must be going through. I presume he was referring to her grief over the baby's death. Never presume anything, Barrie. Don't you listen? Don't you learn? Get the facts. 120 Sandra Brown. Well, I'm not going back for another round with him, if that's what you're suggesting. He told me to forget my story and, short of that, to forget him. I intend to do the latter. I'll get my story, but I'll get it sans Bondurant. What's going on with you? Nothing's going on with me. God, she would die if Daly ever found out how she had sacrificed her journalistic integrity and objectivity to several minutes of sexual bliss. Okay, he said without conviction. You just sound awfully defensive. I'm worried about my story, so you're sticking with it? Absolutely. Since when does a minor reporter's employer warrant a visit from the FBI? The more doors that are closed on me, the more convinced I become that somebody has something to hide. When are you coming back? Tomorrow, I'll pick up the trail in Washington. Any news about Vanessa? Same old shit. I'll call you tomorrow night when I get home. Are you all right? Fine, he said, not sounding fine at all. Barrie, if you've stumbled over something really ugly, well, just be careful, okay? His concern was touching and made her homesick for him, even after hanging up. She kept her hand on the receiver, reluctant to break the emotional contact. Daly was more like family than friend, more of a parent than either of her own had been. Warily, she went into the bathroom and began removing her clothes. The mirror over the basin was no kinder than the one above the bedroom dresser. She looked a fright. What was left of her makeup was 36 hours old. It was caked exclusive 101 in the fine lines around her eyes, which seemed to etch themselves deeper on a daily basis. She was 33. What would she look like at 43? 53, she had no basis for comparison. Her mother hadn't lived that long. Barrie pushed aside the shower curtain and turned on the water. She yelped when the shower spray struck her chest and looked down to see what had caused the stings. There were faint pink abrasions on her breasts, whisker burns. God, what had she done? She ducked her head beneath the nozzle, wishing the hard spray would pound out her memories of Gray Bondurant. Naked! He was lean and tough and supple. His body didn't have the smooth perfection of youth. It had seen wear and tear, but its dents and dings made it all the more appealing, just as his graying temples and the creases around his eyes made his face more interesting. She needed rest, she thought, working shampoo lather through her hair. Fatigue and stress were making her emotionally fragile and dangerously reflective, first on Daly, then on her parents. Now on a tall, rangy man with laser beam blue eyes and a cruel mouth. Didn't your daddy love you? No, Mr. Bondurant, he did not. He didn't love my mother either. If he had, why had he cheated on her? Why had he made a habit of adultery all his married life? Why had he lied and denied her mother's accusations and engaged her in those vituperative shouting matches that had filled Barrie's nights with misery and terror? Why had he continued torturing his family with his affairs until he died of a heart attack in a Las Vegas hotel room while his bimbo of the month was anointing his loins with coconut-flavored love gel? He hadn't even had the consideration to drop dead in a decent manner. And what had Barrie's silly, stupid mother done? Had 122 Sandra Brown she ever rebuked him for betraying his marriage vows? Had she reviled him for ignoring his daughter, for being too busy screwing around to notice any of her rites of passage from infancy through young adulthood? Had she ranted and raved at him for being the least affectionate, least attentive parent in history? Even after his death, had she told anyone what a royal son of a bitch he was and always had been? No. She had buried him in grand style, and then, unable to conceive of life without him, she went home and swallowed a bottle of pills. 1 week, 2 funerals. Yes, Mr. Bondurant, you surely struck a nerve. Barrie stepped from the shower and reached for a towel. She'd read the books, listened to the talk shows. She knew the psychology. Girls rejected by their fathers usually went one of 2 ways. They became nymphomaniacs looking for love and attention in whatever form from every man they encountered, or they rejected men altogether, usually in favor of other women. Barrie had done neither. She hadn't become a slut, craving male attention and relying on it for her sense of self-worth, nor had she taken the other path. Her sexual appetite was whetted only by men when she was with one whom she found physically attractive, charming after a fashion, intelligent to some degree. She enjoyed sex very much. Her one unbendable rule was that she set the time and the place and the parameters of the relationship. She called the shots until this morning's sexual episode. Never had she lost control like that. That kind of mindless, heedless, reckless plunge into passion was hazardous to one's psyche. Case in point, her own mother. Barrie had vowed not to repeat her mother's fatal mistake of loving blindly and having that love abused. Exclusive 123, Barrie would share her body when desire and circumstances permitted, but she had sworn never to let her head and certainly not her heart get fucked. Gray woke just in time to see the pillow coming down over his face. Instinctively, he tried to reach for the pistol beneath his pillow, but his arms were pinned down by a pair of knees, one on either side of him, as his attacker crouched over his chest. He strained and struggled. He arched his body. He tried to pull in air that wasn't there. And the bastard was laughing. Gray recognized the laughter a split second before the pillow was tossed aside. Spencer Martin's face hovered above his, grinning. "You're going soft out here on the frontier, old man." Gray threw him off and rolled out of bed. "You damn lunatic, I could have killed you." "Haven't you got that backward?" Spence said, still laughing. "I could have killed you." "What the hell are you doing here, sneaking into my house, playing games? Jesus, what time is it? I gotta pee." "Glad to see you too, Gray." Spence followed him as far as the bathroom door. "You've lost a few pounds." Gray reached for a pair of blue jeans hanging on the back of the door. As he stepped into them, he appraised his former colleague. "You've put on a few. The White House chef must still know his stuff." Spence kept his rare grin in place. "Know what I've missed most since you left? My charm? Your total lack of it. Most people kiss up to me. I'm the president's trusted advisor and best friend, no matter 124. Sandra Brown, how rude I am. People go out of their way to kiss my ass. But not you, Gray. You treat everybody the same, like shit," he added. "So that's why you're here? You miss me?" He led Spence through the house and into the kitchen. He had only one clock in the house, and it was over the stove. He checked the time, almost daylight. It had been 24 hours since he'd entertained Barrie Travis in this room. The unsettling symmetry of that didn't escape him. You never were much for laughs, Gray, but you were good to have around. "You served your purpose," Gray shot Spence a telling look. "Yeah, I did, didn't I? I was there when you needed me most." He held the stare for several tense seconds before turning away. "Coffee? Please? Got anything to eat?" He prepared a hearty breakfast similar to the one he'd fed Barrie the day before. As they ate, the silence was broken only by the clink of flatware against dishes. After a time, Spence asked, "Is it always like this?" "Like what?" "This quiet?" "No." Gray sipped his coffee. "Usually it's quieter. There's nobody talking." Gray the loner, Spence said, the strong and silent, stalwart, unsmiling hero who eschewed publicity and sought a solitary life. Damn, it's the stuff of legends. Who knows? Maybe 100 years from now, school children will be singing folk songs about you. Gray was silent. After the hostage rescue mission, he'd been approached by publishers and movie producers eager to turn his real-life adventure into entertainment. They'd offered staggering amounts of money, but he had never been tempted. He'd saved up enough to buy this place and exclusive 125 live comfortably for the rest of his life. All he'd wanted was out, and out he was. Gray removed the dishes from the table, then returned with a coffee carafe and poured each of them a refill. Finally, he brought the topic back to why Spence had come to Wyoming. "You? Simple as that," Spence said. "David sent me out to Seattle on an errand. I thought as long as I had to fly over, I'd drop in and check on you." David might have sent Spence on an errand, but nothing Spence did was ever simple. He had a multiplicity of motives for every action. That way he was covered. He had fallback positions to take if an action came under close scrutiny by one of the checks and balances built into the federal system. Spence had been the unqualified best of their entire infantry and reconnaissance division. He had aced everything: weapons, intelligence, survival. He knew no fear. Spence was a machine. Gray wouldn't have been surprised to find a computer instead of a brain inside his skull, or an engine inside his chest where a heart should have been. He knew with absolute certainty that the man seated across the breakfast table from him had no soul. "You're lying, Spence." Spencer Martin didn't even blink. "Fucking I'm lying. And I can't tell you how glad I am that you caught it, Gray. You're as sharp as ever. Haven't lost your edge." He leaned forward. "He wants you back." Although he was surprised, Gray maintained his rigid calm. "David needs you back in Washington," Spence pressed. "Like hell he does. Hear me out." Spence held up both hands, palms out. 126 Sandra Brown. He's a proud man. Hell, I don't have to tell you that. He's stubborn and determined, and the hardest thing for him to do is back down or apologize for being wrong. So he sent you to do it for him. I'm not groveling, but I'm asking on David's behalf that you get your ass back to Washington, where it belongs. My ass belongs right where it is. Spence glanced at the spectacular scenery through the windows. "You're not Grizzly Adams, Gray. I like the mountains, so do I. They're great for climbing and skiing and yodeling. Keep the place here for vacations, but return with me to Washington. Your talents are being wasted. The president needs you. I need you. The country needs you." That's a stirring speech. Who wrote it for you? Neely? "I'm serious. The country needs me," Gray snorted. "Cut the crap. The country doesn't care if I'm dead or alive. I did the job I was trained to do. My country asked no more from me, and I sure as hell asked no more from it. That's as it should be. Okay, forget patriotic duty. What about David? Hell, he doesn't need me. His ratings are through the roof. The other party will sacrifice some poor bastard to run against him next year, but that'll turn out to be an expensive exercise in futility, because David will serve his second term. He needs me like he needs a boil on his butt, not so." Spence stood stretched and looked out the window. The sun was up now, so the view was breathtaking. The snow on the peaks appeared gold-flecked. "This thing with Vanessa," Spence said, "is a potential hand grenade." "What thing?" "Exclusive 1 on 27. Spence turned. "The baby dying, she's freaked out over it." As any mother would be, Spence shook his head. "It's more than that. Grief has exacerbated her other problem. Bottom line, she can't be left alone." He told Gray that she was at High Point under the care of George Allen and a full-time nurse. "David's afraid she'll do something crazy." "You mean like harm herself?" "It's anybody's guess, anyway. David thought if you came back, you might have a stabilizing effect on her. He's got far more faith in my healing abilities than they warrant." Besides, if he can't hold sway over his wife, what does he expect me to do? I'll lay the new gossip about their marriage, Spence replied bluntly. Vanessa's been away a lot recently. You know how people talk, rumors get started. A good marriage would go far toward David's reelection. A marriage on the skids would be disastrous. If you were back, that rumor would be squelched once and for all. David might be a forgiving man, but he would never re-enlist a man who'd been his wife's lover. Gray was grinding his teeth so hard it was making his jaw ache. Beneath the table, his hands were clenched into fists. Complicating the situation is this, reporter. Spence continued as he returned to his chair. Barrie Travis, she's been asking some questions that are a little too personal for comfort. She has unimpressive credentials. Resting his arm on the laptop computer he always carried, he summarized Barrie Travis's professional history. But since Vanessa granted her that interview, she's passing herself off as the First Lady's best friend and confidant. She's just a screw-up, but sometimes a loose cannon can pose the worst threat. She is a threat. She was here. 128, Sandra Brown. Here? When? Yesterday. Spence dragged his hands down his face. We thought she was just poking around Washington, but if she sought you out, she means business. Oh, she means business, all right. She had a whole backpack full of tabloid clippings about me and Vanessa. She'd done her homework and had set up shop to get the goodies. I told her I had nothing to say about the Merritts and wasn't interested in hearing anything she had to say about them. Did she say anything about them? Gray chuckled. Get ready for this one, buddy. She thinks Vanessa killed the baby and only claimed it was crib death. I hope you're joking. Have you ever known me to joke? Jesus Christ, Spence whispered. We knew she was out in left field, but she actually believes Vanessa could do that? That's preposterous. Of course it is. But if Travis even leaks something like that, I don't have to tell you the harm it could do. Not just to David and next year's campaign, but to Vanessa. She's very fragile now. George has had to increase her medication to keep her in balance. She's grown real fond of the grape, which contributes to the problem. If Travis's theory became public, Vanessa would fall apart completely. Gray could envision Spence's mind clicking along its single track, protecting and preserving the presidency for David and therefore for himself. Where's the Travis broad now? Gray shrugged. On her way back to Washington, I guess. I told her to get lost. Exclusive 129. Spence was on his feet again. I'd better call Washington. David will want to hear this immediately. Phone's in the bedroom on the nightstand. Thanks. And by the way, great breakfast, Spence said over his shoulder as he left the room. Gray turned on the radio to listen to the news and weather while he cleared the kitchen. Methodically, he returned perishables to the refrigerator and staples to the pantry. In the course of putting things away, he opened the drawer where he kept large utensils and exchanged a long-handled spatula for a Beretta. Then he turned on the faucets and began filling the sink with hot, soapy water. He dunked the dirty dishes into the sink. As he washed them, he kept both eyes on the toaster. When its chrome surface reflected movement behind him, he yanked the pistol from his waistband, spun around, and fired. His gun hand dripped soap suds onto the kitchen floor. Chapter 14. Barrie's return flight to Washington was long and turbulent. National Airport was as chaotic as a Turkish bazaar. By the time she retrieved her car from the parking lot and reached the TV station, she was frazzled. She hoped to sneak in, check her desk for mail and messages, then leave without being seen or having to talk with anybody. There were no messages on her email. 4 were in her telephone mailbox. 2 were from acquaintances. 1 was from the dry cleaners saying they couldn't get the stain out of her blouse. And the last was from Charlene the Kook, demanding to know why Barrie hadn't returned any of her previous calls. Barrie wondered what Charlene's hot news flash was. Terrorist infiltration of the Boy Scouts, mafia activity among Eskimos, cyanide in cornflakes. Poor thing, Barrie muttered as she deleted the phone messages. She's probably just lonely and wants someone to talk to. Who does? Exclusive 131, damn it, Howie, she exclaimed, swiveling her chair around. Does sneaking up and scaring the daylights out of me give you some kind of sick thrill? You wouldn't have jumped if you didn't have a guilty conscience. Don't start. I'm in a black mood. You are, he exclaimed in a shrill voice. What about me? I was the one who covered your ass when the feds came calling. I was the one you lied to and made to look like a fool in front of Jenkins. Memo, schmemo! I'm sorry about that, Howie, truly. I wouldn't have lied if it hadn't been necessary. She stood to leave, but he blocked her path. What are you investigating, Barrie? Tell me, not till I've got more. Why didn't you take a photographer with you? She had wondered when it would occur to Einstein here that she hadn't requested a video photographer to accompany her when she went in pursuit of a big story. What was a TV news story without a visual? It would have been premature to take a photographer. You'll be the first to know when someone's ready to go on record with a statement. His expression turned nastier. I'm only a few years away from retirement. If you think I'm going to blow my pension on you, you got another think coming. You were a bad risk to start with, but I took a chance on you, for which I'll be eternally grateful. Now I've crossed the continental divide in 2 time zones. I'm tired, cranky, and none too fresh in the hygiene department. I'm going to pick up my dog and go home to bed. Good night, she squeezed past him. Okay, fine, bury yourself. But don't expect to drag me down with you. That's the last time I'll go to the mat for 132 Sandra Brown. You. She was almost out of hearing when he got in a parting shot, and you look like hell. She considered leaving Cronkite at the kennel overnight, but decided she needed the company. Besides, she hated to keep him confined any longer than necessary. She arrived at the kennel minutes before closing. Both the personnel and Cronkite were overjoyed to see her. He's well behaved, but terribly spoiled, the young woman said as she relinquished the pet to his owner. Yeah, I know, but he's a prince among dogs. Barrie knelt down and ruffled his coat while he enthusiastically lapped at her face. His exuberance didn't abate on the drive home. I promise you'll get a treat as soon as we get inside, she told him as they got out of the car. Just please calm down. Since someone had taken the parking space in front of her townhouse, she'd had to settle on another half a block away. Cronkite, please! 90 pounds of dog strained at the leash. Knowing he was close to home where a treat awaited, he was nearly in a frenzy. Okay. Barrie removed the leash from his collar. It was either that or be dragged along behind him. Once freed, he went airborne for a millisecond, then bounded down the street, his nails clicking on the pavement. Go in through your doggy door, she called after him. She leaned into the back seat to retrieve her satchel and luggage. The concussion of the blast struck her like a giant hand and knocked her backward to the ground. A gigantic fireball burst into the night sky, washing the entire neighborhood with the eerie red glow of hell. Exclusive 133, oh my God. She managed to get onto all fours. For several seconds, she could only gape at the inferno half a block away where her townhouse had stood. Black smoke roiled above it, blotting out a quarter moon. For several moments, she was too stunned to move. Then adrenaline kicked in. Swaying drunkenly, she came to her feet and began running down the sidewalk. At least she tried to run. Actually, it was more a stumble lurch. Cronkite. Her scream was little more than a croak. Cronkite here, boy! She was unaware of the heat as she staggered up the brick walkway that had led to her front door. Lady, are you crazy? Restraining hands caught her from behind and held her back. Somebody help me, a man called out. She's trying to go inside. Then several pairs of hands were on her, holding her back. She struggled, but to no avail. They dragged her across the street and into a neighbor's yard, out of harm's way. She tried to make herself understood, but could only sob. Cronkite. I think Cronkite's her dog. Not anymore. If he was in that house, Does anybody know what happened? Whose house was it? Barrie was only vaguely aware of the voices around her. Neighbors poured from their houses. The sidewalk and street were now crowded with gawkers. From a distance came the wail of sirens. When her well-meaning neighbors were sure that Barrie wasn't going to barge into the conflagration, they released her and drifted away to watch the fire. She shrank back into the hedgerow between lawns and watched in horror. 134 Sandra Brown roar as her property continued to disintegrate. No one paid any attention to her. The bystanders were chattering among themselves, trying to piece together the sequence of events. Here come the fire trucks. Can they get through? I hope they hose down our roofs. Was anyone inside? Only a pet. Somebody said it was the owner's dog. Unheard Barrie whimpered. Cronkite. That was her last word before a large hand clamped over her mouth and she was yanked backward through the hedge. She screamed, or tried to, but the hand across her mouth only increased its pressure. Barrie dug her heels into the neighbor's backyard grass, but her captor jerked her off her feet. When they reached the alley behind the house, she kicked his shins hard enough to make him relax his hold, but she was free, only long enough to fall and skin her knees on the pavement. She screamed, but there was no way her scream could have been heard above the racket and confusion of the crowds and emergency vehicles. She scrambled to regain her footing, but once again was swept up into a breath-stealing bear hug. Shut up or I'll hurt you. Believing him, she put up no more resistance as she was dragged through another yard, then another alley, and another yard. Finally, they reached a car parked at the curb 2 streets away from hers. When her abductor reached for the door handle, her teeth came down hard on the meaty part of his palm and she rammed her elbow into his belly. He flinched and grunted a curse. Barrie took off at a sprint. Her freedom was short-lived. He grabbed a handful of her hair and brought her up short. She was spun around and shaken so hard that she feared she would break. Stop fighting me, goddammit. I'm trying to keep you alive. Exclusive 135. When her brain stopped jiggling, she realized she was in the company of Gray Bondurant. Do you have your glasses with you? He was driving, heading toward a suburb in Maryland. He drove skillfully but safely within the speed limit. The last thing he wanted was to be stopped for a routine traffic ticket. He kept one eye on the rearview mirror, but after a few blocks, he was positive they weren't being followed. No one was looking for him yet. Realizing that his question hadn't registered with his passenger, he glanced across the car at her. She was staring straight ahead through the windshield, dazed. "Do you have your glasses?" he repeated. She turned to him, stared at him blankly for several seconds, then nodded. Inexplicably, she'd managed to keep her satchel on her shoulder. "Take out your contacts and put on your glasses," he instructed. She wet her lips, swallowed. "How did you know?" "I know. Just do it. Then tuck your hair up under that baseball cap." He'd brought one along. It was lying in the seat between them. "What?" "Why? Because I don't want to risk your being recognized." "By whom?" "By the guys who blew your house to smithereens. Who do you think?" "My dog's dead." Her voice cracked. The headlights of an oncoming car were reflected in her teary eyes. She began to cry quietly. Gray took the coward's way and said nothing. He couldn't think of anything to say. He wasn't much good at 136 Sandra Brown, that sort of thing, but he preferred her crying to acting like a zombie. He continued to drive, literally going with the flow. When her tears finally subsided, he pulled into the parking lot of a 24-hour coffee shop. "We've got a lot to talk about," he said. "I can't take you in there if you're going to fall apart on me and attract attention." He sat by while she removed her contact lenses and put on her eyeglasses. He'd seen the glasses in her satchel when he'd gone through it after discovering her asleep on his sofa. "Do you have a handkerchief?" she asked. "No." She wiped her nose on her sleeve. "Then I'm ready. But forget that cap. Nobody's going to recognize me." Before he could stop her, she opened the door and got out. He caught up with her as she was greeted by the smiling hostess, who escorted them to a booth. He declined the glossy menu. "Just coffee, please." It was a well-lighted place. Only a few of the booths were occupied. One section of the dining room had been roped off. The floor was being mopped with a strong solution that compromised the aroma of fried ham and pancake syrup. "Mr. Bondurant, how is it that you managed to abduct me just seconds after my house was blown up?" He refrained from answering until after the waitress had poured their coffee and withdrawn. "I didn't do it, if that's what you're suggesting." "That's exactly what I was suggesting." "Well, you're wrong." Looking down at his coffee, he added, "Too bad about your dog." "This from a man who hasn't even named his horses," she said snidely. Exclusive 137. "Look, I did you a favor by hauling you away from there. But why hauling? Why didn't you just escort me from the site?" "Because you were in no condition to listen to reason." I had to get you away from there, and that was the fastest way. I thought they'd be after you, and I was right. But if you want to split up now, that's fine with me. I don't know what you're talking about, she exclaimed, but in a low voice that wouldn't attract attention. Then why don't you shut up and let me tell you? She sat back against the vinyl booth and folded her arms. He took a few sips of coffee. First, I want to know exactly what happened. It's fair to assume that Brinkley Cronkite went into the house ahead of you. There was a doggy door in the back door. Is that how you usually go in, through the back? Usually? Then they probably tripped that door. She leaned across the table. Who? And what are you doing here? Why'd you follow me back to Washington? You did follow me back, didn't you? I came to warn you that you've been asking the wrong questions of the wrong people. You're on the scent of a story that the president can't allow to be told. She turned a lighter shade of pale. Nervously, she pulled her lower lip through her teeth. How do you know? Less than 24 hours after you left my place, I had a visit from Spencer Martin. Isn't he connected to the White House in some capacity? You could say so, second only to David Merritt. He's the most powerful man in the country. 138 Sandra Brown. Then why don't we hear and see more of him? Because he doesn't want you to. He moves through the halls of the White House like a ghost, and that's the way he wants it, because his anonymity makes him even more powerful. He keeps a low profile, but he's Merritt's chief advisor. You've been out of touch, Mr. Bondurant. The president's chief counsel is, forget Frank Montgomery. He's a figurehead, a lackey. Merritt throws him a bone. He fetches it. He's got a title, a nice office, and privileges, but Spence is David's alter ego. David doesn't take a leak without consulting Spence first. He's in on every decision, no matter how major or how minor. He's what you might call a facilitator. What does he facilitate? Chores. Barrie raised an eyebrow. Chores that would compromise the president if he were to take care of them himself. He didn't have to spell it out for her. In other words, there are some gray areas to the duties Spencer Martin performs for the president, and you know this because you were also a facilitator. I see. Her eyes were like mirrors of his conscience gazing at him through her glasses. But I resigned. I hadn't seen or heard from Spence for more than a year. Since I left Washington, then the day after you came to my house, he showed up. Coincidence? No. He came to see me because he either guessed or knew that you'd been there, asking me questions about Vanessa. Exclusive 139. What did you tell him about me? Gray knew why she'd asked. She wanted to know if he'd boasted of his latest sexual conquest to his buddy. His hand where she'd bit him was throbbing like a son of a bitch. Seconds after they met, she'd slapped him. In some regards, this Barrie Travis was gutsy and bold. But right now she looked extremely vulnerable, and hell, her dog had just been killed. So although it was a perfect opportunity to embarrass her again, he declined. I told Spence that you'd come snooping, that you had this harebrained notion that Vanessa had killed her baby and passed it off as Sid's. You told him that, she exclaimed. No wonder they incinerated my house. If I had denied knowing anything about it, he would have seen straight through the lie, so I had to play along, but I knew immediately that you were onto something. Why else would Spence have been nervous enough to come to Wyoming and check out what I knew? You're absolutely certain that was the purpose of his visit. Yeah, he said. There was a commercial airline ticket in his breast pocket, round trip from Washington to Jackson Hole. Soy. So Spence told me he was on an errand to Seattle for the president. On any errand like that, he would have taken a government plane. Plus, the ticket had been issued in a phony name. Then, in Jackson Hole, he rented a car under another assumed name. He had no intention of going to Seattle. No, Miss Travis, his was not a social call. Your story poses an extreme threat to the administration, and they'll do whatever it takes to keep it from getting out. My God, she whispered, raising bloodless fingers to 140 Sandra Brown, her lips. It's just beginning to sink in. I was right. That baby did not die of SIDS. When did you first suspect that? She was staring into space. Miss Travis? I'm sorry, she said, rubbing her temples. Hearing my hypothesis from someone else makes it real. The implications are staggering and terrifying, especially to the man occupying the White House. Talk me through it, Gray said. When did you first suspect that something was wrong? Vanessa called me out of the blue and asked me to meet her. It was immediately apparent to me that she was holding herself together by sheer willpower. He listened raptly as Barrie told him everything that had happened after that initial meeting and explained the steps she'd taken to produce the TV series. I saw it, the segment with Vanessa. The Vanessa Merritt I interviewed on camera was totally different from the abjectly miserable woman I'd been with weeks before. Not all that surprising, he told her. Vanessa is manic depressive. He watched her full lips open in astonishment. Are you sure? When was she diagnosed? A long time ago, shortly after they married, I believe. Clearly, Barrie was flabbergasted. How could they keep that under wraps for all these years? Because she's well treated for it and carefully monitored. Her manic episodes made her an excellent campaigner. She was always up, always on. Of course, she's on lithium to regulate the mood swings. So they're apparent only to someone who knows her well. She takes antidepressants and antipsychotic drugs too. When she's on her medication, she functions well. One truthful thing, Spence said, exclusive 141, was that the baby's death has thrown her off balance. The minute I saw her on TV, I knew that something was drastically wrong, he concluded. So you know her very well. He dodged that missile by saying, I know David even better. You actually believe he and his top aide are responsible for blowing up my house? Haven't you been listening? Hell yes, I believe it. Spence must have arranged it before leaving for Jackson Hole. When it's discovered that tonight's only fatality was your dog, they'll try to dispose of you by some other method. Whey-faced. She sucked in a quick breath. In a voice that was huskier than usual, she said, You're telling me that my life's not worth the paper it's printed on. Essentially, yeah. She rested her forehead in her palm. I think I'm going to throw up. Don't, he said sharply. We can't create a scene. Breathe through your mouth. Grace sat tensely until her nausea passed. After a while, she asked for a glass of water and he signaled the waitress. She noticed that Barrie wasn't feeling well. Is she okay, morning sickness? Grace said, thinking how goofy his fake smile must look. Except she gets it at night. Oh, that'll pass after the first few months, honey. How far along are you? 3 months, Gray said. Patting Barrie on the shoulder, the waitress offered to bring her a cup of hot tea. She'll be fine, Gray said, but thanks, reassured. The waitress moved away. Barrie took several sips of water. You lie very well, 142. Sandra Brown, you don't, I know. Gray realized that she was still in shock. Tears were close to the surface. I've dragged you into this, haven't I, Mr. Bondurant? He gave an indifferent shrug. I have, she insisted tremulously. Because I went to see you, your life's in danger too. You share the story they can't allow to be told. The more she talked, the more anxious she became. You took an awful risk by coming here. You should have stayed in Wyoming. If you go home now, maybe they'll forget that, they'll think that you dismissed me. He was amused by her naivete, but kept a straight face. They don't forget. They don't leave any loose ends either. Geography doesn't matter. They want whatever happened to the baby and whatever's going on with Vanessa to be deep-sixed and our curiosity along with it. How'd you get here so fast? I trashed Spence's computer and turned in his rental car by dropping the keys and the paperwork into the quick checkout box at the airport. Then I used the return portion of his ticket. Knowing there were a limited number of commercial flights into Jackson Hole, Barrie asked, Were you on my plane? He nodded. I didn't see you. You weren't supposed to? Oh! She paused, trying to figure out how he had escaped her notice. Why didn't you just warn me somewhere along the way? If you had, Cronkite might still be alive. I miscalculated. I didn't expect their first warning to be the coup de grace. I thought they'd start with a veiled, exclusive 143 threat, like your source at the hospital probably received. But they're not screwing around. They didn't want you scared into silence. They wanted you dead. So you've said, she gnawed on her inner cheek. Where'd you leave it with Spence? What do you mean? I mean, how'd you get hold of his airline ticket? How'd you manage to elude him? He held her stare for a long time, wondering how much he should tell her. Finally, all he said was, "I didn't." Chapter 14 Daily. This is Gray Bondurant, Gray Daily Welsh. Barrie loved Daly for not making an issue of their showing up on his doorstep at 2 o'clock in the morning. He didn't chastise or barrage them with questions. He merely grunted as he stepped aside and waved them in. It was obvious they'd gotten him out of bed. Spikes of thinning gray hair radiated from his scalp like the points on the Statue of Liberty's crown. He was wearing a threadbare undershirt and a pair of boxer shorts that reached almost to his knobby knees. A pair of black socks did nothing to flatter his white, virtually hairless legs. Upon leaving the coffee shop, they'd agreed that they needed a place to stay where they could rest, regroup, and decide what their next course of action would be. Gray had followed her directions to Daly's house. Now, she could tell what he was thinking. If this was the best they could do in terms of refuge, their future was indeed perilous. Daly's little house was hardly a fortress, and to a stranger's eye, he appeared to be a terribly ill man whose life depended upon his modest pension check and breathing exclusive 145 apparatus, all of which was entirely, and unfortunately, correct. "I know this is a terrible imposition, Daly," Barrie said as he went around the living room switching on lamps. But there was nowhere else to go. They killed Cronkite. His hand froze on a light switch. Killed Cronkite? Who did? It's a long story. I've got all night. The pain in his expression reflected what she was feeling. He opened his arms and she walked into them. Customarily, she was the one to hug him, while he acted the curmudgeon and spurned her displays of affection. This time he not only initiated the embrace, but held her, patting her back, a bit awkwardly but earnestly. "Sick sons of bitches. What they do, poison his food? If I ever catch 'em, who did it?" Barrie stepped away from him and removed her glasses to dry her eyes. "There's a lot to tell." Daly went automatically to his recliner, wheeling his canister of oxygen with him. She took her usual seat on his sofa. Gray remained standing. So far, Daly had shown no curiosity about why the retired national hero had emerged from seclusion and was standing in the center of his living room in the middle of the night. Now he nodded toward Gray. "What's he doing here?" "My house was blown up tonight." "Blown up, you mean like kaboom?" He looked at her, then at Gray, then back at her. "It's gone. Daly. Destroyed. Everything, including my tape library," she said bitterly, thinking about the irreplaceable videos that had taken years to collect. "Bondurant thinks the back door was booby-trapped. Cronkite went in ahead of me through his doggy door." 146 Sandra Brown. Daly was aghast. Who would do such a thing? The president? Excuse me? "The President of the United States. Bondurant thinks the explosion was meant to kill me because of the questions I've been asking about Vanessa's health and her baby's death," Barrie explained. "Jesus." Daly looked up at Gray. "What makes you think? Sit down. For Chrisaki, you're making me crane my neck." For the first time in hours, Barrie felt like smiling. Gray sat down on the only other available spot beside her on the sofa. "What makes you think Merritt would go this far to keep Barrie quiet?" Daly asked him. "He dispatched Spencer Martin to handle me simply because I'd talked to her. Definitely handle. Assassinate. I thought you two were friends." "We were. Nevertheless, he came to Wyoming to assassinate me because he was afraid that Barrie had told me her theory about the baby's death. That should give you some indication of how determined they are to put a lid on her story before it gets out." Frowning, Daly smoothed down a few spikes of his crown. "You sure about this?" he asked skeptically. "He's sure," Barrie said. "Tell him Bondurant," while he recounted for Daly the peculiarities of Spencer Martin's visit to Wyoming. She wondered how she could have failed to recognize Gray among the passengers on her flight back to Washington. She hadn't paid much attention to her fellow travelers, but wouldn't he have stood out? Obviously, he'd made certain that he wouldn't. His talent for being a chameleon did not increase exclusive 147, her confidence in him. In many ways, it made her more mistrustful. So, as far as anybody knows, Spence Martin was never in Wyoming, Daly summarized. "He didn't touch anything inside my house except the silverware he ate with, and I washed that. His avoidance of touching anything was one of the first warning signals I picked up. Where's Martin now? Daly asked. Gray was stone-faced. The awkward silence stretched out until Barrie was forced to answer. Mr. Bondurant is disinclined to say how he managed to escape him. She glanced at the rigid profile of the man seated beside her. She didn't doubt that he could kill someone, even a former friend. His cold eyes and that narrow slash of a mouth indicated he was capable of it. If he'd killed Spencer Martin in self-defense, that was excusable. But could she take his word for that? Daly put into words a question that she'd been asking herself. Wouldn't Spence Martin have checked in with the president by now? Ordinarily, yes, he even excused himself from the room on the pretext of placing a call to the White House. But he wouldn't have called until he could give David a full report, including my extermination. David's probably pacing the floor tonight, wondering why he hasn't heard from Spence, but he can't send anyone to Wyoming to look for him because Spence wasn't supposed to be there. Sooner or later, somebody's bound to miss him and start looking, Barrie remarked. Spence never had family or close friends, Gray said. David and his administration have been Spence's entire life. To understand that, you have to understand where Spence came from. He was a frail, nerdy kid bullied in 148 Sandra Brown School. Picked on for being small, but he was much smarter than the average kid. All those years of being the bully's target made him determined to become the best bully of all. He achieved that goal. He came to be the most feared bully in Washington. It's understood that crossing Spence is tantamount to spitting on the Oval Office. Spence wouldn't have informed anyone where he was going. He accounted only to David. Even the president's top aide can't be that autonomous, Barrie argued. The Department of Justice, Attorney General Yancey, the FBI, She broke off when Gray began shaking his head. Bill Yancey's a good man, he said, almost too good to suit the administration. Yancey and David have locked horns several times since his appointment, but believe what I'm telling you, Spencer Martin's network of agents is as elite and ruthless as the Third Reich's SS. They operate like moles in every government agency, including the Secret Service. Spence's men are kept on standby at all times. If his orders countermanded ones they'd received through official channels, Spence's would be the ones these guys obeyed. Barrie hugged her elbows. You're scaring me. These are some scary characters. Most of them are specially trained troops who have retired and don't have a war to fight. Barrie wondered if he was aware that he'd also described himself. If it's something really vital, Gray added, Spence would do the job himself, like assassinating a former recon buddy. Gray acknowledged Daly's remark with a grim smile. Right, like that, although most often he would assign the exclusive 149 job to someone else. Usually it's done with Spence out of town, so he'd have an alibi if the actual perpetrator got caught or left traceable evidence. I'm sure he made an arrangement like that for Barry's townhouse. It's not unusual for him to be away. It will be a while before anyone becomes curious enough to start asking questions. Merritt will be curious once David learns that I'm alive, he said in response to Barry's statement. He'll know that Spence failed to accomplish what he went to Wyoming to do. That sobering comment silenced them for a time. Finally, Daly turned to Gray. I admire what you did over there in the Middle East. Gray acknowledged the compliment with a slight nod. But forgive me for saying that you could be feeding us a barrel of bullshit. The insult seemed to have no effect on him. You have every right to be suspicious. It's no secret that there was tension between David and me when I left Washington. Because of his wife, Barrie couldn't believe Daly's temerity. He was saying the things, asking the questions she hadn't dared. Vanessa was part of the final rift. Yes, then why should I believe anything you've told us? In other words, I could be making all this up in the hope of crushing David Merritt's presidency. The thought crossed my mind. Daly admitted with his characteristic candor, with more composure than Barrie would have expected. Gray said, I didn't start this. I didn't seek out Miss Travis with a hot story. She came to me with questions about the baby's death, questions that mirrored my own suspicions. 150 Sandra Brown. That came as a surprise and made her angry. Why didn't you tell me that? You led me to believe that you thought I was the worst kind of opportunist. You? Let the man talk, Barrie, Daly said. He looked at Gray. What aroused your suspicions? He rose and began to pace while he talked. Vanessa can be charming and sweet, but she can also be the most exasperating, self-centered, manipulative creature God ever made. She's strongly influenced by her father and by David, but I've seen her turn their machinations to her advantage and without them realizing it. You're not painting a very favorable picture of her. In fact, the woman you've just described fits my earlier impressions of her, Barrie admitted. My point is that despite her problems, I know Vanessa wanted a baby more than she wanted anything, he said. I know that with certainty. She was willing to go through anything to have a child, even though doctors discouraged pregnancy because of her illness. Illness? Daly looked at them quizzically. She's manic-depressive, Barrie explained, then told him what Gray had told her. Son of a gun, Daly said, dumbfounded. It's a pity she hasn't made her condition public, Barrie remarked. Thousands of people could have benefited from knowing about it. Other patients would have been encouraged by her ability to live a full and rewarding life in spite of the illness. Until recently, Gray said. Right? Barrie agreed. She should not have been left alone that night. It was reported that the White House nanny had requested the night off to handle a family emergency. Daly reminded them. Exclusive 151. Her request was made in advance. The question is, why wasn't there a stand-in nanny? Gray said. Why was Vanessa left alone to care for the baby, with only David and Spence as backups in case of emergency, when everyone concerned knew that Vanessa was often incapable of handling emergencies? Being manic-depressive, Vanessa would have far more than the normal feelings a woman experiences following the birth of a child. Feelings of resentment, inadequacy, entrapment, and so on. Barrie looked at Gray. That's why you didn't share your suspicions with anyone, isn't it? You wanted to protect her. I was protecting her with my silence, but not in the way you mean. You see, I don't agree with you. Vanessa did not smother her baby. I'm confused, Barrie said irritably. You agree that he didn't die of SIDS. Correct. That makes no sense, she said softly. If Vanessa didn't smother him, then who? The argument died abruptly on her lips. She glanced at Daly, who had been following the discussion. Their eyes connected, held, and she saw that his sudden realization matched hers. She swung back to Gray. Merritt? He nodded. But why? What would make a man hate a 3-month-old enough to kill it? She did not need to think about it. If the baby wasn't his, he nodded brusquely, then turned his back on her and walked to the window. Of course, this explains so many prevalent questions. 152 Sandra Brown Vanessa's distress and utter helplessness, the waiver of an autopsy, the violent attempts to stifle the story. Bondurant's involvement, especially Bondurant's involvement. Slowly her gaze moved to him. He was still standing with his back to the room, peering through the crack in the faded draperies. Daly stood. Well, I think accusing the President of the United States of baby killing is enough excitement for one night. At least it is for an old fart like me. I'm going back to bed. You two are welcome to stay here as long as need be. The trolley carrying his oxygen tank had a squeaky wheel. It could be heard as he made his way down the hall and into his bedroom. When he closed the door behind him, a thick silence descended over the house. Barrie said quietly, the president gave me his hearty approval to interview her, to throw everybody off track, which is more suspicious, publicly addressing an issue or keeping it hush-hush. I suppose you're right. I'd bet everything I own. You're afraid for Vanessa, aren't you? He turned around and looked at Barrie, but he said nothing. As long as she appeared well-adjusted, Barrie said, organizing her thoughts as she spoke, you dismissed your suspicions about the baby's death. But when you saw my interview with her, you realized that she wasn't herself, even considering her fluctuating moods and behavior, that caused you to entertain more doubts. Then I came to see you, and my theory echoed what you'd feared all along, that the baby's death wasn't caused by SIDS. Spencer Martin's visit clinched it for you. Now, you believe that Vanessa's life is in jeopardy, exclusive 1532. If David Merritt killed an infant, What compunction would he have against killing his wife to ensure that his first crime is kept secret? None whatsoever, Gray said. If you don't believe anything else I've told you, believe that. He'll do anything to protect his presidency and get a second term. Anything. Barrie rubbed her arms to ward off a sudden chill. You look ready to drop, he remarked. We'll take this up again in the morning. Get some sleep. Are you serious? I won't be able to sleep. Lie down and close your eyes. You'll sleep. Too tired to argue, she gestured toward the back of the house. The guest room, for lack of a better word, is at the end of the hall. There's a cot in there, but I don't recommend it. Cronkite was the last to sleep on it. He looked toward Daly's closed bedroom door. Do you trust him? With my life? Then it's likely they'll know to look for you here. No one knows I come here. Care to explain that? No, I don't. Her friendship with Daly was something she kept just between the two of them, and she didn't feel moved to share with Bondurant the reasons why. No one will look for me here. For the time being, we're safe. Okay, he said grudgingly. I'll sleep out here. You take the cot. She started down the hallway, almost too tired to place one foot in front of the other. She didn't remember ever feeling so physically and emotionally spent. In the bureau in Daly's second bedroom, she found a pair of pajamas that were atrociously ugly even for Daly's non-discriminating taste. She took the pajama top into the bathroom with her and filled the tub. 154 Sandra Brown. She'd gone almost 24 hours without sleep. Her eyes were gritty, her joints and muscles ached. She had skinned her knees. She swallowed 2 aspirin tablets taken from Daly's medicine chest, then gratefully submerged herself, even her head, in the hot water. After soaping and shampooing, she reclined against the back of the tub and closed her eyes. As her physical discomforts were eased by the bath, her emotional injuries began to hurt more. Her heartache was profound. Considering how many human lives were taken by natural disasters, disease, war, and murder, it seemed petty to mourn the demise of a mutt. Nevertheless, she felt a crushing sense of loss. Try as she might, she couldn't keep from sobbing. Droplets of water leaked from the faucet into the tub, making soft little splashes that were oddly comforting. Tears rolled down her cheeks, off her chin, onto her chest, then followed the valleys of her body into the water. Each time she thought she had cried herself out, she would remember something else endearing about Cronkite, and the cycle would begin again. Fresh tears would find their way through her closed eyelids and eventually into the bath. It wasn't until she felt cool air against her skin that she realized she was no longer alone. She opened her eyes. Bondurant was standing in the doorway, one hand on the doorknob, the other on the jamb, eyes fixed on her. Barrie didn't move. It would have been useless to reach for something to cover herself. He'd already seen everything there was to see. He'd already touched everything, too. Intimately, her body began to respond similarly to the way it had that morning in his bedroom with a fluttering heat. Are you okay? Unable to speak, she nodded. You've been crying. Exclusive 155. She couldn't think of an appropriate response, so she said nothing and continued to hold his stare. It wavered only once when his eyes flickered over her body before returning to her face. Gruffly, he said. Rocket, Tramp, and Doc, puzzled. She shook her head slightly. My horses, they do have names. He stepped back into the hallway and pulled the door closed. Chapter 16, 15-8er Cleet Armbruster arrived at the White House early the following morning, demanding to see the president immediately. He was informed that the president was awake but hadn't yet left his private quarters. Armbruster said he would wait. He was escorted into the Oval Office and offered coffee. He had almost finished his second cup when David Merritt strode in, looking as fit as always but somewhat irritable. Sorry to keep you waiting, Cleet. What's so urgent? Thanks. He said to the secretary who'd passed him a cup of coffee, You can leave us alone now. Cleet was impatient by nature. He'd been up since 4. He'd dressed and read the Post, killing time until he could call on the president at what he considered a reasonable hour. The long wait had given him time to work up a full head of steam. He wasted no time. I want to see my daughter today. I was told you went to High Point yesterday. I'm sure you were also told by that quack who passes himself off as a doctor that he refused to let me see her. Exclusive 157 at her request, Cleet. Are you taking your blood pressure medicine? Your face is beet red. His son-in-law's unflappability raised his blood pressure even higher. Listen here, David. I want to know what's wrong with Vanessa. Why the isolation? Why the full-time nurse? If she's that sick, she should be in a hospital. Calm down, Cleet, before I have to take you to the hospital. Merritt led the senator to a sofa, then sat down beside him. Vanessa's been drinking. Alcohol and her medication don't mix well. George and I confronted her about it, and she agreed to get treatment for her dependency. It's gotten so bad as to classify it as that. Clinically, I doubt it. That was Vanessa's term. But she realized that a few glasses of wine every day could develop into a more serious problem if she didn't stop it now. Why didn't she confide in me? Why didn't you? I wanted to tell you, David said. I wanted to ask your advice, but Vanessa insisted that you not be told. Why not? She was ashamed. Cleet Merritt got up and poured himself another cup of coffee. She didn't want you to be disappointed in her. She thinks the sun rises and sets in you, and vice versa. She's always come to me with her problems, and I've fixed them for her. Vanessa had been only 13 when her mother died, but Cleet hadn't panicked at being left alone to raise his teenage daughter. Vanessa had always been Daddy's girl. He doted on her from the day she was born and had wielded more influence over her childhood than had his wife. Maybe he had spoiled her a little, but he excused his excesses. Some people seem naturally entitled to pamper for 158 Sandra Brown. Ing and Vanessa had always been one of them. In early adulthood, when her disorder was diagnosed, Cleet regarded it as even more reason to coddle and protect her. Perhaps she felt it was time to start solving her problems herself, David said. Maybe she didn't want to worry you. In any event, she begged me not to tell you any more than we're telling the public, which of course is the truth. She's dealing with her bereavement in seclusion. For how long? For as long as it takes George to get her stabilized, Vanessa feels the same. She wants to be the first lady she was before she had the baby. Once her medication is regulated, there's no reason she can't be. Hold the thought, he said, forestalling Cleet's next comment. Merritt picked up the remote for the large-screen TV, which had been muted. During their conversation, Cleet had noticed that David's attention was divided between him and the screen. He turned to see what had piqued the president's interest. A reporter, standing against a backdrop of scorched trees, smoking rubble, and working firemen, announced, "The quick response of firefighters prevented the flames from spreading to other residences on this street near DuPont Circle. The fire was confined to only one townhouse." The camera panned the black, smoking remains of a building. This morning, ATF agents and local fire officials are raking through the smoldering rubble, searching for clues as to the cause of the explosion. He referred to his notes. The townhouse was owned by Barrie Travis, a reporter for WVUE, a local independent TV station. Miss Travis recently won a claim for producing a feature series on SIDS. It's believed that Ms. Travis survived the explosion, but thus far she's been unavailable for comment. Exclusive 159. He signed off and the anchorman in the studio came on. David muted the TV as his father-in-law stood up. "I intend to keep hounding her until she sees me." "Barrie Travis?" David asked sharply. "Why in hell would I want to see her? Shame about her house, but she's a pain in the butt. Been pestering my office for a statement about Vanessa's seclusion." He made a swatting motion with his hand, signaling his dismissal of the reporter. "I want to see Vanessa," he stressed. "She should know I'm not going to scold her over a few glasses of wine. She can't help being sick. My sentiments exactly, Cleet. I pleaded with her not to blame herself for any of this. But you know how Vanessa strives for perfection? She hates catering to the limitations that the manic depression imposes on her." Merritt clapped him on the shoulder and ushered him to the door. "I wish we could visit longer, but I've got a slew of appointments this morning. I'll be speaking with Vanessa by phone this afternoon. I'll give her your love. You do that, The senator had allowed himself to be patted on the back and to be led like a child to the door. But if David Merritt, President of the United States, thought he could placate him with a few banal comments and then ease him out of the Oval Office with his glib talk and guileless smile, he was wrong. A smiling David Merritt opened the door. An unsmiling Cleet Armbruster shut it. Merritt looked at him perplexed. "What is it, Cleet? You and me go back a long way, David. I recognize talent and potential when I see it, and in you I saw plenty of both. I didn't want to be president, but I wanted to create one. You had the raw material necessary. You took coaching 160 Sandra Brown well. You were a fast study in politics. My instincts about you were right, and I couldn't be prouder of you. Thanks, but I remember one night 18 years ago when you came to me, scared shitless and whimpering like a pup because you'd fucked up so bad. You remember that night, David, my boy?" "What's your point?" Merritt said tightly. "The point is," Armbruster said, moving in closer, "that the incident to which I refer bears enough of a resemblance to this one to make me mighty uncomfortable." "My God, Cleet, you can't compare." The senator stopped the earnest appeal by thumping his fist into Merritt's chest. "I know your marriage to my daughter isn't perfect. No marriage is. I know you screw around. Hell, I've even covered for you, because I accept that you are a man first and my son-in-law second. I've tolerated your dalliances because, basically, you've made Vanessa happy." He lowered his voice to a deep growl. "But if you ever make her unhappy, I'm going to be pissed, David. You hear me, boy? Careful, Cleet." "It sounds as though you're threatening the President of the United States." "You're goddamn right I am," Armbruster said angrily. "You better remember who put you in this office. I made you. I can break you. I'm not afraid of that slick little shit Spence Martin or his secret army of thugs or anybody else. I have power in this town that you can't imagine. I've cultivated a lot of friends and an equal number of enemies, and I'm holding markers for every one of them." He paused to give that time to sink in. "Now, son, I want you to tell me that Vanessa is going to be as right as rain when Dr. Allen gets finished with her up there in High Point." "I swear it." Exclusive 161, the senator gave him a long, level look. "You'd better not be lying to me, David, or you can kiss your pecker and your presidency. Bye-bye." Merritt saw his father-in-law out, then wasted no time in booting up his computer and typing in the security code that accessed Spence's laptop. Nothing. Spence's unit was not responding. It had been programmed with several fail-safe backups. There was no explanation for a complete shutdown, unless the laptop had been destroyed. If that was the case, their private communiques would have been destroyed with it, because such a contingency had been built into the program. But Merritt's chief concern wasn't the computer system. Its inaccessibility was a signal that something had gone drastically wrong. Spence wouldn't have let anything happen to their link-up unless he was out of commission, too. And the only way that was possible was if Gray, Merritt spoke the name like a epithet. Saint Gray, the one mistake the president owned up to. He'd brought him on board because he'd mistaken Gray's reserve for ruthlessness. Who could have guessed that the man trained to kill instantly with his bare hands would turn out to be valorous? Gray and his code of ethics had been a squeaky cog in an otherwise well-greased wheel. Gray Bondurant wasn't, however, without flaw. He'd loved another man's wife. His wife. The probability that Gray was to blame for Spence's failure to report filled Merritt with dread and rage. Furiously, he typed in a code that accessed a terminal in an innocuous office across town. When he received clearance, he typed a single entry, Bondurant, 162 Sandra Brown, the man on the other end. One of Spence's best secret soldiers would know what to do. He would go immediately to check out the situation in Wyoming. There was nothing left for Merritt to do but sit back and wait for word. No, actually, there was more he could do. He asked his secretary to place a call to the office of the director of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. After exchanging pleasantries, Merritt asked, "What have your boys uncovered about that explosion in DuPont Circle last night?" He could tell that the director was puzzled by his interest, but the man answered directly. We've just begun our investigation, Mr. President. At this point, the cause is anybody's guess. Barrie Travis is a close friend of Mrs. Merritt's. This explosion has my wife feeling very anxious, and frankly, the First Lady doesn't need any more stress. I promised I would call and inquire. I hate to bother you, but you know how it is. Sounding less guarded, the director said, Of course, Mr. President, I understand. Please assure Mrs. Merritt that we're on top of the situation. And you'll have closure on it as soon as possible. I'll make it a priority, Mr. President. Mrs. Merritt and I will appreciate that. By the way, has anyone spoken to Miss Travis this morning? What's her state of mind?
I'm sorry, sir. I don't know. No one's seen her since the explosion. Witnesses who saw her immediately afterwards said she was extremely upset. Her dog was killed in the blast. Terrible. Well, keep me posted. Of course, Mr. President.
Merritt hung up, but his mind was no more at ease than it had been before the call. Spence would have made certain exclusive 163 that the explosion couldn't be traced to the White House. Even so, it would be best if the investigation was limited to a perfunctory level. This was indeed a vexing morning. Merritt wasn't worried about his father-in-law's threats. The senator wasn't nearly as fearsome as he prided himself on being. Most of the friends and enemies he'd boasted of were either retired, dead, or too deep into their dotage to rain destruction on a popular president. Besides, the senator couldn't create a shitstorm around the president without getting plenty slung onto himself. Cleet shared the skeleton in his closet. Regardless of his threats, he wasn't about to open the door of that closet and start rattling bones. But he would continue pestering him about Vanessa until he was satisfied that she was doing well. Something had to be done to assuage his concern. Later today, he would consult Spence. He swore out loud there were several items demanding Spence's attention. Where the hell is he? Although in his gut he knew David couldn't bring himself to accept the obvious. Chapter 17:7, I've never been thrilled with the guy. But I'm still having trouble believing he could do that. He could do it easily. Who could do what easily, Barrie asked, entering Daly's kitchen where he and Gray Bondurant were having coffee. She poured herself a cup and joined them at the table. She avoided looking Bondurant in the eye. As he'd predicted, she had slept well. After exchanging good mornings, Daly answered, Gray was convincing me that our president is capable of committing murder. I have no proof of what I'm about to tell you, Gray said. You might think I'm delusional or paranoid or a downright liar, or we might believe you, Barrie said. He turned his head, and for the first time that morning, their eyes met. Her tummy went weightless. Quickly, she returned her attention to stirring creamer into her coffee. Well, let's hear it, Daly said. David appointed me to organize and command the recons that rescued those hostages. There was a reason, exclusive 165. You were eminently qualified. So were a lot of other men, but he sent me over there to die because of the gossip linking Vanessa and you, Barrie asked. Yes. He paused for a few moments as if collecting his memories. I chose 30 men, the best recons the Marines had to offer. These young guys could creep up on you and pluck out an eyelash and you'd never know they were there. We were flown in by helicopter from a carrier in the Persian Gulf. A squadron of F-16s created a diversion and took heat so we could be dropped in. We walked 3 miles into the city. I can't describe the stench. There was raw sewage and rot everywhere. The country's entire national budget was appropriated for war, none to sanitation and quality of life. The place was a warren of ancient buildings and deadened streets, but intelligence had given us the prison's exact location, and we knew how we were going to penetrate it. We had a blueprint of the building and a detailed description of its security from a former prisoner. The security wasn't sophisticated or well organized, but the guards were part of the military and were heavily armed. We also knew the location of the cells where the hostages were being held. Needless to say, we had rehearsed and timed our every move. It went like clockwork. We took out the guards without them ever knowing what hit them. Once we reached the hostages, I was worried that they'd blow it, but they were quiet and obeyed our hand signals without question. A couple of them had injuries that had gone untreated. All of them were weak from malnutrition and sickness, but they could walk. We were halfway home. 166 Sandra Brown. It was when we were on our way out that everything began to unravel. Several of the guards had dragged a young boy prisoner into a vacant cell and were taking turns with him. Since they weren't supposed to be there, and that part of the prison was supposed to be closed off, we walked right into the middle of it. All hell broke loose. Gunfire erupted from both sides. The first one I took out was the boy. He fell silent. Neither Barrie nor Daly so much as blinked. He couldn't have been more than 9 or 10 years old. He closed his eyes and massaged his eye sockets with his thumb and middle finger. The backs of his legs were running red with blood. The floor was slick with it. I'm sure his bowel had ruptured. Those bastards had, well, he was screaming. With that much blood loss, he wouldn't have made it. He was in agony, so I shot him. Through the tears standing in her eyes, Barrie watched him reach for his coffee cup, but he didn't drink from it. He folded his strong hands around it and held on. We rained hell down on those goddamn perverts, but of course we were blown. We had, God, I don't know how many corridors still to get through. The hostages had lost their cool and were terrified. But we were determined not to die in that shithole. Miraculously, we made it out of the prison, but by then the army had been alerted. We were surrounded by American-hating, gun-happy troops. Those crazy sons of bitches were shooting anything that moved, even their own men in their bloodlust to kill us. We found some temporary cover. I radioed our air support to see if they could help us out. They did their part, but the choppers couldn't get in any closer than the designated place. If they got shot down, we'd all die. Exclusive 167. One of my men reconnoitered and found an alley that looked clear. We ran to it, although we had no idea where it would lead. Right then, getting away from the prison was all we cared about. But as soon as we entered the alley, we started taking sniper fire from the rooftops. My guys took out the shooters one by one, but for 5 minutes or so we were pinned down with very little cover. That's when it happened. He raised his head and made eye contact with both Barrie and Daly before continuing. We'd spotted sniper fire coming from the open window of what looked like an apartment building. Someone suggested firing a missile into it, but David had urged me to prevent civilian casualties if at all possible. He wanted this to be a rescue mission, not an aggressive action that would create ill will in the world community. Pinned down as we were, our only choice was to draw the sniper's fire and let one of our sharpshooters pop him. I volunteered to be the decoy. I made myself an open target. My guys blasted him. But during the exchange, one of my men turned his assault rifle on me. His name was Ray Garrett. He was a big, raw-boned boy from Alabama. I grew up in Louisiana, so we had joked about being from the South. I had selected him, worked out strategies with him, ran the drills with him, but he was going to kill me, and would have except that we made eye contact. He must have entertained an instant of doubt, and that saved my life. He hesitated a second too long to fire. That's all it took for an enemy shooter to pick him off. Gray stared into space for a moment, then took a deep breath. You know the rest, more or less? After 6 harrowing hours, we made it to the choppers. We even brought Garrett's body out with us, and he was given a hero's burial. 168 Sandra Brown. Maybe you were wrong, Barrie ventured in a soft voice in the confusion. There was no mistaking his intent. He was only 10 feet away from me. No one else saw it, but I did. Remember the president's blunder? Daly said. When it was announced that the mission had cost 1 American life, Merritt eulogized you. I'd forgotten that. Barrie cut in. The faux pas was forgotten during all the excitement of your victorious return, but I remember what an embarrassment it was for Dalton Neely. He'd called a press conference to announce the success of the mission and the safe return of the hostages. Then he read a brief statement from the president that commended you for making the ultimate sacrifice for your countrymen. He said there was never a better soldier and patriot than Gray Bondurant, never a better friend. There wasn't a dry eye in the crowd. When David heard there'd been a casualty, he assumed his assassin had succeeded in killing me. He made the statement before checking out the facts. How'd they know that young man was corruptible? Daly asked. I don't believe he was, Gray said, surprising them both. Garrett couldn't have been bribed with material gain. I'm sure that Spence, acting as the president's mouthpiece, approached him and made me out to be a traitor, a spy, a threat to democracy, something like that. Garrett was an excellent Marine, but he wasn't a whiz kid. When he aimed that rifle at me, he was carrying out a direct order from the commander-in-chief. Nothing less than that could have compelled him to betray me, not even the threat of death. I didn't blame him. He was a pawn for David and Spence. They killed him as surely as that enemy sniper. Exclusive 169. Did you confront Merritt about this? Barrie asked. God knows I wanted to, but I couldn't without revealing my hand and leaving myself more vulnerable. But you got the hell out of Dodge. I didn't resign out of cowardice, he replied testily. Daly, who'd made the remark, raised both hands in surrender. Don't take offense. None was intended. I resigned my job at the White House because I didn't want to be in the service of David Merritt. But you're still an irritant to him. Suddenly Wyoming isn't far enough removed from the White House. Gray nodded. David knows I'm on to him. First about Garrett, now about Vanessa's baby. I'm a problem that never quite got resolved, so he sent Spence to resolve it once and for all, because of me, Barrie said forlornly. It would have happened sooner or later. I'd been waiting for it for a long time. David couldn't very well eliminate me while I was in the limelight, being touted as a national hero, so he pretended to enjoy and share the accolades I received. Once public awareness had waned, he figured he could more easily dispose of me without drawing attention to it. With or without you, Barrie, it was only a matter of time. Now that we know the problem, how are we going to solve it? Daly asked. I don't have long to live, but I'd rather not finish out my days in federal prison for threatening to destroy the president. Once the truth about the baby's death gets out, this administration will die a natural death, Gray assured him. I agree, Barrie said. That will take care of itself. My primary concern is for Vanessa right now. She's the biggest threat to Merritt, 17T Sandra Brown. I don't buy this seclusion nonsense for a second. David's got her sequestered somewhere. For what purpose, Gray? Daly asked. To intimidate her into keeping her mouth shut about how the baby died. I know how he thinks. To him, Vanessa got no worse than she deserved. He'll try and convince her that she brought this on herself by cheating on him. Depending on what method of persuasion he's using, she may or may not survive it. Method of persuasion? I can't bring myself even to think about it. What's with Armbruster? Has he rolled over and played dead? I'd like to know that myself, Daly. But until I know more, I'd rather leave him out of it and work independently. What are you going to do? Barrie asked. I've got some ideas. Evidently, he wasn't going to reveal those ideas. Daly said, You're welcome to make this house your base of operation. Thanks, but I don't want to put you in danger, too. Daly laughed. What have I got to lose? Besides, this is a safe place. Nobody will be looking for you here. So she said last night, Grace said, nodding toward Barrie. She doesn't let on that we're friends, Daly explained. White. That's a private matter between Daly and me, Barrie snapped. Daly said, But you can take my word for it, Gray. This is the safest place for you. What about your job? Gray asked Barrie. She was already in trouble at work, Daly answered for her. Feds went there asking questions about her. Exclusive 171, Gray frowned. Not regular Fed Spence's men, I'd bet. He would have covered all his bases. Barrie, how many people at the TV station know about the story? I didn't discuss it with anybody. Friends? No one except Daly. Lovers? Detecting the mockery behind his question, she gave him a terse no. Good, Gray said. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Daly said, after last night, I think she should lay low, at least until we know what's going on with Mrs. Merritt. Absolutely. Gray turned to her. Stay here with Daly and keep out of sight. Let me handle this, I promise, though. You'll get first crack at the story. You do? Why, thank you ever so much. She shot each of them a withering look. You two have been talking about me as though I'm not here. You even went so far as to make my plans for me. Well, thanks, but no thanks. Here's how it's going to be. Sorry, miss. This area is off limits. That was my house. I lived here. I'm Barrie Travis." As she'd known they would, the words worked like a magic wand. Within seconds, she was surrounded by reporters who'd been loitering about with their cameramen, waiting to get a statement from someone, anyone, official. Interviews with neighbors and eyewitnesses had been exhaustive, but all had similar stories to tell. Every possible angle had been covered. There was nothing new to report. At 172, Sandra Brown, this point, the authorities were reluctant to speculate on what had caused the explosion. The investigating ATF agents were particularly reticent. Nobody was talking. Now, suddenly, the elusive Barrie Travis was. Microphones and video cameras were aimed at her. "As you can see, my home was totally destroyed. I was left with only this," she said, spreading her arms. "But the greatest loss to me was my dog Cronkite, who died in the blast." "Where have you been since the explosion? Why haven't you come forward before now? Do you know what caused it?" She held up her hand to stop the barrage. "As to the cause, I'll leave those answers to the authorities. Do you think it was an accident?" She looked quizzically at the reporter as if his question were absurd. Of course it was an accident. What else could it be? When the investigation is complete, I'm sure there'll be a logical explanation. Gray had said that Spencer Martin would have made certain of that. "Now, please, if you'll excuse me," they trailed her to her car, which was still parked where it had been when the explosion occurred. A few diehards even followed her to WVUE, but she dodged them in the parking lot, refusing any further comments. The rent-a-cop at the door barred them from following her inside. An hour earlier, she had rejected Gray's and Daly's advice to keep out of sight. "I'm not about to go underground," she told them heatedly. "First of all, because I don't think it would do any good. If Spencer Martin's intelligence system is as pervasive as you say, I'd be found anyway. Second, my job is reporting news. Ironically, I've made news. I'd be crazy not to make the most of my present notoriety. Exclusive 173. Third, the more visible I am, the less likely it is that another fatal accident will happen to me. Just as you said about yourself earlier, Gray. Merritt won't make a move as long as I'm in the limelight. Way to go, Bondurant," Daly had said sourly. "Whatever else he is, Merritt is no fool." Barrie had continued. "He can't make a second attempt on my life without it looking awfully fishy to even the most naive mind." "No, gentlemen," she declared. "As long as I'm seen, I'm safe." Now word spread like wildfire that she was in the building. Howie made it to her cubicle faster than usual and shooed everybody else away. His opening line was, "Jesus, Barrie, we thought you might be charcoal. Sorry to disappoint you. I'm trying to be nice." Maybe he was, because he looked truly crestfallen over her remark. "How would you like an exclusive for the evening news tonight?" she asked. "An interview with me, just as I am." She'd had to dress in the same clothes she'd worn the night before, looking pitiful and pathetic. "I might even be able to eke out a tear or two for a close-up." His little eyes lit up. "That'd be great. Tomorrow I'll do a follow-up story, something to do with near brushes with death, confronting one's mortality, something along those lines. I'll try and get sound bites from clerics and psychologists who deal with trauma victims. Maybe by the end of the week, the investigators will have determined the cause of the explosion. That soon? "I doubt it'll be a lengthy investigation," she said with a wryness that escaped him. "Anyway, once I get their ruling, I'll do a story on how they pieced together the evidence to recreate the scene and find the cause." "Geez, you're hot, no pun intended." Taking a Percaca 174 Sandra Brownish nary look over his shoulder, he whispered, "Any chance that it was intentional? Did somebody get wind of the exclusive you're working on? Could your story and the explosion be connected?" "You've seen too many Sylvester Stallone movies, Howie. There couldn't possibly be a connection. That big story of mine," she said with a deprecating laugh, "it was nothing compared to having my house explode in front of my eyes. So you and Jenkins can relax. I've looked death in the face. Believe me, that changes your perspective like that," she snapped her fingers. "From now on, you'll see a very different Barrie Travis around here. Gray had said she made a poor liar. She hoped he was wrong." "Well, I'm mighty glad to hear that," Howie said, expanding his chest. "I knew if I stayed after you long enough, I'd whip your cute little butt into shape." Behind her ingratiating smile, Barrie was grinding her teeth. Chapter 18. 7. He president was working out his frustration in his private gym inside the White House. He viewed the Stairmaster and other equipment as enemies that must be conquered. Sweat dripped from his nose, earlobes, chin, and fingertips. Well-toned muscles bulged as he pushed them to their limit. The errand boy he'd dispatched to check out the situation in Wyoming had contacted him earlier that morning via computer. His report wasn't what Merritt wanted to hear. It appeared that Spence had never been to Gray Bondurant's place. When asked what Bondurant had to say about it, the gopher had dropped the second bomb. There had been no trace of Bondurant either. Despite the report, Merritt was certain that Spence had been there. He'd just been careful to cover his tracks. He was also certain that Gray wouldn't have vanished without a compelling reason. From that, he deduced that Gray had snuffed Silence before Silence had a chance to snuff him. If that deduction was correct, Gray was wise to them. The ramifications of that were so vast, so dismal, that Merritt had sought the seclusion of the gym. He needed time alone to think, to plot. 176 Sandra Brown, Gray wouldn't be afraid to joust with the presidency. Deterrence that would cause fear and trembling in anyone else who challenged the White House wouldn't faze him. Nor would he eventually give up and go away. When Gray thought he was right, he would stop at nothing to defend his point. His convictions were as solid as Gibraltar. That inflexibility was one reason why Merritt hated him. When he took the oath of office, he had great plans for the three of them. He himself was gifted with enough charisma and political savvy to convince Congress and the nation of anything. Spence was the ruthless, strong arm of the trio. He didn't require justification. He merely performed efficiently and expediently. Gray was an expert strategist. He viewed each situation from every possible angle and always chose the best approach to take. Together, they could have been the most powerful three men in the world. If only Gray hadn't had a lech for Vanessa and developed a conscience. Damn fool, Merritt muttered as he levered himself off the padded bench and reached for a hand towel. As he wiped his face and the back of his neck, someone knocked on the door. "Come in." A Secret Service agent opened the door. Standing beside him was Gray Bondurant. "Mr. President," said the smiling agent, "I have a surprise for you." Merritt broke a wide grin which felt to his face like a crack opening up in a slab of concrete. "Gray, God, man, this is a surprise." Gray, too, was smiling, though, as usual, it contributed no warmth to his eyes. "I took a chance that you'd be free long enough to say hello." He gave Merritt an approving once-over. "The nation should sleep well, Mr. President Exclusive 177. You look fit enough to defeat single-handedly all its enemies, domestic and abroad." Shaking hands and slapping each other on the back, they played out the charade. There was no reason for the Secret Service agent to doubt their cordiality. Rumors of a rift between them had been vehemently denied. When Gray had left the White House, their friendship was supposedly as strong as ever, perhaps even stronger because of the spectacular success of Gray's mission. It required all of Merritt's acting skills to mask his rage. He'd been blindsided by a master. Hadn't he just been thinking about what an expert strategist Gray was? This was a well-planned ambush made to appear innocent. Gray had come straight to the mountain, unannounced and disarming. White House staff knew him well and wouldn't be suspicious. He'd come to see his pal, the president, and how nice of him. What galled Merritt most was that he had to continue Gray's game, at least until he figured out what he was up to. When they were alone, he moved to the juice bar. "What can I get you?" "Whatever you're having." Merritt poured 2 glasses of orange juice. "Goddamn, it's good to see you," he said, clinking their glasses in a toast. "Don't let me interrupt your workout. I was about to quit. Can't take as much as I once could," he said with a self-effacing grimace. "I doubt that. Mind if I get in the whirlpool?" "Not at all." Merritt slipped out of his shorts and stepped into the swirling, bubbling water from which a cloud of steam was rising. "Ah, feels great. Want to join me?" 178 Sandra Brown. "No thanks." Gray dragged a chair to the edge of the whirlpool and sat down. "Your hair's gone grayer." Heredity, Gray replied. "Didn't I ever tell you that my dad was prematurely gray?" Basically, Gray Bondurant was unchanged. His body was still hard and taut, his expression still resolute. Envy was a rare emotion for the man who'd brought himself all the way from a trailer park to the White House. But envy was the foundation for his hatred of Gray. He was more handsome than Gray, perhaps even more intelligent, equally as strong physically, but Gray had a steely core of self-confidence and morality that allowed him to look any other man in the eye without flinching. Even in the good of days when they were in the Corps together, long before their clash, Merritt had always been the first to look away from sustained eye contact with Gray. He resented how comfortably and well Gray wore honor and nobility and despised him for his principles, while secretly envying the additional strength they gave him. "Your belly's still flat," he observed. "I'm glad to see that Wyoming hasn't turned you into a wuss. It's tough country, but if I hadn't earned my spurs in Washington, I couldn't have handled it." Merritt chuckled. "I missed your sense of humor. It's dry as dust, but you could always make me laugh." He spread his arms along the tile rim of the whirlpool. Thinking he already knew the answer, he asked, "What brings you to Washington?" A woman. He hadn't seen that one coming. Gray had thrown him another curveball he covered by laughing. "A skirt?" "A woman has finally toppled the mighty Bangam Bondurant, hard to believe. Exclusive 179, sad but true." "Please," Merritt groaned, "don't ruin my image of you by telling me you've acquired some sensitivity. You haven't turned into Anini's kind of guy, I hope." Gray offered his grim half-smile. "Never. That's why this one perfectly suits my needs. She's good to look at, has a voice straight out of a porno film, and best of all, she's not too bright." "Does this girl Wonder have a name? Barrie Travis?" Merritt winced. "You've got to be kidding. She's a royal pain in the ass. Granted, the voice is sexy, face and figure definitely earn high marks. But Gray, buddy, she's trouble. If she reads anything more than sex into the relationship, she'll latch on to you and you'll never be able to shake her. Are you sure you know what you're getting into? Right now, I'm getting into her." The two shared a bawdy snicker. "That can't be all bad," Merritt conceded. "It's good enough to get me off my ranch and back here." "For how long?" Gray shrugged. "Until I get my fill of her and go back." Merritt finished his juice and set the glass on the tile, then eased himself out of the whirlpool. He wrapped a towel around his middle and took a chair near Gray's. Pursuing this conversation with his former friend might get him into hotter water than he'd just gotten out of, but he couldn't resist. If Gray could continue this parody of a friendly reunion, so could he. When it came to acting, his skills were far superior to Gray's. He'd had more practice. "Where'd you two meet? I want all the juicy details." She tracked me down. "Just showed up one day last week out of the blue." 1080 Sandra Brown. "What for?" "A story, or rather a new angle on an old one. She wanted to do a follow-up piece about the hostage rescue mission. And you didn't tell her to take a hike? You never liked reporters." "It's not her profession. I'm fucking David." Merritt laughed. "See? There's that dry wit again." Then he drew his brows into a steep frown. "I just remembered her house burned to the ground last night. Yeah, it was the damnedest thing. I saw her on the news this morning talking to reporters. She's one spunky chick. That's what makes her challenging. So where are you two staying? Hotel?" "No, with a friend." Barrie Travis's friend was a retired newsman named Ted Welsh. Even in Spence's absence, his intelligence network had provided Merritt with pictures of Welsh in a bathrobe, retrieving his morning paper from a weed-infested front lawn. The old geezer was reported to have emphysema and looked about as dangerous as a housefly. Quite a pair, Travis and Welsh living in Welsh's ramshackle house as they plotted the destruction of his presidency. It was laughable. In one swoop, he could be rid of them both. Gray was the problem, with him, as their ringleader. The trio reached a level of menace that wasn't so laughable. "Speaking of friends," Gray said, "I'm surprised you don't already know the juicy details about Barrie and me. I thought Spence would have told you. He came to see me shortly after a visit to the ranch." Merritt's smile slipped a fraction. Even the most accomplished actor couldn't have maintained one. "Spence Exclusive 181 is taking some vacation time. Practically had to force him to go, workaholic that he is. He said he might stop by your place, but I haven't heard from him since he left. Did he say where he was headed after Wyoming? He didn't mention any plans. But you know, Spence, he'll turn up when you least expect it. I certainly wasn't looking for him when he showed up at my place. Merritt had clung to a thread of hope that Spence was still alive. He now knew with certainty that he wasn't. Spence was dead. Gray had killed him. Merritt couldn't let himself get sentimental about it. He didn't need Spence anyway. He didn't need anybody, but then Spence had been extremely handy to have around. Men with his talent and blind, unquestionable loyalty and obedience were rare. Even more rare were men with absolutely no conscience. Gray had robbed him of this valuable asset and was sitting here cracking jokes about it, a guileless expression on his face. Merritt wanted to smash it, but he carefully schooled his anger to reveal it would be self-incriminating. Besides, he didn't want to waste energy on a situation that couldn't be reversed. Spence would be the first to agree that mourning was counterproductive and only the weak would indulge in it. I was wondering, is the First Lady around? Gray's question served as a cattle prod on Merritt's private musings. No, she's still away at this undisclosed location. That's right, Merritt replied. And I'm sworn to secrecy. Gray leaned forward, propped his forearms on his thighs, and assumed a confidential posture that Merritt frequently used himself. David, I've been worried about her. 18-2 Sandra Brown. Is she okay? Level with me now. Don't give me the bullshit that Neely feeds to the media. How is Vanessa, really? Trying to get a scoop for your new bedmate? When we're in bed, she's got better things to do than interview me. Hard to talk with her mouth full, huh? Gray grunted the required laugh. Then his lined, lean face turned serious again. Vanessa hasn't seemed herself since the baby died. Is she ill? Had Merritt had a choice at that moment, he would have gone for Gray's throat. This man had made him a cuckold. The gossip about him and Vanessa had been quelled, but not soon enough. How many people had concluded that Gray, not he, was the father of Vanessa's baby? How dare the son of a bitch mention the brat without so much as a glimmer of apology in his Arctic blue eyes? By a force of will, the President of the United States reigned in his fury. How could he have explained Gray's drowning death in the whirlpool of the White House gym? Even Spence wouldn't have been bold enough to try and sell that one to the Attorney General and the American public. Suppressing his murderous impulse, he bowed his head and plowed his fingers through his hair. I don't mind telling you, Gray, it's been rough. She blames herself, her illness, for not being a perfect mother and saving the baby from crib death. I was afraid it was something like that. I understand George Allen is working with her. Is he qualified to deal with this? Eminently. He's been her attending physician for years. He knows exactly what she needs to keep her functioning as normally as possible. Once she's over this crisis, she'll be fine. Exclusive. 183. I hope so. Merritt made a point of glancing at the wall clock, then rose to his feet. It's been great seeing you, Gray. I hate to wind it up, but I've got a cabinet meeting in half an hour. I was lucky to get to see you for even this long. Gray stood and the two shook hands. Please tell Vanessa that I asked about her. Any chance I could visit her? Afraid not. She's getting better every day, but she won't even consent to see Cleet. Convey my regrets to Barrie Travis about her townhouse? Yeah, I'll do that. Secret Service agents were standing outside the door of the gym waiting to escort the president back to his quarters. To one of them, he said, please see Mr. Bondurant back to his car. That's not necessary, Gray said easily. I used to work here, remember. I know my way around. All the same, Merritt said, matching Gray's nonchalant tone, we like to give old friends the red carpet treatment. Chapter 19, 7-0 say that the president was upset was quite an understatement. By telephone, Merritt had just informed Dr. George Allen of his surprise visit from Gray Bondurant. He made it sound as though he'd been delighted to see his old friend. But George could read between the lines. David didn't want Gray lurking around Washington, looking too closely into the death of Robert Rushton Merritt. George had convinced himself, as the nation had been convinced, that the infant had died of SIDS. When he'd rushed to the White House nursery that night, after being summoned from home, he had accepted David's word that he and Vanessa had discovered the child dead in his bassinet. Not wanting to know any different, George hadn't asked many questions. He'd facilitated the baby's burial as instructed by the president. End of story. Only it wasn't. Vanessa had gotten a nosy reporter involved who, according to David, had approached Gray Bondurant. Obviously, David's purposes were better served, exclusive 185, by putting a slightly different spin on what had actually transpired in the nursery. He surely didn't want Gray Bondurant's curiosity aroused, because if anyone could unmask David Merritt, it was Gray. "What about the reporter?" George asked. "I heard on the news that her house was destroyed in an explosion." "Yes, I heard that too. It's unfortunate, of course, but at least her personal crisis has diverted her attention away from us." After a moment's pause, he added, "This is all Vanessa's fault. She's responsible for Barrie Travis's tenacious interest. If she hadn't contacted her in the first place, we wouldn't have her pestering us now." Then he asked, "How's Vanessa today?" That was the president's graceful transition into the real purpose of this call. George, keeping his panic in abeyance, gave him an update on his wife's condition. Then David issued George his instructions. He didn't spell them out, but he didn't need to. The message was clear to anyone who was listening for it, and George was. Today was the day. The president was cashing in his marker. George replaced the telephone receiver and covered his clammy face with his hands. He was trembling from the inside out. There was a loud roaring in his ears. He felt faint and nauseated. He considered calling Amanda, stalwart and serene. She was an island of calm in the chaos he'd made of his life. Sometimes just the sound of her voice gave him hope, even though the landscape of his future was a minefield leading to disaster, and that was reason enough not to call her. Why burden her with the consequences of his mistakes? Instead of telephoning his wife, he took a Valium. This was the kind of dirty work David usually assigned 186 Sandra Brown to Spence. Spence wouldn't have the shakes. Spence wouldn't need a Valium. George wondered what David was holding over Spence to command such blind obedience. Or was it the other way around? Was Spence the puppeteer and David the puppet? Or, and this was most probable, Spence didn't need a reason for doing the things he did. He thrived on cruelty. He had never loved a woman or known a woman's love. He'd never witnessed the birth of a child he'd created through love. He'd never held a squirming new life in his arms and looked down at it with tears in his eyes. He'd never experienced guilt or remorse either. George might be a coward, but he was a better man than Spence Martin, but that point was moot. Spence, it seemed, had vanished. In carefully couched words, David had suggested that Gray was responsible for Spence's unexplainable absence. George hoped that if Gray had killed him, he'd made the heartless bastard suffer first. Gray was smart for getting out when he had. George wished he had that kind of courage. Gray had said, "I'm out of here," and that was that. But then Gray hadn't had a noose around his neck. George did, and it had just gotten tighter. He pinched the bridge of his nose until it hurt. Then he lowered his hand and looked across at the closed door of the small paneled study. He could sit here another hour or two staring at that door. But eventually he would have to carry out the presidential directive. The longer he put it off, the more he would think about it, and the more he thought about it, the more contemptible it became. He came to his feet with all the alacrity of a 90-year-old. His tread was leaden as he left the study and crossed the hall. The sick room was stifling. Exclusive 187, Jane Gaston was an attentive nurse. She conscientiously bathed her patient every morning and changed the linens on the bed, but a sick room was a sick room, and illness had an odor. Dr. George Allen approached the bed. "How's she doing? She's sleeping now." The nurse gazed sympathetically at her patient. George gave Vanessa a cursory examination. He listened to her heartbeat, checked the chart for her blood pressure and temperature, all without looking at her face. Her eyes were closed, thank God. He couldn't have looked into her eyes after this. He wondered, how would he ever be able to look into Amanda's or his own? "She became agitated a while ago and began crying," the nurse reported. "She begged me to let her get up. Dr. Allen, if she feels strong enough, I don't see." Thank you, Mrs. Gaston. Doctor, I'm sure you know best, but I'm sure I do too. He gave her a stern look. I will no longer tolerate this second guessing, Mrs. Gaston. I'm only considering what's best for the patient. You don't think I am? Of course you are, doctor. I wasn't implying that at all. She drew herself up straighter. But I'm a well-trained nurse with years of experience, which is why you were retained for this position. But you're overstepping your bounds. Mrs. Merritt is overly sedated. If you ask me, I didn't, George shouted. Furthermore, I think her lithium dosage is dangerously high. You see the lab reports? Lithium blood level is exactly where it should be. 188 Sandra Brown. Then I don't trust the lab and I don't believe the reports. George's heart was pounding against his ribs. His knees had turned to jelly, his pulse throbbed behind his eyes, and he knew his face was red. Forcibly calming himself, he said stiffly, Your services are no longer needed, Mrs. Gaston. Please pack your things immediately. I'll have someone return you to Washington tonight. She splayed her hand over her chest. You're firing me? You no longer fit into Mrs. Merritt's treatment program, now, if you will. She shook her head stubbornly and reached for Vanessa's hand. I won't go. She's my patient, too. I refuse to leave her in this condition. If you want my honest opinion, I think she's toxic and near comatose. If you won't go voluntarily, I'll have no choice but to have you physically removed. He strode across the room, opened the door, and shouted for the Secret Service agents. Chapter 20. Barrie Travis speaking. Who's this? Barrie plugged up her free ear with her fingertip to better hear the soft-spoken woman over the cacophony of the newsroom. Do you know about High Point? Barrie was instantly alert. In what regard? Something's happened. Can you be more specific? No, I don't know. I can't say. Her distress was clear. Someone needs to find out what's going on out there. Then the caller hung up. Barrie rang the switchboard operator. Did the caller you just put through identify herself or say where she was calling from? No, she just asked to speak to you. Another kook? I'm not sure. Thanks. She sprang from her chair and grabbed her satchel. She was finished for the day. Her story for the evening newscast was completed, and on the producer's desk, no one would miss her if she left a little early. 190 Sandra Brown. Over the last several days, she'd done a passable job of convincing the viewing public, which she hoped included David Merritt, that she was carrying on business as usual following the loss of her townhouse. The jury was still out on the cause of the explosion that had destroyed her house, but to all appearances, she hadn't made any connection between it and her forays into the private lives of the President and First Lady. As she rushed through the newsroom, she considered snagging a cameraman and taking him along, just in case this tip proved to be valid. But she decided to exercise restraint. She would take a camcorder to High Point. If a story was brewing, she would at least have the unfolding events recorded on home video. First, however, she had to devise a way to get into High Point without being shot. You didn't recognize the voice? Didn't I just say that? Barrie said irritably. No, Gray, I did not recognize her voice. Don't get riled at him, Daly said. He just doesn't want you to go off half-cocked is all. It infuriated her that Daly took Gray's side. I'm not asking anybody to go off half-cocked with me. Stay here. I couldn't care less. Myself, I'm following up this lead. Could have been that crank, Daly said. That's Charlene? It wasn't, she insisted. I don't know who it was, but she didn't have the characteristics of your average crank caller. She sounded cultured and educated and scared. I believe what she said. Daly stayed on it. You've got no verification that any exclusive 191 thing unusual is going on at High Point. This could be Justice Green all over again. You'll wind up with egg on your face and your ass in a sling. What about Justice Green? Gray asked. Nothing, Barrie snapped. She glared at Daly, then sliced the air with her hands and said, This discussion is over. I'm going. She wouldn't have returned to Daly's house and informed them of her plans if she'd had the camcorder with her. Recently purchased to replace the one she'd lost in the explosion, It was still in its box in Daly's guest room, with batteries now installed. She checked it out, placed it in her satchel, and turned to her worried compatriots. Well, wish me luck. Daly was so distressed that he began to gasp for breath. He turned to Gray. You're the Marine? Any ideas? Short of hog-tying her, absolutely nothing. But I'll go with her, and she'll probably get us both shot. He said this as he stuffed a pistol into his waistband. Just then, Barrie's pager went off. One of your sources? Daly asked. They're the only ones who have this number besides you. She didn't recognize the telephone number on the digital readout, but she instantly identified the voice who answered what apparently was a payphone. She could hear traffic noise in the background. The source wasted no time in imparting his message, then hung up immediately. Thoughtfully, Barrie replaced the receiver and looked up at Gray. Let's go if you're going. Who was that? Daly asked, following them to the door, dragging his squeaky trolley along. Was it about High Point? No. It was nothing, Barrie replied, but her weak smile, 19-2, Sandra Brown, belied that. We'll call you as soon as we know something. Try and get some rest. Try and keep yourself in one piece. I'd like to be able to visit you in prison. Where in Louisiana? What? You said you were from Louisiana. What town? A wide spot in the road, Gray said. You've never heard of it. I got good marks in geography. Grady. I've never heard of it. Gray drove intently, both hands gripping the wheel. They were headed southwest toward the Virginia countryside. The scenery was a panorama of rolling pastures, horse farms, and forests, but neither of them seemed to notice. These were the first words they'd exchanged since leaving Daly's neighborhood, unable to stand another mile of hostile silence, and her own troubled thoughts. Barrie had broached what she hoped would be a neutral topic. In terms of growing up there, how was it? Fine? Good childhood? It was okay, bad. Did I say bad? Then it was good. It was okay. You don't have to bite my head off. I'm just curious about where a man like you comes from. A man like me? He repeated sardonically. What kind of man am I? Exclusive 193. It was a moment before she came up with a rejoinder she liked. Tall. He actually cracked a smile, albeit a fleeting one. Parents? She asked. 2. Give me a break, Bondurant. After a moment he said, my mother and father were killed when a spin-off tornado from a hurricane struck their place of business. I'm sorry, she said sincerely. How old were you? 9, thereabouts. She had a hard time grasping that, not that his parents had been casualties of a storm, but that he'd actually been a child. She couldn't imagine him as a carefree little boy, playing with other children, engaging in games at birthday parties, ripping open presents with family members gathered around the Christmas tree. That morning in Wyoming, you told me you learned ranching from your father. He always kept a herd of beef cattle, but he also ran a fix-it shop in town. Wasn't an engine in the state he couldn't fix, and Mother was almost as good with a wrench as he was. Barrie noticed a rare softness about his stern mouth. You loved them, he shrugged. I was a kid. Kids always love their parents, even when they aren't lovable, Barrie thought. Who raised you after they died? Alternately, both sets of grandparents. They were good people. They're all dead now. Siblings? She asked. A sister still lives in Grady. Mother of 4, married to a CPA who's president of the school board and a deacon in the Baptist church. 194 Sandra Brown. That must be nice for you, having nieces and nephews to spoil. I don't see them. How come? My brother-in-law thinks I'm dangerous. Are you? He turned his head. Laser beam eyes seemed to spear straight through her. Haven't you figured that out by now? Yes, she lowered her gaze. I think you might be very dangerous. Staring through the windshield, she realized that without her noticing, dusk had deepened into full-blown night. The woods on both sides of the 2-lane highway were dark. After several moments, she said, that call I received before we left Daly's house was from my source in justice. You have a source in the Justice Department? Is that so surprising? Who? Which division? How senior? You know, I can't tell you that. Well then, I guess we'll just have to hope he's not one of Spence's moles. Ignoring the barb, Barrie said, my source told me that you and Merritt were in a closed-door meeting today. That's right. Funny, you didn't mention it to Daly or me. There was nothing to it. You had 15 minutes alone with the President of the United States, and there was nothing to it. I just dropped in. Dropped in? I could drop in, but David Merritt would never give me a private audience. I've got friends in the Secret Service. I showed up unannounced so I could gauge his reaction to seeing me. Which was exclusive 195. He almost crapped in his shorts. He recapped for her their conversation, then added, I let him know that Spence had failed to carry out his last mission. And that's all there was to it? That's all? Maybe. He glanced at her, his eyes suspicious. Why would your source contact you about my visit with David? Out of concern for my safety. My source is a little edgy about the company I'm keeping. For instance, it was suggested to me that the president could be using you to lay a trap for a meddlesome reporter he once kept quiet. I no longer work for the president. So you claim. But I wonder just how many layers there are to your relationship with the Merritts. You were Merritt's blood brother before you became his wife's lover. That could create a lot of ambiguity. His hands curled tighter around the steering wheel. Why don't you say what you're thinking? I'm thinking that perhaps your loyalties are hopelessly divided. He shot her another fiery glare, but he neither confirmed nor denied the allegation. Was my name mentioned in the meeting? She wanted to know. He nodded. In what context? I told him I was boinking you. Barrie felt her cheeks turn scarlet. I prefer that over your other word, although it's still crude. That's the way I remember it being. Crude. Did he happen to shed any light on Vanessa? She asked, bringing him back to the subject. 1906 Sandra Brown. Nothing new. Would you tell me if he had? Probably not. Why? Because you're already in over your head. For an exclusive story that'll rock the world, I'm willing to take a few risks. Well, I'm not, he said shortly. I'm not willing to risk my life or Vanessa's or even yours, just so you can negotiate an extra few thou on your next contract. I'm trying to get us through this alive, and I don't want my strategy compromised by an amateur with stars in her eyes. That stung. I'm a professional. Maybe in TV news, he said, but at High Point, we're not going to be facing studio cameras. We're going to be facing armed men. You're not up to it. I'm tougher than you think. Oh, I know you're gutsy. I seem to recall exactly how far you'll go to get your story. Or have you forgotten? Since he seemed bound and determined to get a reaction from her, Barrie lowered her voice to a sultry pitch and said, No, I haven't forgotten. I haven't forgotten a moment of it. More to the point. Bondurant, neither have you. Her table-turning worked. A muscle in his jaw twitched, smiling smugly. She returned her gaze to the road ahead. Her complacency was short-lived. Look out, she screamed. With the hair-trigger reaction of a trained commando, he swerved to avoid a collision. Coming around the bend were 4 motorcycle policemen riding 2 abreast. Following them were a fire truck, an official-looking car, and an ambulance. All were traveling at high speed. Exclusive 197. Gray hugged the ditch in the opposing lane until all the vehicles had streaked past. Then he executed a hairpin U-turn and took off after them. You're gonna follow them? Damn straight? But why would overhead? Gray said, answering her question before it was completed. She pressed her cheek against the window and saw 2 helicopters bank steeply as they rose above the treetops. Your anonymous source was right. Something's happened, but High Point is over there, she said, pointing in the opposite direction. The presidential retreat is on the other side of the lake, but this whole area is called High Point. Dr. George Allen's weekend home is on that ridge. He motioned with his chin toward the approximate spot in the forest from which the helicopters had taken off. That's where they've been keeping Vanessa. How do you know? I had a hunch, and it's just been confirmed. That car behind the fire truck was government issue, probably Secret Service. His hands were still planted firmly on the steering wheel. He had the accelerator of Barrie's car on the floorboard to keep up with the taillights of the last vehicle in the emergency motorcade. What do you think this means? What do you think? He asked tightly. She was reluctant to voice her thoughts. Dr. Allen wouldn't harm her. Not deliberately, not with the Secret Service guarding her. The White House was crawling with Secret Service the night the baby died. That didn't stop the doctor from 1908, Sandra Brown, claiming that the kid died of SIDS. If David's got George Allen's balls in a vice, he'll say and do just about anything. They followed the motorcade into Shinlen, a picturesque, well-tended community of about 15,000. Because of the town's proximity to the presidential retreat, the locals were accustomed to having motorcades disrupt the serenity of their tree-lined streets. Gray maintained a discreet distance. He was 2 blocks behind the vehicles when they pulled into the emergency entrance of the hospital. Barrie looked at Gray. If Vanessa needs emergency medical attention, why wasn't she brought here by helicopter? Before either could speculate, the rear doors of the ambulance burst open, disgorging George Allen. The doctor was disheveled and overwrought. His shirt sleeves were rolled up to his elbows. His hair was standing on end as though he'd been raking it with his fingers. He, the driver, and another paramedic lifted a gurney from the ambulance. Strapped to the gurney was a sheet-draped form. "Oh, my God, no!" Barrie cried. The paramedics rolled the gurney toward the automatic glass doors. The 2 men in the government sedan got out and somberly fell into step behind the gurney as it was wheeled into the hospital. Dr. George Allen bent from his waist and vomited onto the pavement. Chapter 2170, Hen Cleet Armbruster's telephone rang, waking him from a deep sleep. He rolled over and checked the clock on the nightstand. Goddamn, a call at this hour portended an emergency of some sort. "Yeah, Senator Armbruster." Expecting the clipped articulation of an aide, he wasn't prepared for the soft, husky female voice more suited to sex than heralding bad news. Ironically, that caused him to panic. It had been a while since he'd retained the services of a professional, but the first thought that streaked through his mind was that one of his past companions had been instructed to notify all her former clients of a life-threatening virus. "Who is this, Barrie Travis?" Vanessa's friend, the reporter. The senator irritably kicked off the cover, swinging his thick feet and legs to the floor as he sat up. For Barrie Travis to call herself Vanessa's friend was a real stretch. It was even more of a stretch for her to call herself a reporter. For the life of him, he couldn't figure out why Vanessa had granted her the recent interview. 200 Sandra Brown. "What do you want? I must talk to you. It's about Vanessa. Do you know what time it is? How'd you get my private number, anyhow? Didn't my office staff make it clear to you that I will not discuss my daughter with members of the press? This isn't that kind of call, sir. Who do you think you're kidding? Good night." "Senator, please don't hang up." The anxiety in her voice caused him to reconsider. Taking the cordless phone into the bathroom with him, he stood over the toilet and relieved himself. "What's going on? Another explosion? It's imperative that I see you." "What for? I can't tell you until I see you." He chuckled as he flushed the commode. "I can hardly stand the suspense. I assure you, Senator Armbruster, that this is not a journalist's trick, nor is it anything to laugh about or to dismiss lightly. Please believe me when I say it's of the utmost importance. Will you meet me?" He rubbed his head. "Ah, Christ, I'll probably live to regret it, but call my office tomorrow and make an appointment. You don't understand. I need to see you immediately, right now." Now? It's the middle of the goddamn night. Please. "I'm at a diner in Shinlen, corner of Lincoln Street and Paul's Meadow Road. I'll be waiting for you." She hung up and the senator blistered the walls of his bedroom with expletives. Slamming down the telephone, he lowered himself to the edge of the bed and splashed some Jack Daniels into a glass. He drank the shot in one swallow exclusive 201 and had every intention of ignoring the call and going back to sleep. But again he hesitated. What the hell could that reporter know about Vanessa that couldn't wait until morning? As though it were a mortal enemy, he stared balefully at the telephone. He wouldn't be able to return to sleep. Besides, there'd been an urgency in her voice that seemed genuine. He got up and dressed. In 10 minutes, he was in his car driving to Shinlen. He knew the town because he'd visited High Point so many times it was mindless driving. His memory drifted back to another night 18 years ago when he'd been awakened in the middle of the night. He'd been taking a few days' vacation at his farm in rural Mississippi. The pace of life there was slow and virtually carefree except on that night. He was awakened by an insistent ringing of his doorbell. The housekeeper came from her room behind the kitchen, pulling tight the belt of her robe, but Cleet reached the front door first. David Merritt stood on the threshold, dripping rainwater like a near-drowned cat and looking about as wretched. A lightning flash revealed long, bloody scratches along his cheek. "What in hell happened to you?" Cleet exclaimed. "I'm sorry to get you up, but I had to see you immediately. What's wrong? Did you have an accident?" David glanced apprehensively toward the housekeeper. Cleet dismissed her and she returned to her room. Cleet then led David into his study, turned on the shaded desk lamp, and poured the young man a brandy. David sat on the window seat, cupped the snifter with both hands, and downed the contents in one swallow. 202 Sandra Brown, you usually don't drink like that, Cleet observed as he passed David a handkerchief to stanch the bleeding scratches on his face. "Whatever's eating you must be bad, so let's have it." Cleet stretched out in his leather recliner and reached for a cigar. David rose and began to pace. "There's this girl, I figured," Cleet said, waving out the match he'd used to light his cigar. "I met her when we were here last summer. Local girl? Where'd you meet her? What's her name? Who are her people? Her name is Becky Sturgis, but you wouldn't know her. She's trash, a nobody. I picked her up at a redneck lounge out on the highway. She was drunk when I got there. We scoped each other out, wound up dancing. We flirted, started necking. It got hot and heavy real quick. She was all over me. We either had to go outside or it was going to get embarrassing. We'd barely cleared the door of the place before she pulled me to her. We did it right there against the wall of the building. It would have been hypocritical to chastise his protege for a sexual indiscretion. When he was David's age, he'd had some pretty wild escapades himself. It was only with maturity that he had learned the value of discretion and good judgment. Nevertheless, he felt that some chastening was called for. Several great statesmen have been denied the White House because they got their brains and their peckers confused. They got it mixed up which one to screw with and which one to think with. "I know that," David said tightly. "I honest to God thought she was harmless. She was pretty, sexy, and unencumbered. She lives alone, works at a dairy as a dispatcher for their delivery trucks, has no family to speak of. Exclusive 203, Cleet grunted skeptically. If she's so harmless, what brings you to my door at this time of night, bloodied up and looking like you might lose your supper on my dearly departed wife's prized oriental rug? I killed her." Cleet's lips went so slack that the lighted cigar almost fell into his lap. Gradually, he recovered his wits enough to leave his recliner and pour another brandy, this one for himself. He quaffed it almost as greedily as David had drunk. His Cleet could see his dreams for the young man dissolving like a sugar cube. David Merritt had so distinguished himself as a volunteer in the armbruster campaign that he was soon offered a paid position. When Cleet first met him, David had only recently been discharged from the Marines. He was disciplined and intuitive. He required little or no supervision and executed every assignment with aplomb and expediency. It wasn't long before Cleet vested him with more responsibility. Following his election to the Senate, he invited David to join his staff in Washington. For the past 2 years, David had proved himself a valuable asset and a quick study in politics. Cleet had already laid big plans for him because he saw that David had what it took to make an excellent politician. He had a hands-on working knowledge of economics because he'd had to make do with the meager resources available to him in his youth. In his spare time, he studied law and government procedure. He had a distinguished military service record. He was handsome and articulate, and until tonight, free of scandalous baggage. It took every ounce of self-control Cleet possessed not to walk over and slap the shit out of him for being so stupid. "I guess you had a good reason for killing her," he said harshly. 204 Sandra Brown. I swear to God it was an accident." "Don't swear it to God," Cleet roared. "Swear it to me, boy. I swear it, Cleet." He studied David's face for a long time, but saw no signs of dissembling in the shattered expression. He was one scared young man. "Okay," Cleet said, "what happened?" "First, I've got to backtrack. After that first time I began seeing her whenever we were here." Cleet rolled his cigar from one corner of his mouth to the other. "At Christmas?" Yes, sir? Easter? David nodded. While you were courting Vanessa, you've been playing us both for fools, he shouted. You've got it wrong, Cleet, David said emotionally, his voice cracking. You know how I feel about Vanessa? I love her and want to marry her, but you felt the urge to dip your wick into some trashy girl who gets drunk and screws against the outside wall of a redneck beer joint. Is that your idea of how to conduct your love life? The outburst cleared Cleet's head. He returned to his recliner and let his temper simmer as he puffed furiously on his cigar. David wisely gave him time to calm himself. Finally, he snarled, "Give me the rest of it. On our last trip here, she called me to come see her out at her place. When I got there," he paused, dragged his hand down his face. I couldn't believe it. Her stomach was out to here. Cleet merely stared at him for several moments. "Hand me that brandy bottle," David complied, although Cleet looked ready to clobber him with the crystal decanter. Cleet, exclusive 205, took 2 swallows from it. "You're telling me she was pregnant? She was then. She had the kid a few weeks ago. A boy, he's yours? How the hell do I know?" David cried, raising his voice for the first time. "It's possible, but it's just as possible that he could belong to a dozen other men. She claimed he was mine was past tense. She started bugging me to come see the baby, insisting he was mine. I was afraid that if I didn't do it, she'd do something really crazy. So I went over there tonight to give her some money. I thought that was the least I could do, but she was beyond reason, Cleet. She threw the money in my face, said I couldn't buy my way out of my responsibility to her, said she'd settle for nothing less than marriage. Every word was like another strike of the hammer, nailing shut the coffin of David Merritt's political future. Cleet now feared he himself might lose his supper on his late wife's prized oriental rug. I told her straight out that marriage was not an option, David said. I told her that I was already engaged to someone else, to a woman I love. He paused and glanced at Cleet. I realize I haven't formally proposed to Vanessa, and I don't intend to until she's finished college. But she knows how much I love her. It's been more or less understood that 2 get on with it. Cleet rudely interrupted. What happened when you told this tramp there'd be no marriage? She went berserk. David sat down again and covered his face with his hands for a few moments. Finally, he lowered his hands and clasped them loosely between his knees. 206 Sandra Brown. She was using a dresser drawer for a crib. I guess her shouting had scared the baby anyway. He was screaming, and that seemed to drive her over the edge. She said she wasn't going to be stuck with a kid to raise alone, and then she wrapped her hands around his neck and started choking him. I tried to pry her hands away, but I couldn't. She strangled him. Jesus Christ, Cleet gasped. She killed him? David nodded. I couldn't believe it. 1 minute he was crying, and the next he was silent. Dead. Why didn't you call the police? She didn't give me a chance, he cried. The bitch attacked me. That's where I got all these scratches. She came at me like a wildcat. I had to protect myself. We scuffled. She lost her balance and fell against the corner of a built-in table. It must have fractured her skull. There's blood all over the place. She's dead. He squeezed his eyes shut, but the tears couldn't be contained. He began to sob, shoulders shaking. He cried like a baby. One mistake, and now all you've done for me, all we've worked toward is ruined, and Vanessa. Jesus, he blubbered, what will Vanessa think of me? How will this affect our future together? Cleet had spent too much time and care cultivating David Merritt for the presidency to throw it away because of a girl who wouldn't be missed and a baby who never should have been born. If all they had to consider were the political consequences of David's misdeeds, Cleet would have cleaned up the mess to protect his investment. But by bringing Vanessa into it, David ensured Cleet's swift intervention. He wasn't about to let his daughter's heart be broken by learning that the man she had adored for years and hoped to marry had impregnated some piece of white trash and then accidentally killed her. Exclusive 207. In the grand scheme of things, Becky Sturgis and her baby didn't amount to much, while David Malcolm Merritt was destined for greatness. One of these days, he would wield more power than any other individual in the world. Why should all his potential be sacrificed to one error? Why should Vanessa's hopes and dreams be denied when she was blameless, innocent of any wrongdoing? She would be the one to suffer most. No way in hell would Cleet let that happen. Okay, boy, pull yourself together. He approached David and gave his back a hearty whack. Get a shower, have another brandy, go to bed, say nothing about this to anyone, ever. David looked up at him, his expression bleak. You mean I'll take care of it, Cleet said. David rose unsteadily. I can't ask you to do that, Cleet. 2 people are dead. How are you going to let me worry about the particulars? He poked David in the chest with his stubby index finger. My job is to make the problem disappear. Your job is to clean up your act. You understand, boy? Yes, sir. No more indiscriminate screwing around. When you gotta get off, you go to a professional for a nice blowjob and send me the bill. Yes, sir. We can't get you elected president, then have a bunch of sluts come crawling out of the woodwork waving paternity suits now, can we? Cleet smiled. Timidly, David smiled back. No, sir. Now, where's this girl's trailer? Cleet took care of the problem that night. As David had said, it was one hell of a mess. But the word impossible wasn't 208 Sandra Brown in Cleet's dictionary. In less than 48 hours, the entire Becky Sturgis incident was history. David had never expressed any curiosity as to how Cleet had made 2 bodies disappear with no questions asked. He never asked how Cleet had managed to obliterate Becky Sturgis's entire existence. Taking his cue from Cleet, David acted as though the incident had never occurred in the 18 years since. They had never mentioned it again. Not until a few mornings ago in the Oval Office, when Cleet had subtly alluded to it. The death of his own grandchild had been a disturbing reminder of another young woman and her newborn son. The 2 incidents were dissimilar, but they bore enough of a resemblance to trouble him. With vexing frequency, a thought flitted through the senator's mind. Had David Merritt, and not the mother, killed that baby 18 years ago? And if so, had he killed again? Chapter 22, Terry kept a close watch on the door of the diner, eager for, yet dreading Senator Armbruster's arrival. In a region where Georgian architecture was prevalent, the eatery was a misfit. Its shiny, gaudy 1950s motif was achieved with gleaming chrome and turquoise vinyl. The floor was checkered with black and white tiles. At this time of night, business was limited to a few hospital employees and a teenage couple who were slurping alternately on melting milkshakes and on each other. Nursing their coffee, Barrie and Gray occupied a booth in front of a wide picture window that afforded a view of the emergency room entrance. After his attack of nausea, Dr. Allen had taken a moment to collect himself, then had followed the grim cortege into the hospital. He hadn't reappeared, and there'd been no further activity. Gray had said little. His eyes remained fixed on the doors through which Vanessa's body had been carted. He was seated with his forearms resting on the flamingo pink tabletop. Occasionally he would flex his fingers into a fist, then straighten them rigidly. He looked tenuously tethered and extremely dangerous. 2-1D on Sandra Brown. Barrie cleared her throat. They'll probably try and pass her death off as a suicide. Not if I have anything to do with it. Vanessa wouldn't have killed her baby, and she wouldn't have killed herself. Impulsively, Barrie reached across the table and laid her hand on his arm. Startled by her touch, he looked down at her hand, then up at her face. I'm sorry, Gray, she said. I know you loved Vanessa, the baby. She hesitated. He was yours, wasn't he? What difference does it make? He snapped, shaking her hand off his arm. He's dead and so is she. Barrie took the rejection hard. Even her father, on the rare occasions when he had bothered to come home, had never physically rebuffed her or been intentionally mean to her. You go to hell, Mr. Bondurant. She slid from the booth, wanting to walk out and leave him there alone to rot in his misery. If not for Senator Armbruster's imminent arrival, she would have. Instead, she went into the ladies' room. Placing her hands on either side of the sink, she leaned upon it until she had worked up enough courage to raise her head and face herself in the mirror. Maybe she wasn't as aggravated with Gray as she was with herself. His pain was raw, his emotions honest, Hers were conflicting. A struggle between her professional interests and her conscience was creating a moral dilemma for her. She was an eyewitness to an event that would make history. The career-making potential of the story boggled her mind. She became giddy at the thought of being the first and only reporter on the scene to break the story. But a woman's wrongful death was hardly cause for celebration, especially when one was as personally involved, exclusive to 11 as Barrie was. If she had ceased to probe the mystery surrounding the child's death, would Vanessa still have been killed? In pursuit of a hot story, had she gone too far? Was she in any way responsible for the course of events that had resulted in this tragedy, or had Vanessa's fate been sealed long before she invited Barrie to coffee? The hell of it was she would never know. For the rest of her life, she would be plagued by those haunting questions. She washed her hands thoroughly, then pressed a damp paper towel to her face. When she came out of the restroom, she saw Cleet Armbruster approaching the entrance. She met him at the door, Senator Armbruster. It suddenly occurred to her that she hadn't rehearsed what she would say. He was an intimidating man under any circumstances. She certainly didn't welcome being the one to tell him that his daughter was dead. "Thank you for coming," she said lamely. "Young lady, you'd better have a damn good reason for getting me up in the middle of the night," he said, following her to the booth. "I wouldn't be here except—" He came to an abrupt halt when he saw Gray Bondurant. Gray stood up. "Cleet, it's been a while." The senator was not pleased to see him. Obviously, he didn't hold Gray in the highest esteem, and it was easy to guess why a father would naturally resent a man who had damaged his daughter's honor, especially if she also happened to be the First Lady of the United States, where more than personal virtue was at stake. "Bondurant," he ignored the hand that Gray extended. "What are you doing here?" He turned to Barrie. "Is this the big surprise you hinted at? The matter of utmost importance. Please sit down, Senator. Give us a chance to explain. Would you like some coffee?" 212, Sandra Brown. "No." He took one side of the booth. Barrie and Gray shared the bench across from him. Drawing a bead on Gray, he remarked, "You're a long way from Montana. It's Wyoming, and I'm not here because I want to be. I've never known you to do anything you didn't want to." "He's here because he believes lives are at risk," Barrie said, as do L. Armbruster's eyebrows shot up comically. "Really? Who's Justice Green's?" His ridicule stung, but she kept her cool. "You may not have much confidence in my credibility," she said, "but what I'm about to tell you is the unvarnished truth. You can draw your own conclusions. Agreed? I'm interested in what you have to say, only to the extent that it involves my daughter." Barrie took a moment to arrange her thoughts. "Senator, I don't think your grandson's death was accidental. I believe he was murdered, probably smothered so his breathing would be interrupted and it would look like Sid's." Armbruster looked at her incredulously. "What are you implying, young lady? If you're suggesting that David killed him," Gray interrupted, cutting to the chase. Remaining perfectly still, only the senator's eyes moved, springing back and forth between them. After a moment, he leaned forward across the table and hissed, "Are you insane?" "No," Gray replied calmly. "David killed Vanessa's baby because he didn't father him." "That's a goddamn lie," Armbruster protested. But keeping his voice low, "You're the last one to make moral judgments against my daughter, Bondurant. You slandering son of a bitch, I ought to shoot you right here, right now." Exclusive 213, Gray's face grew taut. "David did not father Vanessa's baby. He couldn't have. He had a vasectomy years ago." Barrie was as astonished as the senator by that piece of news. Gray disregarded her soft exclamation and concentrated solely on Armbruster. "Nobody knew about it, Cleet. Not even Vanessa. Especially Vanessa. For years she tried everything to conceive, and the bastard let her, knowing full well that it would never happen. He took a perverse pleasure in watching her unravel every month when she got her period." Barrie stared at Gray's profile. She had already determined that he was a complex individual, but she was beginning to wonder exactly how many facets there were to him. Just when she thought she'd seen all of them, another was turned to the light. "David Merritt never underwent a vasectomy, or I would have known about it," the senator said. "You're lying. I don't care whether you believe me or not, Cleet. I'm telling you the way it is." David couldn't father a child, but Vanessa didn't know that until after she got pregnant and told him. Cleek continued to glare mistrustfully, but Barrie detected a chink in his hostility. "How do you know all this?" he asked. "Vanessa called and told me." That news flash took Barrie aback. She had assumed that once Gray retired to Wyoming, he'd had no further contact with Vanessa. Apparently, the senator also had been under that impression. He appeared as surprised as she. "She called me crying," Gray continued. "She asked me what she should do. So the baby was yours," Armbruster said. "That isn't the issue." 214 Sandra Brown. "The hell it isn't." The two men glared at each other, Armbruster with accusation, Gray with defiance. Finally, he said, "Do you want to hear the rest of this or not?" Armbruster made an impatient motion with his hand. "Despite everything you saw in the media," Gray said, casting a glance in Barry's direction. "David went ballistic when Vanessa told him she was pregnant because that confirmed the gossip of an affair with me. You know how David takes offense at the merest slight, so you can imagine what that scene must have been like for Vanessa? Jesus," Gray sighed, shaking his head. "He put her through sheer hell every day of those 9 months. David had no choice except to go along with all the fanfare, but he was only biding his time." The senator's wide shoulders had slumped forward. Apparently he was giving Gray's story some credibility. Barrie was the first to break the sudden heavy silence. "Why didn't the president have George Allen perform an abortion?" "I was wondering that myself," Armbruster said, "because an abortion wouldn't have been painful enough for her." Gray replied without hesitation. "I think David wanted to punish her for her infidelity. I think the worst punishment he could devise was to let her carry the child, give birth to it, come to love it, perhaps even relax her vigilance over it. When she did, he meted out his punishment in spades, and since Vanessa witnessed the murder, Barrie realized that he couldn't bring himself to tell the senator what must be told." She turned to the older man. "Mrs. Merritt contacted me for a reason. I believe she was trying to signal danger, exclusive 215 for herself, because she knows of the president's crime." Barrie looked at him sympathetically. "I called you tonight, Senator, because we believe that the president has made it impossible for her to testify to his criminal act." "Made it impossible?" he repeated. "What do you mean?" Barrie inclined her head toward the hospital. Armbruster looked through the plate glass. It reflected the interior of the diner, including their somber images. "She was taken there by ambulance about 2 hours ago," she said. "From George Allen's house." She nodded. "We followed them." Armbruster no longer looked like the powerful, brash, authority-wielding statesman he was. He looked like a father who'd just heard terrible news about his only child. In the last few moments, his face seemed to have lost its battle with gravity. Lines appeared more deeply etched, folds of flesh sagged more heavily. His voice was weak, laden with denial. "I was in that house only a few days ago." "Did you actually see Vanessa?" Gray asked, when the senator shook his head. The loose skin beneath his chin wobbled. "George told me she was resting and didn't want to be disturbed, even by me. He assured me that rest is all she needs." Cleek, Gray said patiently. "George will do anything David tells him to, just as he did the night David killed the baby. But the Secret Service is there to protect her. They couldn't protect your grandson. Believe me, David has planned this meticulously with Spence's help, I'm sure. Vanessa takes a lot of medication. He'll probably use that if she succumbed." 216 Sandra Brown. "Succumbed?" Armbruster repeated. "Are you saying—" His eyes darted from Gray to Barrie. Later, Barrie couldn't remember leaving the diner and jogging the short distance to the emergency room entrance. The Secret Service agents were nowhere in sight. The nurse on duty at the reception desk asked pleasantly if she could help them. The senator didn't even glance in her direction. He marched through a pair of automatic doors with Barrie and Gray close on his heels. Dr. George Allen was leaning against the wall at the far end of the corridor. He looked no calmer than he had when he'd accompanied Vanessa's body into the hospital. When he glanced up and saw Armbruster, Barrie, and Gray bearing down on him, his face turned the color of putty. "Senator Armbruster, what? What are you doing here? Where's my daughter?" He looked at the door behind the doctor. Is she in there? No, you lying bastard. He pushed the doctor aside, but George Allen grabbed his sleeve. Senator, please! I can't let you go in. Not until the medical examiner sees her. Armbruster made a choking sound like a sob. Gray grabbed the doctor's lapels and shoved him against the wall. You weasel shit. They'll fry you for this if I don't kill you first. Alerted to a crisis situation, hospital personnel had collected at the end of the corridor, but not even the chief security guard was brave enough to intervene. Armbruster opened the door that Dr. Allen had been guarding, but he drew up short on the threshold. Then he fell back against the door jamb, grasping onto it for support. Exclusive 217 across the room against the wall was the gurney. The security straps had been removed. The still form had been draped in a blue sheet. Oh, Jesus, his voice sounded like rending cloth. He pushed himself away from the door and trudged across the tile floor. Barrie and Gray were on either side of him, ready to lend support. George Allen came into the room. His vehement protests went unheeded. When they reached the gurney, the senator simply stood there gazing down at the blue sheet, his large hands hanging heavily at his sides. Cleat? Gray said. The senator nodded. Gray picked up two corners of the sheet and pulled it back. A gasp went up as they stared down into the face of the cadaver, into the face of Jane Gaston, RN. Chapter 23. Jane Gaston was the private nurse hired by George Allen to care for Vanessa while she was in seclusion at High Point. Barrie lay on her back on the cot on which Cronkite had taken his naps when she'd brought him to Daly's house. She was bringing Daly current on last night's events. By the way, thanks for not turning me out, she said. Where else would you go? Exactly my point. I'm a pariah. If I were a leper, I couldn't be more aggressively avoided. Maybe I should tie a bell around my neck to warn people that I'm coming down the street. That's not very funny, Daly said sourly. I didn't think so either. Her voice was thick with unshed tears. Anyway, back to last night. Apparently Jane Gaston suffered cardiac arrest yesterday afternoon at Dr. Allen's High Point home. He attempted to revive her, but to no avail. For a time, Daly's wheezing was the only sound in the small, cluttered room. Scattered about were the few purchases Barrie had made since the demolition of her home. Exclusive 219, most of the clothing was still in shopping bags. Daly sat at the end of the cot, Barrie's stocking feet resting on his thighs. He was giving her an uninspired foot massage. If the nurse died in the afternoon, why'd they wait till after dark to remove the body, he asked. Dr. Allen had to arrange for Vanessa's transport back to Washington. He wanted to shield her from the trauma of Mrs. Gaston's death. A helicopter was dispatched to return her to the White House. But by then she learned about Mrs. Gaston. She was inconsolable. According to the doctor, the two had formed quite an attachment. Then Mrs. Gaston's next of kin, a son who lives here in the city, couldn't be located immediately. Dr. Allen didn't want to arrive at the hospital with her body before the son was notified. But that happens all the time. But not when the deceased is the First Lady's private nurse. Dr. Allen was afraid the story would be leaked and get out over the airwaves before the son could be reached. He wasn't too far off. I guess that makes sense, Daly muttered. Seems a thin excuse, though, if you ask me. Well, anyway, Dr. Allen waited to call the ambulance until he felt he couldn't wait any longer. Gray and I happened to see the motorcade on the road. We followed it when we saw the dead body. She sighed. You drew a conclusion based on supposition instead of fact. Rub it in, why don't you? I can't believe you actually called Armbruster to the scene. Believe it. Armbruster and a WVUE cameraman whose timing was excellent. He showed up seconds after my dreadful mistake was discovered. He recorded for posterity 2:20 Sandra Brown, my astonishment and Gray's Armbruster's near collapse, and the arrival of Ralph Gaston Jr., the deceased's son, who not only was dealt the blow of his mother's death, but was plunged into the tumultuous aftermath of my snafu. Some sadistic individual on the hospital staff notified the local press, which in turn, the denouement we created headlines. Thank God the story was killed before the networks got there. I absconded with the only videotape of the event. She paused to blot her eyes and blow her nose. She'd been weepy ever since the tongue-lashing she'd received from Senator Armbruster. Impervious to eavesdroppers, he'd lambasted her for making a goddamn fool of herself and worse, of him. She ought to be horsewhipped for scaring him like that, he'd said, and warned that she was going to pay for her unforgivable, inexcusable, and unprofessional behavior. Having no doubt that he meant every word, Barrie had taken his warning to heart. His threat hung over her like the glittering blade of the guillotine. She was doomed. She just didn't know when or how the blade was going to fall. In the long run, she might not have to fear the senator's reprisal. The suspense of not knowing what form it would take might be her undoing. Lord Daly, she groaned, laying her forearm across her eyes, how could I have been so wrong? Everything led me to conclude that the President of the United States had committed one, possibly two, murders. Logic should have demanded that I rethink it. Frankly, I don't think logic is all it's cracked up to be, he said sympathetically. Thinking back through history, name me one great mind who didn't spit in the face of logic. Stop trying to make me feel better. Let me wallow in this misery. I've earned it. Exclusive 221, he massaged the ball of her foot. You screwed up pretty bad, all right. This is even worse than the Justice Green incident. I couldn't believe it, she said, almost in a whisper. When Gray pulled back that sheet, I was prepared to see Vanessa's lovely chestnut hair and creamy complexion. Instead, there lay a stranger. I was stunned. And then, of course, Armbruster erupted like Mount St. Helens. And Gray, he prompted. He pulled a David Copperfield and disappeared. Her foolhardiness would have severe consequences, but of all of them, Gray's vanishing act was perhaps the hardest to take. She was resigned to being the target of Armbruster's vengeance. The senator would make her suffer for those few minutes that he'd believed his daughter was dead. For years to come, she would be the laughingstock of the Washington press corps. Whatever crumbs of credibility she had scraped together since the Justice Green debacle were now for naught. It would be years, if ever, before she regained a modicum of respect in journalistic circles. Even if she hadn't notified her own TV station, word would have gotten out eventually. Pennsylvania Avenue was like Main Street in any small town in America. Gossip and bad news were telegraphed with lightning speed. A fiasco with such a high-profile cast of characters couldn't have been kept under wraps. So she was braced for the ridicule. It would hurt, but not as badly as Gray's desertion. She had looked from Jane Gaston's death mask into his face, and one was about as animated as the other. Oddly, she'd been concerned more with Gray's reaction than with Senator Armbruster's. Of the two, the senator had been the 222, Sandra Brown, more vocal and vituperative. His tirade had distracted her, and by the time he'd finished reviling her, Gray had vanished. I searched the hospital, then the parking area, she told Daly. No one remembered seeing him leave. My car was where we'd left it, so I don't know what he used for transportation. He simply vanished. She picked at a loose thumb cuticle. I guess he was mortified that a man of his experience had been drawn into the fantasy of an idiot like me. Please, Daly groaned. Self-pity makes me want to puke. I'm not two. You didn't convince Bondurant of anything, and you flatter yourself if you think you could. You confirmed suspicions he'd already had, remember? But based on what I told him, he killed Spencer Martin. In self-defense, are we sure of that? You doubt it? Well, if Merritt didn't have anything to hide, why would he have sent Spencer Martin to Wyoming to get rid of Bondurant? Because I had told him my wild theory, Gray must have misread the purpose of Spencer Martin's visit, the timing of which was probably nothing more than coincidence. Merritt isn't going to let his top advisor disappear without conducting an exhaustive search and investigation. Gray will be charged with murder. He covered Martin's tracks and probably disposed of the body so well that it will never be found. Daly speculated, no body, no murder. That's a technicality. He didn't seem overly concerned. Exclusive 223. No, he was more concerned about Vanessa. When he thought she was dead, he looked like death himself. Gray Bondurant loved Vanessa Merritt, not lusted after, loved. He loved her enough to sacrifice his career for her. He had resigned so that neither her marriage nor her public status would be jeopardized by a scandalous affair. He loved her enough to relinquish any claim to his son. It must have been torture for him not to be there when the child was born, and then to mourn his death alone in virtual exile. Barrie would never receive that kind of love, and peevishly felt that such devotion was wasted on a woman as shallow and selfish as Vanessa Armbruster Merritt. She was ill, true, but did that excuse her for being grossly manipulative? Why had Vanessa involved her at all? Why had she tossed out those red herrings for her to follow? He's quite a stud, Daly observed. What? Who? Bondurant Barrie quickly retracted her foot and sat up. I wouldn't know. You two didn't. He raised his eyebrows. Of course not. But you would have liked to. Give me a break. Our Mr. Bondurant has some admirable traits, but he's about as far removed from my ideal man as one could get. He's the strong, silent type, which, as far as I'm concerned, translates into asshole with an attitude. He killed a friend in what he claims was self-defense, but we have only his word on that. He's hung up on a woman he can never, ever have. He lives like a hermit out in the boonies, which is weird and sort of spooky. Even if he lived around the corner and was Mr. Upstanding Involved Citizen of the Year, he's made no secret of his opinion of me, which is that I'm a walking calamity, a disaster waiting to happen. Anyway, this entire 224 Sandra Brown conversation is pointless because I'm not interested in him, and anyway, he's disappeared too. Okay, so how long after you met him were you in bed together? About 90 seconds? Jesus, Barrie! Yeah, a real professional approach, but only if you're a hooker. She sighed. Since my career as a journalist is over, perhaps I ought to consider going into the purveyance of personal pleasure. You a hooker? Daly chuckled. That I'd like to see. I'd have to charge extra for watching. She swung her legs over the edge of the cot. This conversation, which I began in the hope of boosting my spirits, has made me feel even more depressed. I'm going to take a shower. A shower won't cure what ails you. Well, I'm going to shower anyway. She dug into a shopping bag for a new set of underwear. As she clipped off the tags, she said, if I could be granted one wish daily, it would be to pick up my life the day Vanessa Merritt called to invite me for coffee. I would decline, meaning that now you're convinced the Merritt baby died of SIDS and that the rest of it was just a product of your bad judgment and active imagination. She looked up at him sharply. Aren't you? You look radiant. Senator Armbruster smothered his daughter in a bear hug. I can't tell you how good it is to see you. It's good to see you too, Daddy. She returned his hug, but he sensed her restlessness and released her. Her smile was as bright as a $10 diamond ring and much more exclusive 225 counterfeit. I saw myself in the mirror this morning. I don't think radiant is the word I'd use to describe me. You just got up from weeks in a sick bed. What do you expect? You'll get the color back in your cheeks in no time. I think she looks gorgeous. This from David Merritt, who was buttering a blueberry muffin. The three were sharing a continental breakfast in Vanessa's chambers. In Cleet's opinion, the last thing Vanessa needed was caffeine, and she was on her second cup of coffee. Maybe you should spend a few weeks at home, he suggested. You could lie in the sun, sleep late every day, eat fattening Southern cooking. What do you think, David? Should we pack her off to Mississippi? His son-in-law's best campaign smile was in place. He must have been practicing it. I just got her back, Cleet. I'd hate to have her leave again right away. Besides, she's definitely on the mend. George has worked wonders for her. The senator didn't share his son-in-law's opinion of Dr. Allen. Night before last, he looked to be hanging on to his ass with both hands. Vanessa was at her vanity table, trying on earrings. Which should I wear, she asked, turning to face them and holding a different earring to each ear. I think the pearls are best, don't you, Daddy? The pearls are fine. They were Mother's. Yes, I know. My junior year in high school, you let me wear them to a dance, remember, Daddy? I lost one and you were upset. But I went back to the gym the next day and searched until I found it. My dress was pink. You had a fit because you thought the seamstress had hemmed it too short. My date was that Smith boy, the one who went to Princeton and then flunked out. I forget what happened to him after that. 226 Sandra Brown. Before Vanessa was diagnosed as manic depressive, Cleet had been confused and saddened by the violent mood swings he witnessed. She could be abysmally depressed, agitated, anxious, or hyper. But he'd rarely seen her as hopped up as she was now. She was either in the throes of a manic episode or high on an antidepressant drug. The symptoms were so similar that it was difficult to tell, but she wasn't stabilized, which had been the point of her seclusion. David must have noticed her behavior, but he was making a concerted effort to ignore it. He interrupted Vanessa's chatter to address her father's comment about the doctor. George wasn't at his best the other night, Cleet. And can you blame him? First he had the nurse die on him, then he couldn't locate her next of kin. To top it all off, Barrie Travis showed up at the hospital with you and Gray in tow, creating a hell of a ruckus and a media event that we all could have done without. Chuckling, he shook his head. Tell me she didn't seriously think that the corpse was Vanessa. That little gal got an earful from me, I can tell you that, Cleet said, jabbing the air with his blunt index finger. And I'm not finished with her yet. I don't want to talk about it anymore, Vanessa said, leaving the vanity. Look at my arms. Chill bumps. It's horrible to hear rumors about your own death. I'll never forgive that woman for what she put me through, Cleet said. I've known some irresponsible reporters, but she tops the heap. How in hell did she come up with that notion? What's your version of the story, sweetheart? What story? Oh, you mean about what happened at High Point? It's foggy. I really don't remember leaving. When I woke up, I was in my bed here, and George was telling me that I was going to feel much better soon. Exclusive 227. And so you are. David moved toward her, took her hand, and kissed her cheek. But Cleet noticed that Vanessa quickly put space between them. George told me that my nurse had had a fatal heart attack. I felt sorry about that, although I hadn't actually met her. She readjusted a heavy charm bracelet on her slender wrist. This thing's bugging me. What do you mean you never met Mrs. Gaston? Cleet asked. Just what I said, Daddy. I can vaguely remember her voice, but I couldn't pick her out of a crowd. I don't remember anything about what she looked like. Maybe I'll take this off. She slid the bracelet off her wrist and dropped it onto the table with a clatter. George Allen led me to believe that the two of you had grown very close. Cleet said, George is right, David said. You just don't remember, dear. I never met her, David, she insisted. I ought to know if I did or I didn't, and I didn't. Why are you always correcting me? You always do that, and I hate it. It makes me feel stupid. You're not stupid. You treat me like I am. You were on medication, darling, he said smoothly. You became very attached to Mrs. Gaston, but because of the sedatives you were taking to help you rest, you don't remember. Okay, whatever. She waved her hands. Jesus, I can't believe she died right there at the foot of my bed. That grosses me out. She replaced the bracelet on her wrist and shook it. I love wearing this bracelet. I like the way the charms jangle, like sleigh bells at Christmas. Christmas will be here before we know it. David 228 Sandra Brown said, smile in place again, then we'll be ringing in the new year, election year. Let's forget about Barrie Travis and the nurse and all the unhappy events of this year and concentrate on next. He rubbed his hands together vigorously. We've got a lot of campaign plans to make. I don't want to think about that yet, taking the cue from his daughter. Cleet said, I agree, David. I think you're jumping the gun a little. Let's get Vanessa hale and hearty first. There's plenty of time to make campaign plans. It's never too early to plan. Vanessa began wringing her hands. Just the thought of it. Listen, David, I feel much better than I have in a long time, but I don't think I'm up to appearing at the press conference this morning. Cleet had been shocked to learn that a press conference was scheduled for 11 o'clock in the East Room. Vanessa was expected to attend. Her stylist had been summoned to the White House. She'd done wonders with Vanessa's hair and makeup, but her skilled efforts hadn't completely hidden the dark circles beneath Vanessa's eyes or the gauntness of her cheeks. Why do I have to be there? She asked anxiously. It'll only last a few minutes, David said. That's no answer, Cleet said. Why is it necessary that she be there? Tightly, David replied, because Vanessa dragged Barrie Travis into our lives. That's why. That's when all this started, and it culminated with that debacle in the emergency room. Rumors are flying fast and furious. The only way we can quell them is to address Mrs. Gaston's death and explain exactly what happened. Besides, the people have missed seeing their First Lady. You've received thousands of cards and letters wish exclusive 229 and you a speedy recovery. They can't go unacknowledged, Vanessa. Of course I'll acknowledge them. I'll get my staff on it right away. But can't we delay the press conference just for a few days? It's already scheduled, David snapped. Dalton would have a fit. Besides, if we cancel now, it'll only generate more speculation on why you were at High Point under the care of a private nurse. I can't afford any more negative press. Haven't you already cost me enough? David Cleet bellowed. For God's sake, he sighed. I'm sorry, that was a terrible thing to say. I didn't mean it. He approached his wife, this time placing his hands on her shoulders. Cleet could have sworn that she actually recoiled. We've all been under a tremendous strain, but you more than anyone, he said gently. Skip the press conference today if you want. It isn't that important. I shouldn't have insisted that you appear if you don't feel up to it. Vanessa looked quickly toward her father, who saw in his daughter's eyes panic and helplessness. But she said, No, David, I'll be there. It's my duty as First Lady. He pressed her shoulders. That's my girl. I wouldn't have scheduled the conference if I thought it would cause you a setback. George has assured me that you're strong enough. In fact, he told me that the sooner you get back into the swing of things, the better you'll feel. What do I have to do? Nothing. Dalton will deliver a brief eulogy to Mrs. Gaston. He'll credit you with writing it, but he'll read it. All you have to do is stand there and look pretty for the cameras. You can handle that, can't you? Of course she can, Cleet said expansively. What time does she need to be downstairs? 230 Sandra Brown, shortly before 11. If you could stay with her until then, Cleet, I've got some matters to attend to. With that, David left the room. You should eat something, Vanessa? I'm not hungry. I drank some orange juice earlier. She crossed to the window and parted the drapes. Daddy, I didn't want to bring it up in front of David, but did I hear him mention Gray? Unfortunately, he grumbled. He had decided not to tell her about Bondurant's reappearance on the scene and wasn't at all happy that David had let it slip. I hoped we'd seen the last of Rambo. He's here in Washington? He was. By now he's probably tucked tail and gone slinking back to Wyoming. You always hated him. You shouldn't have. He was nice to me. I wish I could see him. Let's not argue about him, Vanessa. What was he doing here? What brought him back? It's a long story. I'd like to hear it. It can wait for another time. You've got plenty to deal with already. I want to hear about Gray, she demanded in a shrill voice. Her composure was so tenuous. Cleet obliged her, but only to a point. I don't know what brought him back, he lied. All I know is that he was in the company of Barrie Travis. I can't think of a more hazardous combination. On the other hand, the two of them richly deserve each other. How did Gray link up with her? Who knows? What difference does it make? She's as unethical as they come. Bondurant is. Why go into it, Vanessa? You know what a low opinion I have of him? Exclusive 231. He's not like you think, Daddy. Not at all. Cleet laid his thick index finger vertically against her lips. I don't want to know, Vanessa, but you have to know. I have to talk about it. There were fractures in the beautiful mask the stylist had created for the press conference. Her blue eyes were riddled with emotional turmoil. Not now, he said softly. Later. Things are so messed up. I'm messed up, aren't I? David's just pretending I'm well. But I'm not, you know it too, don't you? I'm cracked on the inside, aren't I? I can feel it. Shh, he said, drawing her close, pressing her face into his lapel. He placed his lips close to her ear and whispered, Listen to me, Vanessa. You've always trusted me to take care of things, haven't you? Well, I'm still taking care of things. You've got to trust me. I'll handle it. 11 of it. I promise, okay? She pulled away. He gazed deeply into her eyes, hoping that his message would penetrate her confusion and the drugs in her system. Finally, she nodded. Good. Now go powder your nose, he said cheerfully. The First Lady of the U.S. of A. can't appear on TV with a shiny honker. She headed to the bathroom, then turned back. Will Spence be there this morning? I suppose so. Why? Nothing. I haven't seen him since I got back, that's all. The senator's heavy brows pulled together above the bridge of his nose. Come to think of it, I haven't seen him around in a while either.